I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind, a covey, a flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another Qualifiers. Hello, my name is Mehmet. I'm joined by T-Gov as we are going to get into the Western EU region here for DreamLeague Season 26. I'm very excited because you know what's better than teams playing for millions of dollars, T-Governor? It's teams playing for the possibility of potentially not contributing to a tournament at all. That's the brutality of Qualifiers and why it's even better than real tournaments. Don't you agree, T-Governor?
I do love unpaid labor, so let's get it underway. Is that your intro? What the hell was that introduction?
Sure, we found the angle.
How do I segue from that? Come on. Okay, yeah. So yeah, the teams, they are competing, but there are 3 slots available in Western Europe, so they are going to be doing extremely well compared to other regions. And the format, two best of 3 wins here, and they're already qualifying. So today, our first series, the 2 teams we see one of them could qualify. Today? After 3 series. Yeah. After the end of the entire day, right? So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, good day's work indeed. And then if you don't win today, then, well, guess what? You're going to have to go all 3 days because that 3rd slot is down in the lower bracket. And you got to go the long route for that one. So, yeah, winning, kind of important. So let's take a look at some of the teams we got in these qualifiers this time around. I mean, I think the big ones we're going to be looking at are, of course, Tundra and Gaming Gladiators in the qualifiers. That's always going to be scary and kind of probably the 2 teams we're expecting to go through here on the first day, right?
Yes. I would. Okay, I said that with so much hesitation, like it wasn't true, but yes, Tundra and Gaming are the favorites. But when I look across all the teams, there is this kind of like aura of if there ever was a time for like a Zero Tenacity or a Navi Junior or a Passion UA to kind of step up and kind of like actually surprise someone, it's going to be with all the roster changes that we've had, right? Tundra, they're now playing with Crystallis, and they went from winning tournaments to now getting to like 5th, 6th in Fissure. So it's like they're kind of falling down a little bit, trying to find how they're playing. Avalus swapped out Stormer and Eki for now Mobai and Desire, so that's a major change to their system, right? You then have Secret, Capybaras, like again open qualifier teams. So it's like there's a lot of teams that like with 3 slots available, Avalus falling down the pecking order potentially with their roster change, Tundra not hitting that we win every tournament form. I'm like, yes, I expect Tundra and Gaming to be top 2, but that you never know. You never know. Yeah, exactly. I think the chance went from previous qualifiers being like a 5% upset. Sorry, now it's like maybe 10-12%. I'm pushing it. I'm going hot takes here. Crazy. You know, I'm unhinged in the morning. Oof.
Yeah, Avalus used to be pretty like not a safe bet, but you could never really trust them to not win a qualifiers. You know, like they'd always come through and just take out like they used to just be like the Kingslayers of the Western EU region. Like last couple of years when Western EU was like really dominant, then we just have like Avalus being like, haha, they're never gonna make it through these qualifiers, and then they did. I think they haven't been doing that as much this year. So yeah, they decided to make some changes. Gaming, of course, making some changes as well. And yeah, we'll see which of these teams is looking the strongest. But let's focus in on the series we've got coming up today, because I think it's a pretty interesting one. I mean, over on the other stream, very quickly, we've got Navi Junior versus Passion UA. So the Ukrainian showdown on the other stream. Just give me your takes on that one quickly before we focus in on the one we've got.
I think the favourites will be Navi Junior, based on the fact that, you know, you've got the likes of Zayats and Niku, and, you know, I think a lot of the Western fans appreciate the strength of Navi Junior, but it's always they do well but not good enough to qualify. That's why I think, like, if we were to talk about a team to replace Avalus as a qualifying team, if that is the narrative, then Navi Junior, I think, is the highest seeded team to maybe take away that spot. Again, to quickly touch on Avalus one last time, was they've done well in qualifiers this year. They just do very poorly when they get to the tournaments. So they're a European team that, like, they're still holding down the qualifier spot. It's just, you can't just be a team that qualifies to then come last or to come, you know, bottom 50%, right? Like, you want to push further. So I think, yeah, this Avalus are kind of question mark. Navi Junior are consistently strong, but not, you know, strong enough. And Passion UA, like, you'd like them to do well, but they're kind of like the equivalent of like a Zero Tenacity, right? They're going to have some good games. They might have an upset series, but they don't really have enough in like the kind of the toolkit to be able to make that entire run. So it's like, I'm expecting them maybe, like, they'll have some moments, but it'll be like a big surprise if they are to qualify.
Yeah, I think this is a team which is still developing. Like, I very much view this as a sort of academy team, Passion UA. Crystallize is obviously a very experienced player. He's been around for quite a while now. But the rest of them, you know, we've seen them. They've been around for like a couple of years now, playing in these qualifiers, you know, grinding it out. So, yeah, just waiting for them to kind of get that big break. Meanwhile, Navi Junior, you know, we've seen these players around for quite a while now. They've been grinding it out, obviously under the experience of Zayat as well. I'm always expecting any team to do well. So, yeah, fully expecting Navi Junior to be the team going forward in that one. But we'll see. We'll see what happens over in the stream. But on this stream, right here, right now, we've got Tundra Esports versus Gaming Gladiators. These two teams battling out. No, we don't. It's against Team Secret.
No, we don't.
My bad. Yeah, top seed versus last seed. That's how it goes. Tundra Esports versus Team Secret. Very exciting matchup. Secret battling out against their former carry player Chrysalis, which is always going to be funny. So, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty excited about this one. What do you think Team Secret need to do to pull off an upset here?
I was trying to think of how to angle a joke here, where I could like kind of meme on the fact that they haven't really done well, and then, but I couldn't find the joke. Giving you a real answer.
That's all right.
They are incredibly skirmishy in nature. I don't know anyone watching if they followed the open qualifiers, but also previous qualifiers that Secret have played. A lot of their drafts are built around like low stuns, but lots of like poking your enemy, good lane, play the map. Once you break the map, you outplay them, and you find enough kills to win the game, right? So this like mentality, I think, is very good in open qualifiers, but it does fall short against the top teams in the world. Because it's like when you know your team is trying to like just skirmish and pick you off, you can outscale them, you can play the map better, and then they just fall off, right? So I think for Secret, it's if they are going to continue this like philosophy of skirmishing, it is going to be as simple as like they have to execute on that. They can't, you know, lose confidence in their playstyle because suddenly they're going up against Tundra, right? Because it's like their playstyle is, yeah. If they play against Tundra with how they played in the open qualifier and they haven't made like a little bit of improvement, I could see them just losing every game at like 40 minutes where it's like they just fall short, right? But they're aggressive. They're scary in the early game.
Yeah, they can be, especially if they get their picks as well. There's tons of like comfort, tons of like kind of surprise picks they can pull out the bag. You don't want to leave yourself open to anything which Secret can pull out. Obviously, when you've got Parker, you're looking at the Morphling. When you're looking at Supreme, you know, he's got a few little naughty heroes he can pull out here and there. Invoker, Primal, Mixer, he's got all of those Zoo heroes under his belt. But he has shown us as well that he can prove a more standard or more kind of supporting offlane. He doesn't need to be picking these kind of roll the face over the enemies sort of heroes. He can also pick something like something more boring and fulfill that role. And with Parker on your team, that's kind of always going to be necessary.
No. We can't go over this. What's boring for you, Nomad, in the offlane?
Oh,
when you see an offlaner,
Underlord building Greaves and Pipe, and I'm just like, okay, dude, like whatever.
So you think Ace is boring, therefore you think Gaming Gladiators boring, therefore you hate Gaming Gladiators. That's what I'm hearing.
It does sound like Reddit logic, so yeah, why not? Let's get on board that train. I'll follow you there. I'm
following you, unfortunately. You put me into weird positions already.
Get those accusations out of the way nice and early in these qualifiers before we even get onto their game. But yeah, so what are your thoughts on Chrysalis inside joining Tundra and how they've looked since he joined?
So I've used this phrase on my own stream a couple of times, and it seems to be quite a polarizing sentence, but Chrysalis is a Dyrachyo-esque carry player in regards to like the active nature of the player. Of course, when you compare the two, Dyrachyo, the quality, winning many tournaments, it's like an, you know, S tier versus maybe like an A or a B tier. But yeah, I think they feel the same concept in the team. It's just, I think, harder for Chrysalis to morph into the team because, you know, his hero pool is a bit more niche. Dyrachyo, I think, has a bit more depth to what he can achieve with his heroes. So I think once you understand how to draft Chrysalis, they might be able to regain some of that kind of momentum they had at the start of the year. But it is just going to be the same style of Dota, but slightly weaker in draft, is how I see it, basically. And then obviously maybe play as well, technically.
So do you think they kind of need to find a way to play into Chrysalis's specialities more? Because that is the difference between him and Dyrachyo, right? It's where Dyrachyo's got a wide but even hero pool where he plays loads and loads of stuff, really good. Chrysalis maybe, you know, still plays loads of stuff really good, but has some, like, a few heroes which he plays, like, excellently, you know, like, looking at the Razor, the Bloodseeker, that kind of thing. Not super popular heroes at the moment, by the way, but, and Monkey King, of course. So, do you think Tundra need just kind of in a period of readjustment for him, maybe?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's also, when you compare Dyrachyo to Chrysalis, I think if you fast forward the game to 40 minutes, I think Dyrachyo is going to make better choices and clutch plays as the game gets later, where I think Chrysalis becomes more volatile as the game progresses. Because he's like, Chrysalis is all about how to break your opponent, how to find that next moment, but it doesn't have that same kind of like the nuance that Dyrachyo brings. So I think it's like, not only is your late game potentially weaker with your roster change, but it is finding that hero pool. Because like right now they're drafting Razor, for example. They're still trying to do like the Mag, the PA, the heroes that Dyrachyo played, but to suddenly like throw in a Razor into your drafting pool, like you don't pick Razor and go, wow, my draft feels good, right? It's like you need to see something to pick a Razor, like a Mag or a Monkey or a DK. Like you can pick those quite blindly. Even like the Lifestealer for Dyrachyo, like a lot of the draft advantage from Dyrachyo was like you pick the hero, and it's like you can play into like most matchups. If you're picking Razor, you don't really have the same logic. So yeah, it's just, I would say give Tundra like a month more time, and they'll probably have like that formula which puts them straight back up into like the top 3 again. Because like Chrysalis, he can win tournaments, he will get to grand finals. He's not a bad player. It's just when you compare the two, it's like you can't really put him above Dyrachyo. I think it's like it'd be very naive to try and like put him in a better position based on like just the history of the two players.
Both excellent players, but yeah, Dyrachyo's got like a couple more big wins under his belt, a bit more experience, and at the very top. So yeah, but again, it's pretty close between the two. I'm excited to see this period of readjustment to Tundra. I'm excited to see where they go. I'm excited to see what they draft, and that draft is now available. So I don't think we should waste any time in jumping into game number 1 and finding out what's exactly going to go on between these two teams. Another thing I want to mention as well is also the communication and how Chrysalis kind of presents as a player, at least from the public eye, versus how Dyrachyo presents as a player in the public eye. I think with Dyrachyo, you're going to get, like, obviously he's still a carry player, he's still going to be making calls, he's still going to be making reads and everything. You're also getting a lot more sort of, I don't want to say character, because I think they both have tons of character, but Dyrachyo, I think, he comes from gaming gladiators most of his career, right, where it was sort of like everybody's talking, everybody's presenting ideas, you know, everyone is kind of given equal amounts. That's definitely the vibe I got from gaming. Meanwhile, Chrysalis is born from the school of Puppy, where, you know, Puppy's in charge. Everybody's allowed their opinions, but, you know, they'll put one forward, etc. And when we've talked to teams which Chrysalis has come into in the past, everybody says he's very strong in terms of presenting ideas, leading the team on his ideas and everything. So there's also a big adjustment there where we're going to have 33 and Chrysalis both presenting ideas and both sort of finding out how to merge their ideas, what works together, what doesn't, who needs to, you know, obviously always Chrysalis will succeed to 33. It is his team. But yeah, it could be really cool in the future when they find out how to make their ideas work together.
Yeah, I think the main thing that you're describing is it's a carry player that has ideas about his role, not about how the team should play. Because that's like, Dota is so complicated that like a person with an opinion is helpful when the opinion is within the scope of like what they need to do for the team, right? Chrysalis has plenty of opinions on what his role should do, and if understood, will elevate any team he's on, right? If you can harness his abilities. If you disrespect Chrysalis and you put him onto like Terror Blades and, you know, Faceless Voids, then sure, you're probably going to lose some games, right? But if you actually understand his craft, then yeah, that is it's another key thing. Like a lot of players need to have strong voices, but either way, we do open up the draft with a TA first pick that I wasn't really expecting too much. It isn't something that Tundra has been doing, I believe, in their previous tournament. So this is some new tech, but they do, of course, will play it in multiple roles, but they do bait out the Darks here, which is a classic counter to a Templar Assassin. Even from mid or safe lane, TA doesn't like getting, you know, Iron Shell to eat for the refraction, getting walled up, creating an illusion. TA being agility hero, of course, it's not very nice to give away a clone of yourself.
Nope.
I think Secret is going to be pretty happy with this, unless there is some creativity afoot with the support team. No, I'm not going to bother talking about support.
Look, I've seen it around. Okay, I've seen it. You know, my little window into pro player games now. I can only see through friends and everything. There's been a couple here and there, but yeah, I don't think any team has run it professionally yet. But
You know, okay. Before we get more into draft, it is so like this is my first, I think, draft since the changes, and there's something so freeing about right now. If like we talk about TA, right, and we're joking about the support beforehand, I would quickly go and Google Saxa, Whitemon. Like every player, I'd quick Google what's happening, what's the situation, are they playing it, are they not? The fact that I am now entering this draft with I think it's core, and maybe 4 picks down the line, Tundra finishes the draft. If they put it support, I'll be like, oh my god! But in reality, my brain tells me it's 99% core, based on like all the pubs I've played, all the Dota I've experienced myself. So it's like this pure joy of the fact that like I can't just like load up the cheats to the exam, you know, like I actually have to kind of process it. Oh, it's so much fun.
It is kind of nice. Like you know, it's a conflicting change. I definitely have opinions on it, but for at least from like this our perspective as casters, it's kind of cool. It makes our job harder, but that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah. Let's keep it only in the lens of the broadcast because it keeps the conversation very very simple.
Agreed.
But of course, a secret with the Darkseid pick being in the offlane, they banned the Ursa to protect it. There's still plenty of melee heroes and bodies to enable the Darkseid if they want to. There's the Tusk, there's Spirit Breaker if you want to do that. I know Na'Vi did that in Eastern Europe, but Theodacor has been playing Windrunner. A lot. They've used it in this pick position twice in their open qualifier run, and he is taking the power shot facet and just being a menace. I think in some of the games he finished like 15, 5, and like 15 or something. It was pretty much everywhere on the map. Yeah. Of course, just in case people aren't aware, with the power shot facet, it now basically is called kill shot, and it's like the equivalent of like, you know how AA when you drop below a certain HP you auto die? Same thing. If the power shot puts you below a percentage threshold, you then auto die. So it's a Wind Ranger-esque AA version of the hero.
Yeah, we saw Saxa give it a run as well at the Fisher Playground events. So Tundra will be familiar with it, and they're going to grab themselves Ringmaster and Nature's Prophet. Both of these heroes coming out. Again, pretty popular heroes at the moment, I would say. We've seen a decent amount of Ringmaster at this point. Whitemon does enjoy it. Please give me Unicycle.
Yeah. It's when I said that Secret was a team that was playing a lot of like map play style. It kind of feels like Tundra has just stolen Secret's draft because these are the heroes that Secret were utilizing. The Nature's Prophet, the TA. You have Trap Vision everywhere. You then obviously see Roshan Time. You have the Nature's Prophet skipping waves. It's like it's very hard to gather your team to make a smoke and make a clean move because the entire time there's some like indirect vision that these heroes will apply to you. So for Secret, they have to understand that they probably can't out push the map. So if they have just a good ball, you protect that one lane and you walk down that one lane. So like DK kind of simplifies it, right? Like the green facet DK, it's also protecting yourself from potentially that TA goes mid, Prophet's now carry. If you pick a weak mid laner and you give TA a free lane, especially when it's a first pick, you're gonna struggle. Ooh, I talk about the ball going down one lane. Chen is gonna be one of the best heroes at doing that, right? Like you have the mech, you can buy Solar Crest, you can buy Drum, you can buy pretty much any aura your team needs, plus the correct utilization of jungle creeps, maybe the ogre for the ice armor or something. Yeah, you're gonna be able to A-click down a lane pretty comfortably.
Yeah, it's gonna give you a nice ability. If the DK does go carry and goes for I don't think he will, to be fair, but if he does go for the fire facet and goes carry, he can just go to the jungle and Chen can just take the lane if you want, or Chen can just go and do other stuff and let the DK just farm. It's kind of nice to have that synergy. I do think the DK is not going to be your carrier. It doesn't feel like the direction they're heading in. But Tundra are going to go for the Sand King. I was about to say they're missing some real kind of punchy team fights, some magic damage, and yeah, Sand King is going to give you that in buckets. Big fan of this pick. I think this hero's been looking really good.
Yeah, we've been seeing some Sand Kings go for Gleipnir in their... God, that's such an old sentence to say, but...
It is.
In their pubs, ooh. But no, the Sand King goes for like Blink Dagger into Gleipnir. You have the invisibility facet, and you obviously just having additional control, right? Like you don't have to initiate with Burrow Strike, you can just play on distance, set up the route, like allow the fight to breathe, understand if you want to initiate. But on top of that, we already know Secret's draft is potentially a little bit one-dimensional in regards to if DK or Chen is present, they are going to try and hit the tower. So if you put a Sanking there with Sandstorm, you start clearing the wave. Nature's Prophet maybe skipping the wave, and you are going to be able to delay the inevitable playstyle that Secret is presenting with their heroes. But if Secret does get tanky too quickly, like a pipe on Darkseer and a mech on Chen as like their first core items, DK having the green facet, you could maybe even brush off what Tundra can present in the early fights. So Tundra, they do need to find the carry that can farm very effectively and enter these engagements as well. Because I think if your carry is a little bit too low damage, low impact, then Tundra could face some problems. So I like the Bristle ban. I think that's the best ban I think I see here. Like the Crystallis Bristle, you kind of buy Vanguard, maybe Ags, and you're already joining every fight for your team. I'm trying to think, what's the next Crystallis hero that provides some type of... I mean, Gyrocopter's not too bad for Tundra. It's another form of wave clear. It's early game damage, decent laning. You can shove the wave into the Darkseer, but with the PA and the Morphling ban, I would argue it's Gyrocopter. But to be fair, these bans also are the bans you do for like a Razor or some other semi-core that doesn't scale perfectly. I still think Gyrocopter is a nice pick for Tundra.
Yeah, I could see Jerry definitely working for them, just doubling down on that big team fight, that big AoE damage. Other options, I mean, you can still run the TA Prophet 1-2 and go for a strong support here if you feel like that's a better option. But again...
Yeah, I'm blindly assuming that Prophet's going to 4 and TA is going to mid in this scenario.
Yeah, I mean, it's not... Oh, the Prophet's going mid and the TA is 4.
No. TA... Oh, chill. TA is mid, Prophet is 4.
Yeah. No, I'm in agreement with that, and yeah, it will be the
Gyro. And they go Gyrocopter. Hell yeah.
No, that makes sense.
I'm worried, sometimes when you don't do some draft stuff for a little bit, you feel like you lost it. So it's all good, it's all good.
Right, Secret were banning carries anyway, so it was pretty well signaled that they were going to go for the carry.
Hey, don't devalue it.
Oh, sorry. Great call. Good job.
Thank you. There we go.
Good job, team.
You're a great caster, man. I love your play-by-play. Yep. I can't wait to hear you in 10 minutes' time.
You're the goat. Let's 10 minutes time.
You are.
That 10-minute team fight, always the most exciting one.
What's this? Just glazing happening. 40 seconds. All right. What does Secret need? Oh, don't worry. Yep. They just picked Medusa.
Okay.
Yo, hold up. Is it gonna be
what?
Anything spicy?
No.
Boo. Park Medusa.
Zero potential for anything fun in this Secret draft. We got the Medusa Chen DK Darkseer draft. It's consistent at the very least.
Yeah, but you asked me what Secret needs to do to win their game, right? And I said, if they're going for their skirmishing playstyle, be ready to execute at their top level, play their best Dota, right? They've shifted quite heavily away from that. And as much as we joke about, it's like the boring heroes, that it is going to be a good way to play up against one of the best teams in the world right now. If Parker can farm his lane, if Darkseer can farm, if DK can farm, how tanky will they get? You back that up with the survivability of Chen with his heal or auras, Windrunner with Gale Force or a good Shackle Shot. Like, it's not as simple for Tundra. They jump a hero, someone else is going to counterplay, right? You jump DK, Chen save, or Darkseer save, even the Stone Gaze from Medusa. Like, if Secret just remain calm in this game and get to farm items, then this should be a competitive game the entire time. Sure, if they get outplayed in lane, the tempo of an early game TA and Prophet and Gyrocopter, Sanking blinking in, you'll never get the farm, right? But as long as Secret can remain calm for like 15 minutes of this game, set up their map, then this should be a very competitive game based on the drafts.
Yeah, 100%. The thing is, if they don't do that, if Tundra start to pull ahead, I think it's very hard for them to make plays to get back into this game with the heroes they have. In terms of like ganking on the map, in terms of like, grouping up as 2 or 3 and going to make something happen, this draft doesn't do that super well, so it is going to feel pretty scary. If Tundra start to get ahead, then their map presence is going to feel incredibly oppressive and pretty difficult to play into. As a good luck, my bro comes out between Parker and 33. All right, some bit of love being thrown around. There's been nothing between Puppy and Chrysalis, which is a little surprising.
I don't think Puppy's the type of guy to be all chatting.
No, but I'm just looking at the tips.
Chatted?
He tipped Beezy.
True. He did tip BZM.
Yeah.
God. So...
Chrysalis just.
I'm still upset that they
teary-eyed
don't
right
track
now.
the tips, by the way.
Like,
My puppy, please.
you good, bro? Yeah, it's fine. It doesn't bother me. I'm over it.
I mean, I feel like a lot of people were kind of excited at the prospect of Chrysalis going back to Secret, right? I don't know. Maybe it's just me and my thoughts, but like when Chrysalis had been kind of benched by Paravision, I was like, you know what? Why not bring back the whole Chrysalis and Puppy, like, rebuild around that safe lane, find that. Of course, this was technically before Parker had his multi-year contract announced, and also he's kind of trying to play offlane a little bit as well. I don't know. There could have been this like hype Parker offlane Chrysalis carry era of Secret. Instead, they're now against each other. With most likely, yep, a 2 for 2 on the rune.
Oh, Puppy's gone for the Marsh Mage Convert. Is this the popular facet to go for now?
With my, you know what? Funny enough, okay, what's the correct phrase here to talk about? Is it high rank pubs? I need the
Are we
correct.
talking about your
here.
games, or are we talking about the information we have publicly available?
No, so not publicly available because
Okay.
technically we don't see the top games. But how would I technically say my game? Is it high rank pubs? Like what's the
top?
like? Because it's top pubs. Like,
Top,
I don't know.
top, what number are you at the moment?
I'm like rank 650.
Yeah, it's just a top 1,000 pubs. So I guess it's
Top-
a pretty
okay,
big
sure,
difference
yeah.
between 1,000 and six, but
It is.
That's
Okay,
the
but
range.
either way, in the top pubs, I've
Yeah.
not seen a single game of Chen, mate.
okay, great.
No,
Glad
because
we got to
the
this
reason
point.
why I asked, because I needed the context, because it's like, if people think, we're talking about like an ancient pub, it's like, who gives a shit, congrats, but like,
It is important.
in the pro level pubs of the top 600 MMR bracket or whatever, top 6 rank, I have not seen a single game of Chen. I think the only player that has played Chen was Speed, and I think he took the Troll Priest,
Okay.
just because it was like one of those, haha, I'm better than you, let me try and take your tower quickly type strategies. So I have not seen a single game of Marsh Mage Convert, and I am very excited just to understand and kind of look at the logic of it. But it will level up to being is it the Ravage creep eventually?
I don't know if it goes all the way up there. I don't know how far this one goes because
Or the mini stun, right? It's at least
Yeah.
one stun.
yeah.
Yeah, not the full Ravage, but
Or is it? It's the no, it's the Marsh Mage, which means it's going to give you the bubble shield, right?
okay, yeah, I'm misremembering the new creeps.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna just keep clicking on whatever creepy spawns.
Yeah,
and
we'll
keep
find
talking about
out
it
as
every
time
time we
goes
see a
on.
new one. Oh, I love not having all this information. Oh yeah, God. Okay, all right, sorry. Anyway, moving on. Back to you, boss.
No one can flame
Talk
me
about
for not
something
doing my
else.
research. It's great. But yeah, the cool thing about this channel is that he's just stealing Sax's nature's call pretty much. That's it. That's his role in life. We don't need to worry about the little converts coming up. Puppy's just going to be taking these treances. Parker's getting kind of low here. Needs to be a little careful. 33 not exactly healthy either though, as the trading gets pretty intense down here in the bottom lane. But
One small kind of potential blunder I think from this lane was Puppy going for the double tangos. I think especially when you have Medusa as your carry, starting with at least one kind of casual mango to put onto your Medusa is pretty helpful. He could then curry out the tangos later down the line. But the fact that we're not seeing any mango in this lane is allowing for that burst to maybe coming from Tundra. Yeah, we'll see later down the line. And
meanwhile,
of
over
course,
on the
top lane,
top
we don't
lane-
have. Yeah, I'll say we don't have the traditional matchup right in top. We don't have the Darkseer plus melee hero hug the wave. Of course, they are against Gyrocopter, which is one of the better carries at shoving the wave into them. We'll see what they are able to get out from this, but I would argue so far, so good. He's got 13 CS. Sure, the Gyrocopter's got a couple more, but they're not really denying too much on the Dire side.
No one's really sad in this game at the moment as of yet. I think the Darkseer is the only one who's not getting maybe quite as much as he likes on Mixer. But Whitemon getting kind of low here. Going aggressively though. Wants to try and finish off Fiolica. I don't know if that's going to work. It does! Oh, how dare I doubt the king actually. That's on me. That's on me. Whitemon, I'm sorry. I wasn't familiar with your game. Takes down Fiolica, gets first blood, trades his life for it. But he'll be very happy about that one indeed. Recognizing he had the damage to finish the job there despite the heals coming out from Fiolica.
Yeah, Whiteman, he did go for the Carney Classics, which means he can have Strongman Tonic available when he gets back to the lane. And I think a lot of the fights against Windrunner is always like these clutch moments, like, do you have enough HP? Are you auto-dying to the power shot? So Ringmaster will have pretty good value there. It is still stupid how much damage the Impalement Arts does in laning phase. Like this, the top lane is just sad to watch. I don't know if you want to go back up here, but Mixer's back to low HP, Theodocor's half HP. Like they just showed themselves for like a millisecond, and they're already getting shoved out the wave.
Yeah. Webhouse keeps. I mean, Webhouse will keep you guys updated on the middle lane. There's not really much to talk about from our perspective there. It's TADK. TA will start to slowly pull ahead, but it's not really going to mean a whole lot. It's about bottom side, 33, very low. Burst strike away though. It is going to be all right for the time being. Be a little careful there. That is always the difficulty, is that Saxa, it just doesn't have the lockdown. You know, it's just a Sprout. That's his only kind of aggressive and defensive ability in terms of controlling heroes, so 33 is always going to be a little bit scared.
You did say that mid lane was a bit of a farm, but TA has got 14 denies to the 5 of the DK, right? It is a TA versus melee hero. I think the BZM has done, of course, as the hero is meant to do at bullying. The key thing is when DK hits 6, will there be a rotation from a Windrunner, maybe even a Chen with a couple creeps? You can easily kill a Templar Assassin who's trying to overextend, but I mean, the next couple of minutes will make or break this lane. As if you don't stop BZM, he is just gonna completely free farm, get his Dragon Lance or Blink or whatever he wants to buy, and set a lot more tempo in this game. And that is what Tundra needs. They need the early game tempo with their draft.
Poison Dragon, not really doing enough at the moment.
So Chen rotating in for the side of Secret, and both Ringmaster and Nature's Prophet. They don't care about the rune.
Apparently not.
I don't need my bottle refilled, it's okay. Ooh. Whiteman also kind of going under tower.
Supreme knows what's up right now, but also not a whole lot he can really do about it anyway. Sentry going to come out over here on the side, allow Supreme to get rid of those traps, always very important when playing against this TA. Whitemon, going to throw in with the dagger. But Puppy's backing him up. Nothing's really going to happen here.
But yeah, you are right. So at level 2 convert, you do get the Marsh Mage, which is the 240 or the 180 magic barrier. So it's basically just like Glimmer Cape, but without the invisibility. Pretty cool. I was expecting that to be maybe the next level, not the level 1, but either way, they're cooking. That sounds pretty stupid at 7 minutes just to have a 200 magic barrier out of nowhere.
So why is... It's called the Marsh Mage, right? But then on the Riverborn aura it says whenever the frog is in water, it increases all allied movement speed and outgoing damage. What's a frog? Is it just referring itself to the frog? I guess so.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Cool.
Such a hard-hitting question. I was like, where are we going with this?
That's just a weird thing to... It's called the Marsh Mage, yet the spell calls it the frog, yet nowhere else it's referred to as a frog. It's just a little confusing, that's all. But Puppy, waiting on the sidelines, sees 33.
TP down, yeah.
Yeah, this is looking like maybe a kill here. Let's see if they can convert upon it. Although 33 going for the turnaround, pops the epicenter, trying to get on top of Theodocal. That's not going to work out for them, though. He is just going to die, and it's a kill for Parker as well.
The Marsh Mage with the bubble, keeping Theodocal alive. No, it's we might have to talk about that later. Oh, Chris just came through the Twin Gate. Parker, he does have 20 Wand and a Lotus.
Yeah, Parker's going to keep himself alive for not much longer, though, as Whitemon finishes him off with a big old whip. And now they look over towards Puppy as well. Puppy also going to fall. That's going to be 2 kills. Nice shackle from Theodocal, but just comes in too late to save either of his teammates. And over towards the middle lane, 33 is TPing in onto Supreme here. They're looking to try and bring down the Dragon Knight. Do they have the damage, though? BZM trying to catch him out with the right clicks, with the damage coming on through. And they will finish him off. 3 heroes on the side of Secret just disappearing across the map right now. Make it full. Theodocal goes down as well.
And Parker just TP straight into the mid lane. Oh, they missed the Sprout, though.
That's a sigh of relief for Parker, I would say, but BZM's not leaving him
alone,
alone,
if that Sprout hit. Yeah, he would have died if that Sprout connected. Based on the position, I mean, you actually probably have 1 tree to cut. Because you're surrounded by trees, it's not as easy. You might need, like, a Core and a Tango to get out of it, but it happens. I think the main thing there for Tundra was just showing the speed of their play, right? Like, yes, they lose a hero bottom, but instantly double twin gating on the carry in the position 5, bringing in that additional damage, not allowing Parker to feel comfortable under his tower after getting a kill. think obviously some other teams there would have probably just sat back and gone, you know what, offlaner died, let's chill. Let's just hit creeps. But they kill bottom, they kill mid. From a secret initiated fight, they lose way more, but across the entire map. Supreme though with the DK playstyle, you die, you respawn, straight back at the tower. It's truly quite riveting Dota, but of course this is a very good Mage Slayer game, very good Blink game. Even Orchid potentially, if he's able to get it. And these 3 items are pretty much the core items for a Corrosive Dragon.
Yeah, very different to how it's played in the other facets. BZM doing his best to kind of stay efficient. You know, you want to keep farming, you want to keep the money coming in, but at the same time, you don't want to lose your tower, so... It's going to be frustrating. Rune's going to be top. Will be a regen. AKA a farming rune.
Look how early 33 is playing with his team. So Vanguard Facebook sanking at 10 minutes, just running around the enemy jungle. You know, sure he's not like farming the camps, but he's just putting his kind of his body in a position of, you know, I can take that fight and
Well, Mixer.
tickling Mixer a little bit.
Yeah, well, it's Epicenter's coming through now as well. The surge is out from Mixer, and there's the shield coming out from the Marsh Mages, also helping him out a lot, keeping him alive as in the sidelines. Oh, kind of blocking him, so getting blocked by the illusion actually here. Saxa getting extremely low. Nice shackle shot from the Theodore as well. They need a bit more to finish off Saxa here. Saxa's just going to be able to walk himself back. Supreme, got to be careful. Don't want to step too far forward here as Tundra still have plenty of health to work with. The 4 of them standing together, BZM ready to just punish anybody that overextends. Secret will respect that, and we'll just focus on keeping the tower alive rather than going for any aggressive plays.
Secret needs to be so careful. They like when you look at hero to hero, they don't have the damage. If you throw all heroes into like a massive fight in the mid lane, Tundra will be able to take the edge at the moment. Secret need a couple more items to be able to deal with the damage that Tundra has, like Sanking, Ringmaster, you know, Gyrocopter as well. Like it is devastating. And as I say that, Supreme steps up into the river once again, but
yeah, he tried to get a few more hits off on the tower, and to be fair, looks like it works. Actually, Saxa's gonna fall. Nice movements from Theodore. Finds his target, finds his man.
A little bit of poking from Chrysalis. I apologize, I'm trying to drag the observer around, but Tundra is, you know, trying to take a fight in every single lane.
Yeah, they're very far ahead at the moment, and they're making sure that Secret feel it.
Wait, so technically, if Puppey does get 4 Marsh Mages, and he perfectly executes on the layering, he is just going to have what? What's max level?
240. So that's
Jesus.
1,000 damage absorbed.
Plus 50%
Wait, no,
heal when it pops.
50% of the absorbment. Oh, it heals for... Oh, 50. Oh,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Okay, wow.
Yeah. So it's 240, and then it heals for 120 if the full thing gets popped.
Okay, so...
Just
1,000
imagine
magic
Sanking
damage shield
epicentering.
plus, yeah.
Like Sanking's already one of those like volatile heroes where it's like you don't really feel the effect of Sanking epicenter in like a losing game. Now you throw in a Chen who's putting in like a Hand of God plus like triple Marsh Mage bubbles. I don't know, it's conceptually it sounds really cool, but to execute in the chaos of a fight, of course, is a whole other argument. Even throwing in the Centaur, by the way, the small Centaur gives 10% magic resistance. So Puppey is fully creeping up.
Anti-33 build, isn't
He's
he?
anti-33, exactly, yes.
Interesting. We'll see how that pays off. Obviously, the heal's not going to be very valuable against or with Medusa on your team. She doesn't really care about her health, but other than that, pretty nice. And cool read from Puppey. We'll see how it works out for him. Meanwhile, the cores on the side of Secret, where are they at? I mean, Supreme, we've got a Heaven's Halberd on the Darks here on Mixer. Supreme, he's just taken his middle tower at last, and is now with the Blink Dagger looking up towards the top lane. So this should be a play coming out for Secret. We'll see how it works out for them. BZM will be a great target to catch. Has got the Blink with the refractions. They need to get through the shield, and they will not be able to do so. BZM gets out. Although, over on the sideline, 33 actually moving in aggressively here, going for the ultimate, but Chen's there with the heals, trying to keep him alive, but the shields will not be enough, and now Puppey's in trouble as well. Right clicks come in from BZM, from Saxa, and they will bring down Puppey as well. Now just 3 left on the side of Secret. They're looking for Theodore, going deep under tower here. 33 doesn't give a shit about no tier 2s, but maybe he should, especially with Parker letting go with the Stone Gaze, chasing back Tundra, but Tundra still handing their ground here. 33 just doesn't really seem to care about anything. Will's finally back himself away, realizing there's nothing more for them to get here. But again, another successful fight from the side of Tundra, answering Secret's aggression very nicely.
When you look at kind of Tundra's draft, it's like you would argue, where is their front line? Where is their hero to step up? But the way that 33's itemized his Sand King, going for the phase Crimson Guard, it solves all that problem, right? The kind of the chip damage that you see from DK Medusa in the early game is somewhat fully nullified, right? And it really just pushes the rest of his team forward. And 6,000 gold lead at 15-minute mark. We'll see if they can continue this, quality of aggression. As at least for Secret's sake, Parker is keeping up with net worth. Like Crystalus farming a Storm, 9,000 net worth soon. But Parker, he's doing okay. The issue is it's just him versus 3 equally farmed Tundra cores.
Yeah, and both of his cores are
yeah,
they're not looking great.
they're not. Luckily, these heroes can still play from behind though. Like a Darkseer in a losing game, as long as you get that good wall onto a TA or whoever, you can turn around. Sure, Jericho isn't the best target. We'll see. Crystalus pushes out bot wave. Maybe he gets caught. He's showing on the Lotus pool. Staying for the Lotus.
Can't resist those Lotuses. They're always a trap, guys.
Oh, no, what? What the?
Damn, they just saw him at the last minute there, but yeah, they'd already kind of run back already. That was very awkward.
That was so close. Alright, this is where we need the communication. Someone on the team said something about that tower, which made Puppy click left. Whoever said tower accidentally allowed Crystalus to live. Whew. Dota, all about the smallest of margins.
Could have been a huge kill there for Team Secret away back into the game. Instead, they'll just have to settle for this tier 1 instead.
Also, I meant to say staying for the Lotus, not showing for the Lotus, but that's fine. We can edit that. Supreme, TPing mid with Iron Shell, and push up the waves.
Yeah, he's trying to be a brave dragon. It's pretty tough in a game where you're this far behind. There's so much damage coming out on the side of Tundra. You don't feel like a big scary dragon, really. Feels like you can be killed pretty easily. On 17 minutes now. Diffusal Blade going to be the next pickup for Parker. He's not too far away from it either, to be honest.
Yeah, he was initially thinking of Butterfly, but that's a little optimistic, right? With the state of the game, buying Butterfly already into like a Crimson Guard, are you really gonna do enough damage? Diffusal Blade, you break the mana of a Sand King, suddenly he's gonna be out of position. Same thing for a tier. Like they're all pretty low mana pool heroes. We'll see if they can get this item throughout the next fight. Or use it successfully, that's the better way of wording it. Roshan is getting hit.
To Roche. I don't think they're going to get here in time though. Power Shot's going to reveal everything. Fio, of course, says that. Sorry, we're a little too late, lads. And they'll just back themselves away.
Saxa just TPs into the middle of them, reveals all with the Curse of the Old Growth, and
oh, the Oracle's just dead on the side. Supreme needs to back away as well. He's just trying to escape as 33 goes in hard, trying to finish off Mixer. Mixer, well, Hand of God might just keep him alive. Nope, never mind. There's a flak chasing him down. Mixer's going to go down as well. It is just Parker and Puppy left alive. The two Ps holding down the fort, and well, they are just not letting Parker get away this time around. They want to finish him off here. The traps are out, the damage is in. The entirety of Tundra running up the high ground and killing off the Medusa. They'll finish off Puppy as well, making it a full 5-man team wipe from the side of Tundra.
Ooh.
And a pause to go with it as well, just to really let that one sink in.
It's probably not BM, I promise you. But the start of the fight was pretty cool, right? From Saxa, right? He just TPs into a really nice kind of tree spot, hiding himself, pops out a shard to enable the vision. Okay, where's the fight? Can we take it? They're out of position, then they jump. They weren't jumping with a Sand King. They weren't trying to throw spells in blindly. They get the correct vision, then they execute. And of course, like we said before, Tundra, they have so much more damage, so much more kill threat at this stage of the game. That for Secret, if this was like a 3k lead, you're probably saying, you know what, Secret can take the fight. But the fact that they've lost 3-4 fights in a row, haven't set up their own game that we were worried that they wouldn't be able to do. It feels like they need to somehow skip waves, but skipping waves against a gyro pushing, a Sanking pushing, like waves are always going to be shoved into your face that you never get to kind of escape your own kind of bundle of 5 heroes. This is going to be a very difficult phase of the game now for Secret. They're pretty much playing for the hope of a bad high ground dive from Tundra, it feels like.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that this game 1 is in a pretty difficult position now for Secret. I don't see many ways of them to actually take this one back. It's going to be reliant on, maybe they can force a mistake out of Tundra. Maybe they can make some high ground plays happen. You've always got the Medusa aspect.
Yeah, Parker just needs a Skadi, a Satanic, a Butterfly, and they're dying bot lane. This is all for Parker to have.
That was so good. I don't even know how he thought they had the ward on the high ground. That's a really... Sheesh. Like, the max range of the Burrow Strike there to find the +1 kill onto the DK.
That's good. Sanking somewhat... You don't see it... I mean, you see it a couple times, but when you get a good Sanking player, they do take the hero to like another level for sure. Not everyone can be a good Sanking player.
Very true.
I just like the fact that he bought FaZe Crimson and was just running around the map. Just it felt like he was playing like a Tusk, like just soaking up in engagement, starting fights.
Yeah, creating
it was very impressive.
No, they're just stacking up onto the Medusa here. She's going to need some help, and that help's going to come in the form of Fiolicor. Somehow not landing with that shackle shot, though. And there's the save coming out from Whitemon. The ulti thrown down as well, just to fear up Fiolicor, and it's going to blow and take down Fiolicor as Mixer dies elsewhere on the map as well. It's another hero dead. My god. That is 3 heroes dead on the side of Team Secret. And Medusa now also going to get dropped. I mean, Hand of God's going to come down. Maybe that's enough to save the day. Parker on the run, trying to get out. Ooh, 33 is just not letting this one go, but maybe he will have to. Mango's coming out from I'm not sure. Somebody came in with a mango delivery service there for Parker. May have kept it alive. I'm not sure, but either way. We'll hold this high ground at least. Not holding much else in the map, though. Goodness gracious.
We not really spoke about Sax's build, by the way, but do you want to talk about the fact he's just becoming another core on the Nature's Prophet?
The Nature's Prophet who's richer than Supreme and Mixer. Yeah.
Who just went Mjolnir. And he's going to outfarm the Medusa in like 3 minutes time, yeah.
Yeah. He's pretty much, well, he's one of the reasons why they have a 23k gold advantage at 21 minutes into the game.
Alright, here's the smoke up from Secret. 4 heroes. Parker not smoked though. He's pushing out the bot wave. They're down 23,000 gold. The scoreline's 4-17. They win this fight, they play for another 10. They lose, it's GG. Puppy's dead.
Okay, not a great start.
No. Alright, your turn. Take it away, boss.
Alright, I'll try to build this exam while heading out onto the map whilst Chrysalis goes onto their high ground. I'm sure this will work out fine. Options are limited. Oh, double damage TA as well. Great, okay. Whilst Saxa continues to farm in the jungle. His team are going high ground and he's still hitting creeps, but hey, they've gone to perhaps a good target here. Nice vacuum back. 33 is low. The box comes out from Whitemon once again and catching out on Supreme as well. A little bit of extra damage might be needed. Nope, it won't. Whitemon can blow him up with the ultimate regardless. So Supreme is gone. 33 running away. He's actually going to survive. Here comes a tonic from the Ringmaster, keeping him healthy, giving him that strength, and getting in the TP out. So they won't even bring down the Sand King. As Tip comes out to Saxus, he's just farming through the whole thing. He's just in the jungle.
I can't get over the fact that he's just jungling the entire time. Like this is where like if we had like the secondary obs right now, this camera would just be on Nature's Prophet. He's just been A-clicking. Do you think? Okay, now the thing is, do you think he was A-clicking jungle whilst watching the fight, or A-clicking jungle and just properly staring at his own hero? Like, do you think he actually watched the fight at all? I was like, I trust you guys. I'm just gonna farm.
I think he's not even in Dota anymore. I think he's got a second screen open. He's watching some ASMR videos and hitting creeps.
Shift having his entire way through the jungle. It seems okay. Who'd have
Now the
thought
jungle,
AFK
the jungle camps
prophet
have
could
led
win?
him closer to the enemy team. That might be the
No,
only way to get him to fight. Oh, thank
See,
goodness.
look, he's now at the top. I just want him to overtake the Medusa with this very epic gameplay. He did have one really cool TP though to mid, and now his team is going back onto the mid lane, killing the Darkseer. We're busy watching Nature's Prophet, but the 4-man of Tundra is beating the 5-man of Secret.
Yeah, I genuinely think they're just memeing at this point. Like, I think Tundra are just having fun. Just trying to win without
he's leaving the
Saxon.
jungle. He's leaving the jungle.
Hold on. He's trying to break down Supreme. He's just decided that he's not allowed to play with his team. That seems to be the rules of engagement here.
But now he doesn't have mana. I think you're gonna go back to the jungle safely. Yeah, he's leaving.
There you go. Get back in there, son. Hit some jungle camps. You've made your contribution to the game for the next 10 minutes.
Oh,
there we go.
Back to the triangle. Yeah, keep farming, Saxa. Woohoo! Let's go.
He knows what's up. Aghanim Scepter is Aghanim Scepter with double staff of wizardry. Okay.
Yeah, it's the Hurricane Pike. And
Oh, I see.
no, have you not seen that competitively? Where you buy 2 big ticket items at the same time?
Yeah, I haven't. Wait, he's bringing. No, those weren't his. Those belong to.
Wait, his? Oh, there's someone else's items. Oh, there was
Yeah, the
Sand
Sand
King's
King.
items. Okay. I was gonna wonder where that gold came from.
Yeah, I was confused.
I was
as well,
hyping it
so.
up. It's alright. So that's
He
Sand King
can't-
axe, nice.
33 expects him to be his courier. He was just like, no, I'm going jungle. Well, the fight is breaking out once again as Chrysalis and Parker just kind of taking chunks out of each other. Fiolicold guys on the side.
Oh, Saxon into the high ground.
Oh, damage coming out on Supreme here. Supreme is just getting killed off by BZM pretty much alone. Saxa on the high ground. Takes down 1, takes down 2, looks to Mixer as well. Mixer will fall. And that is going to be all 5 heroes dead on the side of Secret. Not a close game here as Tundra just demolished Team Secret in game number 1.
Yeah, it was a little bit rough if you are a Secret fan, of course. You know, coming into this, Tundra, they had aggression built into the lineup. They were able to break down the map. They prevented Secret from scaling. And I think the simplest takeaway from this game for Secret is they need one more hero to create moments in their team, right? Like if you have a Darkseer in the off lane, and then you have a Medusa in the safe lane, it's only farm. Then you put a DK in mid, it's like, the DK when he goes to a tower, he's gonna get pressured. He went to towers by himself, he got pressured, he died. So it's like, you either have to play on your DK and allow your side lane to farm, or you have to change one hero to be a little bit more kind of map playing, because it's like, they were a little bit too AFK. Like against a team like Tundra, they're gonna twin gate, they're gonna kill you mid, they're gonna kill you bot, they're gonna just break your farming pattern, so then you never get farm and you're victim to whatever they want to do. Like the game was 4 kills to Secret, 26 to Tundra. Like they just farmed and did nothing on Secret. So I think like their draft was a little bit too slow pace against a tier 1 team like Tundra.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think we did mention it, that they just don't have the ability to go and make plays if they fall behind. That starts to happen. The map presence is too much. Saxa just starts becoming another core. He ends up the game richer than the Medusa, as we were expecting, and to be honest, in the end. So, yeah, just didn't have the resources to fight Team Secret. Didn't have the ways to extract those resources from the map. Every time they go out, they were just getting dropped. And yeah, unfortunately, not a convincing start to their qualifier run here for Team Secret. I'm wondering what kind of changes are going to make for game number 2. Maybe going back towards their more traditional forms of drafting, their, you know, the stuff they like to play through the qualifiers and such, because this was a little out there for them. Didn't really look too convincing, so we'll see what they can come back with for game number 2. I'm going to throw it into a short break, then we will be back and find out exactly how this series is going to conclude. We'll see you in a bit.
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance, and faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again.
Tundra Esports absolutely destroyed game number 1 here at the opening match of DreamLeague Season 26 Western EU Qualifiers. And now we're left wondering, does Secret have what it takes to come back in this series? I mean, surely game 2 will be closer than game number 1 at least, T-Governor, right?
Yes. It's very hard to
Phew.
lose quicker than 25 minutes, normally, in a Dota game, especially in that fashion. And I would like to think, even though Secret has pretty much been an open qualifier slash losing close qualifier team for nearly, what, like half a year, if not maybe longer, I would like to think that with the understanding that they have, they will be able to pivot to at least go to make the second game a little bit closer. I think the fundamentals and the overall logic that both teams apply, Tundra is winning, 9 times out of 10, but
Of course.
I'd like to think Secret can at least, change up a little bit of the pace, change up a little bit of something. I just want to see, if anything, the easiest answer, I want Parker to be involved in the game. I don't want him to be a Medusa who's, A-clicking his lane, going to triangle, watching his team just get deleted across the map. I want Parker to be part of that aggression in the early game, see that layering of fight that we saw during the open qualifier run, because they didn't do anything like that. Like the team, if you took their open qualifier games and the one game we saw here, and you showed the replays of that team, you would think they're two different teams. Like, it feels like they've completely changed their identity for how they want to approach the two stages of this qualifier. But yeah, we'll see. I hope for their sake they do change a little bit.
Yeah, try to
good
find
way.
your angle here. Try to find that really kind of playmaking hero. I don't think we're going to see like any sort of slow farmer coming out. I think Parker wants to play the game. I think he's probably frustrated because the one thing I know about Parker is that he always wants to beat up whoever he's playing against. So if he feels like, you know, it's going to be stuck playing Medusa and not able to even get a chance to play the series, then he's going to be a little frustrated. So I'm sure we'll see him on something more aggressive this time around. Maybe we'll get a mix of speciality. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll see Supreme putting out one of his signatures. I don't know, but we'll find out in game number 2. The draft is now available, so I think we should just jump straight into this one and see exactly what's going to go down in the second matchup here. In terms of most popular heroes, though, Nature's Prophet has been the highest contested hero in competitive recently, followed by Tinker, Magnus, and Tiny. Jakiro is still pretty high up there as well.
Yeah. I mean, some teams obviously will still value Night Stalker, even though they had a couple nerfs. Ringmaster, team-based. But yeah, with the loss of statistics to some degree, I think we are going to see some drafts have less meta bans and be more kind of more like emotional towards like what they think about the team, which will open up for, you know, a little bit more creativity, I think, there. So
10 seconds remaining.
one thing that we do know is Tundra, when they're first pick, they pick TA. When they're not first pick, they ban TA. So Tundra clearly respects TA a lot. Of course, Secret love playing TA themselves with Parker and Supreme both utilizing it.
I was going to say, this may be a matchup specific thing.
It could be. But food for thought, guys. Note it down in your little your drafting spreadsheets that we all now have to make sure that we keep up to date with all the meta. And we'll see if this is true for other games.
Maybe that's how it should be. Maybe like every month or every 2 months, Valve should just release like the stats from pubs for the past 2 months and just be like, there you go. Yeah. Now you know what's been happening, and then you're back into the dark again a few weeks later.
It was one of my suggestions when they initially came out. Is like, if you just delay stats by like 3 weeks, then you technically can still learn the game, but at a non-competitively punishing
pace.
rate. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I like that.
So I'm pretty sure you're like, if you're some 6K player, I don't think you're gonna care if you find out about a hero, 2 to 3 weeks later. Then
5 seconds.
it's like, oh, for you it's actually like present, right? You're just in 2 different time zones. But the heroes that you mentioned, being the most contested, are the ones that are instantly picked up when not banned. Nature's Prophet going the way of Tundra, Tinker going the way of Secret. I think if you are to compare the two as a kind of trade-off, Tinker likes to amp up heroes to push forward, and clearly that's what Poppy has been doing. When he played Nature's Prophet himself, he would buy all the utility. He played Snapfire, he bought utility. He played Chen, who has inbuilt utility. He's now playing Tinker. Like, a lot of the logic that Poppy's applying from his 5-row at the moment is, I want to buy as many buffs as possible to throw onto my Parker, to throw onto my Supreme. But for Tundra to get the Nature's Prophet, I think is one of the better heroes against Tinker, just for the fact that you play the map so quickly. You're always like shoving towers, rather than allowing Tinker to happily sit in the jungle and farm a couple jungle camps together. He's always like, do I have to march this lane? Do I have to protect my tower? If I protect the tower, do I get dove? So yeah, we'll see how they want to follow these drafts. But Secret need heroes to create the front line for Tinker, and Tundra needs heroes to kind of create skirmishing fights to enable the speed of play of the Nature's Prophet.
That's the thing as well. You always want to make sure that you're complementing this Prophet when it does come out as well. I don't think it's a hero which just slots into every single draft. It's pretty versatile, but always nice to combo it up with some active heroes to really make the best use of it.
Until Valve removes Reinforced from that trend, I will say that it can go into any draft.
Yeah, that is true.
Just for context, again, if you're maybe like slightly newer to Dota or not aware, Reinforced is the damage type that a Catbot has, which does bonus tower to damage. The only other unit to have Reinforced is the Treant with the Facet. So it's like Nature's Prophet, you are spawning a catapult for free. Use this as your concept for the hero. If reinforced gets removed, you're then spawning like a melee creep, right? Which isn't as devastating to a tower. So if you just have this in your mind, do you want the prophet to spawn a melee creep, or do you want the prophet to spawn a catapult? That is why reinforced is stupid, and I really wish at some point we just get it removed from Nature's Prophet. It is not required. It makes the hero way too good, and if you remove it, I think like it'd go from way too good. Like, I'm not gonna say broken. It's kind of broken. 25 is broken. Everything else is kind of okay. But if you remove that, I'd say it's just a good, healthy hero. But you know, every time I have the chance to talk about reinforced, I will. Some point, someone will listen and go, you know what? Maybe we don't need reinforced on this hero anymore.
No, I don't think people have even explored it enough yet. You know, if you throw Alacrity and Bloodlust onto that tree and send it down a lane, it's that tower's dead. There's nothing you can do about it. It's killing it every single time.
God,
it's very funny.
it's
Beastmaster though going to be coming out for Tundra here with 33 speciality, so you're gonna have some pretty good ideas about this guy. In days of old, in ye olden days gone by, I'd be like, yes, Beastmaster with the hawk to find the tinker in the trees with the marching machines. But yeah, the current era, that's not really a thing we're thinking about anymore.
I already think Secret is potentially making some blunders in the draft where they are picking low damage heroes that in theory are good for map play, right? Tinker with March the Machines, Terrorblade once he gets to like Manta +1 item, skips waves really nicely with his illusions. But with the Helm of the Overlord build potentially returning to Beastmaster, even if you go for Helm of Dom into Ags, the map pressure you apply, that is exactly what Nature's Prophet wants to utilize to create moments. And Secret, they take the Tusk. But Theolo... Okay, also I realized I was talking about Tinker and Puppy, but Theolico is actually the Tinker player. So I misspoke earlier, I apologize, and it will... 9 times out of 10, Theolico takes the Tinker, but Secret has an aspect of utility. There you go, that's a better way of wording it. Always within one support.
Sure. And so it'll be Puppy on the Tusk then, and yeah, the Terrorblade will be your carry. Terrorblade carry into Beastmaster. I mean, I think typically Beastmaster's pretty happy with that matchup, no?
Yeah, he's pretty happy. When you get to like level 3, you have 2-point axes. You can just start throwing them at the Terrorblade, keep him low HP. On top of that, if Nature's Prophet is the 4 position with Sprout, it's going to be additional burst damage, you know, containment for that Terrorblade. They take the Windrunner. So maybe the Prophet could even be the 5 or the carry in this game, but again, it's just... We'll see on the next pick where Tundra's flexing it. With the Windrunner pick, most likely it'll be Windrunner Beastmaster as a lane, which just further makes it harder for Terrorblade to play, right? Like, you're already keeping him to half HP with axes, now you're getting power shotted on top of that. Like, the whole point of Tusk in Dota is to put your carry in a position of killing through tag team, through shard positioning. But not to be the case, and ooh, I lagged a little bit mentally there. BZM, he's the Windrunner mid player. He played it a couple times during, I think it was either... What was the last event? It was Valahia. He played it a couple times at Valahia, so maybe that could also be open. A lot of flexibility between Windrunner and Nature's Prophet in the draft. With last pick, they're gonna have to decide. ET classic counter to Terrorblade, of course, with the armor reduction. Just eats through any base armor, feels really good. Terrorblade naturally doesn't really buy like plate mails and actual armor. Every pick from Secret feels good if they have 3 items or 2 items, right? Like, I want Tinker to have Greaves +1. I want Terrorblade to have Manta +1. I want Tusk to have a Blink. I want Storm to have Witchblade and maybe like a Kaya. But if they don't have these items, they do kind of just get ran at a little bit.
Yeah, which is kind of reminiscent of game number 1 a little bit. Hopefully we don't end up in the same spot, but you know, Terrorblade is very comparable to Medusa in some ways. A little bit more active, I guess, earlier on, but
I mean, the
might
laning
still
is a
have
lot
those issues,
better.
especially, yeah, that's true. But especially against these heroes, they've got a lot of answers to him, which means that he's going to want to have that extra, like 1 or 2 extra items before he really starts getting involved and taking charge in this game. It's just going to slow down his timings, which I think is not what you really want to be seeing from Parker. We said after last game, you know, let's see him on something active. Let's see him play some Dota, but not going to be happening. So
So in fairness for Secret, if you want to try and like defend their case, it's they've picked a carry that with the correct support could technically bully Beastmaster. Sure, in a 1v1 Beastmaster will threaten a Terrorblade. With the correct forward position on Tundra, you can also kill the Terrorblade. So it's like in Secret's mind, like they were like, okay, we don't care picking TB because the Tusk will get that kill for it. Will take us over the line to win the lane. So it's like if they execute on it, they can show us, okay, we don't care about a decent matchup, right? So, but on paper, it does feel a little bit volatile. But if they execute, then maybe in 10 minutes time, like, you know what, they found this perfect way to play it out. They got that 2 first. They had reflection and shards and tag team. They killed the Beastmaster. They never allowed him to truly get to that point of pressuring him. So I think it's just Secret are happy with what they have. They just need to make sure they execute on it. Because if they don't, then we'll be easily going, haha, Beastmaster, such a good hero. Secret just drafted themselves into a weak position.
Yeah. All right.
And
the final
Secret
band's
needs an
coming out
offlaner.
now.
Yeah.
DK and Puck banned out by Secret for themselves. We're looking for the Mixer hero.
I honestly wouldn't mind a Primal Beast for offlane. I want just, or like a, maybe Tide Hunter, but that's kind of lower damage. Like Primal's more active than Tide, so I prefer Primal. But Primal at least will create opportunities where it's like Primal plus Tusk, you go kill with a TB. Primal and Storm Spirit, you kill any hero. Sure, there's like Shackle and Raw, but there it is.
Oh, there you are. Now, for the mid lane for Tundra, our options are going to be... You got Magnus still in the pool somehow if you really want to go down that route.
10 seconds
I like
remaining.
Windrunner mid. I like Prophet 4.
5 seconds
Because putting
remaining.
Prophet into a core roll against Primal, you're just asking the Primal to have like a good early game before Prophet gets items. So then you're looking at a Crystallis carry. To be fair, there's so much flexibility in their draft. Like if
Yeah,
one
there's
player just says, "Yo,
loads.
give me this hero," like the whole logic changes, right? So
Yeah, they can just spin it all around. It'll be absolutely fine. You can play your Mag or your Dazzle at mid. You can play one of these hard carry heroes to answer the TB. You can go for like a Lesh support if you wanted to. Like they've got a lot of options. They can do some cool stuff here. And looking across all roles, yeah, like I think anything which kind of just gives them a little bit more initiation would kind of be really nice here, I'd say. Anything which can kind of get you that.
surviving the
Start
lane
to
against
the
Primal is also
fights.
good enough.
Yeah, true.
Because if Primal has a free lane, he will then create so many opportunities for his team to feel good. But
You may now select
okay,
your
they get the
heroes.
BZM Last Wing Invoker, which means they are putting it on carry Prophet. Okay, interesting. Okay. Of course, Prophet is, we've always said how very good hero. It breaks a lot. The key thing here will be, the key thing for Tundra will be, the lane will be somewhat mixer favored on the Primal Beast. How will Crystallis read the map, right? Like BZM will find
Yeah.
opportunities to set up kills. Will there be a chance that Parker steps up with that meta to try and kill a Beastmaster? He'll TP in maybe like level 3, level 4 to kill off Terrorblade. I think this is more going to be, how does Crystallis play the entire map? How does he utilize the jungle? Than like he's never killing Primal. Like if I see Crystallis kill Primal Beast, then I don't think Secret will ever win a game in this qualifier. Like that's how bad it will be. Like if I see Primal Beast losing this lane. But no, I think Tundra. It's just so scary with skirmishing. ET will set up for Sunstrike. It's one of the best combinations that we saw during Valahia as well. It's ET Stomp into Cataclysm. You can't break it. You can't unsleep yourself. You need like a Tusk to blink in and snowball save you. If you hit 2-3 heroes, everyone's getting like half HP or deleted.
Yeah, it was very, very strong in previous
it's
tournaments
very
as
strong.
well. It's a very nice combination. And Whitemon very comfortable on the hero as well. And of course, BZM, as we know, very comfortable on the Invoker. Always good to see it. So, a little tough on the draft, I would say. Tundra seem to have gotten everything they want. I want to say Secret feels like they have stronger lanes this time around. They shouldn't lose the laning phase. I would definitely say that. The lanes look good. It's what afterwards will follow. We're going to have this real kind of like denting the momentum whilst Parker tries to get his items, you know, whilst Supreme tries to get his items. And I'm worried for Mixer in that point where he's going to come out of the lane on top and then be like, oh, I actually can't keep playing the map like I want to.
But
And
that's
that
the
could be
thing.
awkward as well.
I think he will. I think he has to keep playing the map. I think even if he doesn't get the kill, if he stops to hit creeps and to slow his own game, that's when I think Tundra are at their happiest. Like the Primal,
Exactly.
we're expecting him to farm, but I want him to be so chaotic. I want him to like charge under the Invoker mid lane. I want him to be going top. Like if he's not in every lane in the first 15 minutes, then that's when Secret's gonna have problems. Like I want him to just be the most annoying human being to ever exist in this game. Like that's how I see Secret winning, through Mixer. Like if they win, he will be the MVP. Like that's how I'm just envisioning them winning. No pressure, Mixer, by the way. No pressure. It's game 2.
No pressure,
Your
just win the game.
Just win the game. Just solo win the game for your team. Like once you overcome that early game aggression that we expect from Tundra, like you know, Terrorblade late game into Prophet is okay. Into ET is going to be very difficult. Into Cataclysm will be difficult. But if you have like a 4-star on your team, you disjoint that in that spell combo, suddenly, you know, the late game looks playable for Secret. It's not like they're going to be outscaled. It's just getting to the point of scaling is very difficult for them.
Well, we'll see if they can make that one happen this time around. Theodoric already taking some clicks here from Chrysalis to start things off. A little taste of how this game's going to go for them. Mix are going to be very aggressive. He's already got the Observer Ward down here, and he's just going to try and take down the wave straight off the bat, or at least get themselves a range creep. A little bit of damage onto Chrysalis. 2 creeps already killed. It's going to give Chrysalis one of the denies, so... Okay, 2 for 2 on the first lane. 2 creeps killed, 2 creeps denied. A little awkward for Team Secret, I would say. Mid, BZM versus Supreme, Invoker versus the Storm Spirit. This is going to be a matchup which is going to start off pretty even. I think the Invoker will start to pull ahead after a couple of levels. We'll see if Supreme can start to respond to that. Some power runes will make a difference in his lane. Again, very busy on Saxa here, and that'll be a first blood coming through for Parker. Exactly what you want to be seeing for Team Secret here. Good recovery from last game. Starting things up with a kill. Going to be good for the old mental game. We're feeling good about that one.
Yeah, but also Puppy's starting with the shards, right? It's like you shard him down, you have to chase him. There's no tag team. Windrunners are going for the power shot level 1 due to the facet, just to try and be a bit more annoying. They're not going for Windrun. So we're seeing so many small little changes between the heroes that are making the laning slightly different. But now Puppy level 2. Oh, actually, he doesn't even go... Oh, he's gone drinking buddies. Oh my god, I didn't even realize. Sorry, my bad. I'm just really bad at reading.
That's fine. But no, it's going to be really good. This game is 33. It's just going to be dying. But is Parker going to die in response? Saxa really wants to finish the job. The double boards are upon him as well. I don't know if there's a way out of it. Nice Sunstrike coming out from BZM. Kills off Parker. It wouldn't have been too bad if Saxa actually got the kill there. But the fact that BZM gets that kill kind of makes that not at all a bad trade for Tundra in the top lane. I think they'll be quite happy with that one.
We need to spend a little bit of time and think about this drinking buddies, okay? So drinking
Can I
buddies.
say my thingy about it first? Get in there.
It might be the best point, but I'll let you take it.
I'm gonna steal it. I'm gonna take the low-hanging fruit because that's what I do best.
Take it. Go on.
It can slide them out the way of the sunstrikes.
Exactly.
The cataclysms. Oh, I did get it. Nice.
No, you did get it. Congratulations. But that is like I'm trying to think. It's like tag team is so much better for laning, but if there ever was a time to take drinking buddies against an Invoker with Cataclysm, against even like a Beastmaster, like you hit that raw, all you need to do is reposition them and save them with Snowball. It doesn't matter where they go, it doesn't matter like what happens, as long as they go to Snowball, they're okay. So against Beastmaster, against Invoker, it does make sense, but you are trading a much weaker lane, as you're not utilizing that move slow when you punch them, the bonus damage. I think if Puppy can't execute on it, it will be a showcase of a weaker facet has life, depending on the matchup.
Ooh, and Saxa may have gotten a bit carried away going for this play here. And Sunstrike is coming down, but it's not quite going to make the difference here as Puppy's staying alive, and Sax will be the one to drop instead. A little bit baited by just going constantly for the power shots onto the Tusk, but Puppy playing it very nicely. And catching Saxor off guard, netting them another kill up here in the top lane.
Good pressure. I think it's when these moments happen where it's like an uncharacteristic facet or like an uncommon facet's picked up. You're like, wait, what? Like, how often do you play into a shard and snowball tusk at level 2? Like, it's always tag team plus one of the other spells. I think that is probably catching the Windrunner off guard a little bit. He's just not used to having that much control on the tusk.
Yo, cool. Oh, okay. Not the greatest trees there from Chris. This is trying to catch him on the other side, but ended up just kind of pushing him away and letting him out. More difficult. So 4 minutes in on this one, and yeah, little advantage for Secret here. A nice lane up in the top side. Crystal's doing very well down at bottom though. Mixer's really been unable to get too much aggression coming out so far. White one is just bullying Theolical. Look at this man. It's all the way under tower.
No, White one is doing a lot in this lane. I think he's enabling the Prophet to feel a little bit stronger. But with the marching machines plus the hill, Theolical, you gotta be careful. Ooh, that Sprout actually kind of saving Theolical a little bit there. Prevented White one from getting in range to get the punch.
Last punch. Yeah, a little bit. That's the second time which Crystal has had one of these, so... You know, Theological, he's going to be happy about the mistakes being made. Keeps him alive for now.
Oh, Sunstrike.
Sunstrike doesn't land. Why? Well, you see, trying to force it out there. That was really funny. Just charging at Theological and being like, "Come on, just move back, just a little bit."
All right, I think we might need to get better at this because us just blindly saying Sunstrike is a true test to Wepas. You know, observing, right? He has to blindly guess like, okay, who's low enough HP? Where am I going? You know? Should we specify? Nah, we'll keep it hard.
Nah,
we'll
he's a seasoned pro.
True. He checks health bars. He's good. He's good.
Day one in observer training is watching health bars.
But what if he's sunstriking the full HP guy to set up the
start
start back to blink cancel? Yeah, thoughts? Oh, bot lane though. That's a big fight. You should think about this one.
It is, yeah, the TP rotation from Parker utilizing that gate and jumping down onto Chrysalis. Chrysalis trying to find a way out of this one, but I don't know if there is one. We'll get a kill on his way out onto Theolicore, but still getting dropped. And now Parker, along with the catapult, can look to do some serious damage to this bottom tier 1 tower.
Yeah, and we're asking about like the whole Terrorblade picking into Beastmaster, and all this kind of shenanigans. Here it is, right? Like he gets 4 kills in the first 6 minutes. He left top lane when Beastmaster has levels because the Axes can now pressure him, but he rotates bottom. He's doing a lot. Compared to the Medusa game, this is, you know, a night and day difference. From 33 is not opting to go for the Helm of Dom to start with. Based on the state of the game, he wants to scale, ensure that he is at fighting form as early as possible. The build for Beastmaster is if you can buy Dominator and take your enemy safe lane tower and mid tower, you would buy Dom. If you can't take those towers, you go straight for the Aghanims. And you rarely really go Overlord. I think there has been a couple times people have experimented with Overlord, but it does feel like 33 defaults always wants the Aghanims to ensure he can to not put himself on this kind of like timer in the game.
Absolutely. You're always playing against these illusion carry. Well, yeah, the illusion carry at the moment anyway. Playing against the Terrorblade. Always going to feel really nice to have his Aghanim Scepter to just help out a bit against all those illusions attacking. You can get in on his face. It's going to be very hard for Parker to play the fight.
Puppy. Walking middle. Gets a nice little D-ward.
Senses something's wrong.
Oh, bot lane, they're going onto Chrysalis. Half HP. Trampling. Doesn't want to pulverize him yet. Pulverizing him now. Punch.
Oh, no. Yes, it is enough. They will take him down. The march, plus the laser, plus the pulverize. Everything being used to bring down Chrysalis here. And another kill coming in for Secret. Not a good time for the Prophet so far.
I kind of forgot that I was doing official casting for a second. I just started making sounds and getting really energetic about Primal Beast using spells.
I liked it. I was enjoying it. I enjoyed the T-Guff and play-by-play.
I don't know. Well, I'll wait until see what chat says, but it's very emotional. It's how I play Dota, you know? Making sounds just makes Dota so much more fun.
Truly. A lot of heroes gathered around mid. What's Mixer up to? Where's he going? What's his plan?
Hey, we said we wanted him to be in all lanes by 15 minutes. He only been in bot lane so far, so he's off. He's looking, stealing stacks.
Okay,
It's
Wymon
really
has
good
been
to contest
spotted.
stacks.
Nyx is like, ugh, fine, I guess we'll go kill this dude. But 33's on the watch as well. He's gonna go straight in with the
Drinking
roar,
body
but there's
save?
a drinking body save onto the Sunstrike. But it's not gonna make a difference though, as they have got the shackle shot, the meteor, too much damage onto Mixer here. Focused power shot finishes the job, and they will kill off the dinosaur. So Mixer overextends a little too hard here. Tundra responding and ousting Secret from their triangle, keeping their stacks alive in the process.
There's a lot of damage that Tundra can provide, which is kind of non-committal, right? You're going to have later in, you're going to have Wrath of Nature, you've got Power Shot, even the ET Spirit to amp it all up. If you're not cleanly locking onto a hero, you might even go to half HP before Tundra enters the fight. And that's exactly what happened to Mixer. Nice shards though to eat through a little bit of that win run, plus the body
They
blocks.
should take it down here.
Parking out on a killing spree, 5-1-0. Yasha
Jeez.
and Diadem complete. Only needs the recipe. 1200 gold away now from his Manta. Potentially 12 minutes. It is a very, very farmed Terrorblade.
He's having a wonderful start to this game. Won the lane, moved down bottom, killed enemy carry, took the tower, just doing it all at the moment. You give this man a good lane, and he is going to do good things with it. Wymon getting chased down once again into the enemy triangle. We've seen this one before. Didn't end well last time, but this time, just a clean kill onto Wymon and then backing themselves away. I said the Olacor's going very, very deep here and just kind of forcing the issue a little bit. Those machines come down and it's just such good area control, area denial.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra, they're kind of weathering the storm for a little bit, right? They have a Midas from the mid laner, right? Natural build for Invoker. You want the levels. You want to be able to scale up as quick as possible. So 33 is going for Aghanims. Like, no core on Tundra is going, my first item will make me enter the game. Right? It's expensive item for Beastmaster. It's a farming item for both the Invoker and the Prophet. Which give a decent window for Secret to remind Tundra that they do have a slight requirement of farm before they can take a lot of fights. Theodore with the TP, bottle refills aren't possible, but if you take the bottle back to base manually, you can. So the Tinker is a very good pick for that reason. Just break the game. They probably will remove refilling bottles that you don't own at some point in the future if Valve doesn't like that mechanic.
They will decide, make a judgment.
Yes.
We'll see
It's
if
only
they
one
take
hero,
mercy on the
though.
Tinker players.
Yeah, they'll probably leave it, but just takes one bad in-house and that that shit's deleted.
Valve in-house is the secret way which Dota is balanced, which nobody knows.
You know what's the cool thing? When we at TI there was like a tour you got to go around, and I think during our tour there was a kind of a lobby game about to happen. I was like, damn, that's so cool. We didn't obviously we weren't allowed to look at it or see it, right? But we saw them all in the lobby with their names and 10 people. I'm like, all right, good luck, have fun.
The Valve weekly 5v5s in office. Well, the pace has dropped a little bit here from Secret, I would say, but they're trying to find some action again. Smoke up on the on Supreme and Puppy. They're going to take the portal up to the top side and see if they can make a play onto 33. Would be a great time to kill him as well. He's so close to that Aghanim Scepter, and now the zip comes through, the damage comes in. Puppy and Supreme taking down 33, and they'll also get Saxer in the meantime as Parker wraps around as well. 2 clean kills up on the top side, keep their tower alive, slow down that Aghanim Scepter on the Beastmaster as well. Really nice stuff coming out from Team Secret. They continue to take control of this game.
Sacrificing their map position, but just ensuring that they get the kills needed, right? It's like they've ignored Chrysalis for the last 5 minutes of the game, but I don't think they care about him, right? Because in their mind it's, we have a primal beast to always get on top of him, we have a storm that can jump him, so as long as our games are good and our core farm is like strong, profit is not the problem in this game. It's about stopping 33 from conducting the early game with a 12-minute axe that we often see him.
100%.
Honestly, I like the way that Secret are playing. Like this, when you think about game 1 to game 2, is it the same team? I don't know. Like They're making good moves this game. Game 1, it was very lackluster.
I'm feeling game 1.
Oh wait, hold on. I spoke too soon. Mixer.
Hold on.
Wait, hold.
Mixer. Yeah, he's not getting out of this one. He doesn't have charge available. I got interrupted. See you later, buddy. Tried to make a play onto Chrysalis. BZM caught him out, read the move perfectly, and got himself a kill in the process. So Chrysalis going to be happy about that. And
Stand by what I said.
Yeah, a little bit.
13 minutes and 40 seconds into the game, they were making very good moves.
Saxer going for a tower here, somewhat bravely, I would say. Bravely being the nicest word I can use here, as he is going to get killed off. Rotation's forced though. The tower is still very much alive.
That's one of those deaths where it's like you convince yourself, it's like, don't worry man, my Beastmaster farms bags and I'm all good. They are supposed to push 2. They need the Beastmaster to get very close to actually utilize Raw. So trying to jump a Storm Spirit should in theory be quite difficult. But if they kill Mixer again, if like he dies bot, he pushes his wave, like let's say he goes to the jungle camp right next to that wave. In theory he could go down, but with Storm and Tinker, it's such an awkward moment. 33, gotta be careful.
Both teams smoked up here. Looks like Parker's going to come from the side. There is Radiant Vision here, so they're going to be pretty confused because Terrible just walked into the trees and then didn't come out the other side from their view, so I'm sure they understand what's going on by this point. And they will not be showing in this bottom lane. Mixer and Puppy running forwards, trying to look for a target. They could still find 33 here, but no, they don't fully commit to this movement into the jungle. Whitemon, they'll get something. Finally, they get something. But it's a very low meaning kill, especially with the amount of time they've been smoked, they've been finding stuff on the map. But they can turn this into a Tormentor, then it's going to feel pretty good, and that looks like exactly what they're going to do. There is a ward here, so potential for Sunstrikes is there if anybody gets low enough for it. I was trying to steal it, doesn't work.
And the ult connects a lot later, which also now will reveal the ward. Puppy can get it. I mean, the start of that smoke was a little bit tense, right? Because Saxo was showing top on Windrunner. Sure, Prophet can TP in, but Invoker had just put Forward Spirits into mid lane. So you can kind of guess from Secrets, like, well, you see Invoker mid, you see Windrunner top. So worst case is a 3v3, but you have the tier 1 tower. So I was surprised that Supreme didn't just commit to that engagement, but they are going on top.
Nice moves.
We're trying to get Saxo.
Yeah, I like the sidestep for the shards there. Really reading that one well. There's sharded shards are very, very scary.
Yeah. And also, if you look at Puppy's build, it's also one of the reasons why Tusk players will max shards after the snowball. It's because if you do win the 50-50 from taking Tormentor, only having 1 point in shards with a 23-second cooldown doesn't feel too good. So kind of preemptively leveling your shards in the hope you win the trade is actually very, very good. There are some games that, of course, maxing Snowball will be beneficial, having additional saves on a lower cooldown. But on average, playing for the Tormentor shard is very nice.
And we goes one next on Puppy, whether he links that Bling Dagger. I would imagine he does.
Oh, BZM just goes straight for the Ags. Like normally with the mid invokers, it's like Midas into Atos, you play some like cheap fight, then you get Ags after. But he has fully committed to, you know what? My team will get a Raw. My team will get that sleep.
Especially because multiple forms of setup, right?
Yeah, many. And Whiteman's gone for 3 points in the Echo Stomp. So he's not trying to go for like the Spirit build with some punches. Like he's fully playing for the, I will get you the sleep, you will get the kills. Parker has to be careful. He's only got 1500 HP on the Terrorblade. Like, Puppy needs the best position.
He's just running at Whitemon and cuts him down. My god, but elsewhere on the map, a kill into BZM. That's a much bigger news here. So you reveal that Atos on Saxo and bring down Supreme.
BZM got the kill. Not kill on the BZM.
Yes.
Supreme died.
Supreme died. Bottom lane.
Mixer.
They're chasing. Mixer, he's going to be okay under tower here though. Field, of course, got his back. Although I say that, the roar comes out, but there's the snowball coming through, stopping the Cataclysm from connecting. Puppey has BZM's number, saves the two of them, and now they can look for the turnaround. Chrysalis is dead. Let me over towards Saxa as well. Saxa trying to get his way out of this one. Windrun just comes available now, and that's going to get him out of danger. So it is just going to be the Chrysalis falling, and nobody else are going down on the side of Tundra. But what a snowball coming out from Puppey, catching two of them inside the snowball, saving them from the Cataclysm. Beautiful stuff.
I mean, this is why Dota's so beautiful, right? It's like tag team is the facet for the hero. Drinking buddies is redundant. No one cares about it anymore, right? After TI, after it dominated, it got nerfed to the ground, right? It got cast rage. But this is the perfect game for it, and Puppey is showcasing that some concepts in Dota that are, statistically not good, in the right hands against the right heroes, they can pop off. And Puppey, he's showing it right now, and they find 33 as well in the bot with a
Great target.
Yeah.
Beastmaster to fall here. Parker gets himself another kill. 8-1-3 in this game, by the way, on this Terrorblade at the moment. He's having a wonderful, wonderful game. Manstyle coming out. He's got himself the Dragon Lance. That'll be going towards the Pike very shortly. That's on the way in, so yeah, he is just the Giga carry, which he always loves being, Parker. Chrysalis, meanwhile, just not in a similar state of affairs. The Mjolnir is complete. The Dragon Lance is there, but he can't stand his ground against anybody, it feels like.
Not yet, at least. Down the line, get a BKB, get a Satanic. Will help out a little bit. The Primal and Tusk BKB piercing stuns, you have to be careful. All of the momentum on Secret is based around Puppey's positioning. He needs to, needs to be ready. He needs to save. Drinking buddies. Oh, no mana for both of you.
Unlucky.
Yeah, he lost his vision to go to Snowball. Oh, Sunstrike Potter. Oh,
Bye-bye, Supreme.
kind of styling on him a little bit there.
Yeah, that was a nice one. Try to go into for the play onto Chrysalis, but not working out at all. That's a pretty big deal, honestly. Like, Storm Spirit dying in that fashion is just a real thorn in Secret's side. They wanted to start really playing the map here. They've got a bit of an advantage. They picked up some really key item timings. They should be making Tundra sweat, but with the dead Storm Spirit, there ain't much you can do. Got to give them even longer now to recover, to find plays of their own on Tundra. And Tundra, of course, going to make full usage of that time they've just been given.
Again, all of Tundra's fight will be about how do they find the Tusk. Tusk is going to be the MVP of every engagement. We've already spoke to great lengths about the drinking buddies, the repositioning, the snowball save. So if Tundra wants to take that engagement, it's not as simple as their draft says, right? It's not a roar and cataclysm. They need someone to find the backline, to survive the primal defensive nature of the storm jump, to force the Tusk away, and then you go for a kill. But that is very hard to replicate. But of course, vision will be key. So down the line, Nature's Prophet with a shard, with a BKB. We'll probably expect Chrysalis to go a little bit crazy in the fight, but maybe even die at the start. But the information he'll provide his team will unlock the engagement to be beneficial for the side of Tundra. And another pause. Another microphone for Tundra. Do they have a peripheral sponsor? They ain't looking too good right now.
Sounds like they need one.
Yeah, they are desperate for some. Well, they do. Alright, I won't say which one it is though, but
Not the best advertisement.
don't worry, it's not the same as ESL, so it's fine. We're not indirectly flaming ESL. True, that's actually pretty bad, right? Like, imagine you're a pro player and you keep saying mic issue. Like, surely the sponsor, like, you guys, you're making us look bad.
Just say something else. Say it's
say
speaker issue.
Yeah.
Why not?
say Discord or something. Blame the application, but not the tools.
Secret are fully smoked at the moment, by the way. Other than Tink, who doesn't count. These four heroes are ready to rock and roll and make something happen. Will they just run into Saxa once again, though? How many ganks can Saxa tank in one game? Well, it's going to be yet another, by the way. So she comes running up the high ground, practically offering herself up on a silver platter. And that is not a dish on which Secret can refuse. I'll bring her down. The 5-man gank onto Saxa, successful. Now, usually when Secret do this, they're looking for some sort of follow-up objective, but I don't really see what that is at the moment, so...
It might be Roshan. Again, Roshan is weaker because tag team, it buffs up everyone. Drinking Buddies will tag up one hero. If you do bring in your entire team, it will fall. So that is Secret's objective after winning on a pick. Tundra have scanned it. So they might throw out a cheeky cataclysm for the fun, but we'll see. No, they're not.
No,
They scanned it and
today.
decided, yeah, we'll let them have it.
So there you go. 5-man gank on the middle lane, straight into Roshan. That was the objective. Trying to see a little bit into how Secret is strategizing this game.
They found
what they're aiming
Beastmaster.
to do. They certainly have. Or as Beastmaster found Theolic. Just trying to run away. Which he will do successfully. Nice play. Gets himself out.
Theolical did get the rearm off, so it was like, what, milliseconds away from getting another route, which would have bought enough time. So,
Yeah.
very good read there from 33 to roar as quick as possible and just hit that TP. And Parker, he just completed the Orchid on the Terrorblade. It's, of course, very aggressive. I'm trying to work out, like, is there an item that he wants to buy now to provide life? I think he doesn't care about tankiness because he's like, Puppy will save me every time. That's his mindset right now. Like, he doesn't care about BKBs or Scardies or anything like this. He just wants to be able to kill.
It's easier said than done, but that said, it's been a
Oh,
pretty
they got.
kill-heavy game.
Oh, it
for
doesn't
Cyber
cancel.
Secret. Oh, they might have they might have Supreme here again.
He has Aegis
Atos is
though.
out. Yeah, that'll be the first life. Where's the rest of the team? Where is the ambulance? Here it comes. Chasing away Team Tundra, getting them out the map. In fairness, that was a really nice play from Tundra. They get the Aegis, and they just get themselves away as quickly as possible. But down in the bottom lane, they're trying to make another play as the fortification comes out to allow Theolical to get the TP in here. They use a Warp Flare, which actually ends up making things a little bit awkward, but in comes Puppy once again, saving one of them from the Cataclysm. The Tinker is not quite so lucky. He's just going to back himself away. Doesn't want anything. But Supreme, he's got to be careful. He just gets blown up. There's too much damage coming out from the side of Tundra. He wasn't ready for it. 33 finally falls, but Mixer looking like he's going to follow him to the grave. Whitemon just standing and delivering, tanking through the Pulverize and taking him down despite the tramples. Now the rest of Team Secret just need to leave. Although, Parker thinking of looking for an option here. Yeah, it's trying to be a little bit sneaky around the corner, but I'm not sure that's necessary. That said, he still wants to keep on fighting. He still wants to try to find a Clay on the sidelines here, and will absolutely be able to do so. Down goes Saxon, now looking for more. Orchid out onto BZM. BZM didn't know they had that. Now he's going to be dead as well. Parker gets a double kill. The 3-man turnaround onto 5, working absolutely brilliantly for Team Secret, and they are back in the driving seat once again.
Parker's having an exceptional game. Puppy's having an exceptional game. We're gonna have to be honest here. I think Supreme, he is struggling a little bit in this one. Like, we are seeing him playing alone, getting these like weird moments where he's dying bottom to an Invoker Sunstrike. Now he's taking the Aegis to top lane. Sure, he's trying to set up the start of the engagement for his team to go through the twin game, but he dies so quickly. To then go bottom to die as well, it's like that momentum that you can create. It feels like it's being hindered a little bit from the mid lane. But nice TP there from Christmas.
Yeah,
Like-
Mixer charging towards him. Crest is like, not even sweating.
The main thing I'm trying to say here is I feel like if Secret were able to just bring 5 heroes to an engagement, they should just win the fight. Like, it doesn't need to be this hard. They're running around the entire map. Like, they're chasing Tundra, who are outplaying them on, like, the split push game. You know, sure, Parker just popped off in the bot side with a, overextension from Tundra, but Secret, I think they just need to group up and go down a lane and try and create that 5-on-5. And it does look like they're trying to do it now. Bloodthorn's too complete on Parker. He's just running in.
Nice.
They do have the double
shot.
shackle.
Is it gonna make a difference though? Is it gonna set up for anything? I'm not too sure. Saxon just awkwardly sitting on the side, waiting for the sweet release of death. And it will come. Wards taken out. Secret once again, just not letting anything get the better of them. What a great match from them.
I mean, if there ever was a time for Tundra to try and fight, it's when you shackle Puppy to the guy he's trying to save. Like, obviously in that scenario, they weren't really in position to jump on it, but if they can create that movement again, Tundra will be pretty happy. Parker, with the meta, chipping down this tower. Manta dodging stomps just to try and look cool.
And take the tower.
And take the tower. Yeah, come on.
Yes, absolutely style points. Move into the top lane as well. How long we got a Metamorphosis? Quite a while.
It should be 2 tier 2s being taken. Tundra. Just taking the weak objective on the map at the moment. It's like, okay, whatever. We'll take some random 30-minute tormentor. We can't really fight them. We can't defend our towers. And will Tundra try and be aggressive in this phase of the game, right? Like, you see meta is on cooldown for a minute and a half. Like, Storm already lost his Aegis in the prior engagement. If Tundra felt like they could take a fight, it would be now. If they don't fight in this window, you know that they're afraid. You know that they're kind of looking to drag out the game an extra 5-10 minutes to get another item.
It's a very aggressive move onto Whitemon there, and does take him lower than I maybe would have anticipated there. Just running it in Bloodthorn into Reflection, trying to kill him with that. Very rude. It's kind of ridiculous how much the Elder Titan does to himself because his own clone is then attacking him with natural order, so it's not pleasant.
Do you have a favorite neutral item yet for your games?
What do you mean at any tier?
Yeah, not enchantment, just artifact. Sorry. Yeah, like, do you have let's say up to tier 4? So let's ignore tier 5 items for now.
Fair enough.
Is there any tier?
I'm really enjoying out of the new ones are the Searing Signet. I think is really fun to play with.
Yep.
And Serrated Shield when I'm playing carry it's just so nice. You just keep that right through to the late game.
Fair. I forgot you were a core player. I thought we were gonna have a moment just sharing our collective supporty thoughts, but I forgot you were a core
not
player.
relating at all. Which ones do you like?
I mean, as a support, the mana drought. Is it mana drought or draft? Drought.
Draft.
Wait,
This?
I don't know. The mana thing. That's good.
Yeah.
I like that one. Gossamer Cape and Tumblr Toy, and then Ninja Gear. They're my my favorites.
I do love Tumblr's Toy actually. I can always relate to Tumblr's Toy. I was looking at the new ones, but that one is nice.
I just like the fact that on Tumblr's Toy now, like let's say you do play a core role, you can take Tumblr Toy on a core and still have a good enchantment to be a core. But now you're like I saw Monkey Kings taking it, where they're springing around the map and tumbling. I'm like, come on, bro, chill. Stop being so elusive. Like mischief dodging stuff, tumbling, jumping. It's pretty annoying. Now the meta's back up. Parker by himself in the mid lane. Where is your puppy? Where is your puppy?
He's got no team. He's got no friends. He's got no fans. He's dead. 10
Just needed
times
Puppy.
godlike streak going to BZM. Hang on, what the hell is happening? Puppy's here as well. Way too late to help out his teammate, and he's gone as well. Oh no.
Ah, that's it. That's the moment that breaks the game. Everything was built around Puppy has to protect his Parker. If
He
Puppy
does.
no Parker, Parker no Parker. You know, that makes sense. It doesn't, but still, you get the point. Parker cannot be anywhere on the map by himself. Oh, damn, BZM.
Flawless game from Parker so far, but yeah, just one moment caught out in the middle lane. Very deep from Tundra as well. I mean, now Psychopaths are so far down in this game, and they're just running down the middle lane. And Mixer, oh my god, that was close.
Very close.
Jesus. Okay.
And this is where not shutting down Chrysalis will be annoying for Secret at the later portions. It takes one pick off for Tundra, and Chrysalis, he's level 20. He's going to be going on the way to 25 soon. Get that X3 tree and damage. And a bad death on Secret, you'll lose a Rax. A second bad death, you lose the game. Like, that is how stupid Nature's Prophet is. And if you're Secret, I think the fix from that fight is very simple. Do not allow your Terrorblade and Tusk to be on different parts of the map. They always have to be together. Which is maybe a reason why we've seen maybe Supreme die a couple times, right? Because Tusk has to play with his Terrorblade, so Supreme has had to show himself on the lanes to push the wave, to kind of sacrifice himself to open up the game for Parker. And Roshan going the way of Tundra.
Yeah, this is bad news. Well, look at this pickup from the Beastman. There's a lot of interesting armor just come out. So 33 grabs himself a Ghost Scepter. He's got Ghost Scepter Glimmer Cape, by the way, on this Pos 3. As the fight takes place here, and they're going to have to snowball pretty early, which means there won't be any saves as the Cataclysm does come down, but, I mean, it's just Puppy down on the front lines. It's a great target, and the laser's going to find it. BCM is out of the fight. That is a big one. Supreme's got to be careful to back himself away as Parker just being scary on the front lines. The Chrysalis, BKB, TP away, the Stomp to slow them down, and that means the Chrysalis will escape with the Aegis, so we'll not be using that one just yet. Yonoko with the boots travel 2 just to get back into the fight as well. Oh, sorry, just keen conveyancing, of course, at level 2. But wow, it's
big.
Oh my god, Supreme going in deep here, trying to find Saxa. Saxa though going to be okay for now, but there's a Pulverize coming on down, and that'll be enough to cut off the Wind Ranger. Parker going for Chrysalis and taking him out on the side as well. Secret back in action here, wasting no time in getting themselves into the front lines, taking down Chrysalis once again. The Nature's Prophet is out for the count.
How did he get there, though? That's such a wild position for Chrysalis. He just walked into the middle of Secret, pretty much.
I mean, expecting Parker to be distracted by the other kills which his team were going for, but you know Parker, he's always got his eyes on the ball, always got his eyes on the enemy carry or the critical targets. He sees the opportunity, he takes it, he goes for it, and he gets himself the big kills.
He just finished Hex as well. The courier's coming out. Terribly will have Hex for this upcoming fight. Nature's Prophet is dead for 50. We just said how Parker made a mistake and Puppy in the mid lane to give Tundra life. Then Tundra just kind of throw it right back at Secret. Mid-Brax full. Hex now complete on Terrorblade. Why should they back away from this area? Sure, they don't have meta.
We go once again, but this time there comes that Hex out onto Mixer. Now it comes out from BZM, and Mixer's getting very low here. Will be kept alive by his teammate. Yolagor healing him up, keeping him nice and healthy. Saxa still looking for an opportunity here, but the Lincolns is going to make sure that Mixer is going to be absolutely okay. A clean disengagement from Team Secret. I was expecting it to kind of turn into one of those games where one team makes a mistake and gets capitalized upon, then the other team does it, but it does look like Secret are pretty disciplined here in their retreat. So what will Tundra find? You can see them already smoked, already looking to find that opening once again. And
Puppy is next to him though.
let's see, Parker. I mean, he's just going to be able to run. He's so fast. Oh, saying that. It's a gusty day. Like I didn't check the weather forecast, but looks like he's going to be all right.
The invis, your Terrorblade Bloodthorn Hex at any minute. Pretty much kill a hero. Especially under the cover of a smoke now. Secret. 5-man smoked. They find 30. Terrorblade!
Well, they will be able to grab Whitemon. There's the Hex coming out, revealed from Parker. Not quite the target they were looking for there, but definitely a target they'll be happy with anyway. Whitemon is such a pain in these fights if he can set up for these Cataclysms. Breaking that combo on Tundra, he's going to feel very, very good.
Oh, Supreme has 2 gems.
Nice.
I just gave up the Puppy, but Parker tickling the high ground now. This is the best position.
That's your version of tickling then. I don't want to do your level. Jesus. BZM. Oh my god. Nice. All right. I think Parker's going to get tornadoed here. Or he Manta dodges it. Who knows? All right. Quick reflection time.
It is available if he wants to use it, correct?
Very good. Blink Roar is possible for the Beastmaster. Lincolns could be thrown out from Supreme onto Parker, though, which should stop that happening. I think this is just going to be a case of both teams just back away from each other. It's weird how Tundra keep pausing and then it's a secret player that disconnects and reconnects. It's very disorientating.
It's very nice of them. Wait, do you have any of them muted?
No.
Okay, just check. Don't know, just random question. Sometimes you mute them if they spam voice lines too much, and it's kind of annoying. But
yeah, that's true.
I don't have any of them muted. It's good. All right, let's see. Can Parker Manta dodge this spell that you don't think you can Manta dodge? Supreme jumping in onto Invoker.
Yeah, wants to find the big target, but instead goes in for the Beastmaster instead with the Pulverize coming down and the Hex coming there as well. They'll kill off 33. Great target, but a lot of damage coming out at the same time from Chrysalis and BZM, but they really cannot stand their ground. Parker going to use the Sunder to heal himself up and immediately starts looking for another lane, another hero, see if anybody's going to show themselves, get himself a cheeky Hex. There we go, running up the high ground, but BZM's got the invisibility. Surely Parker's a little bit too far forward here, I'd imagine, but Supreme jumping in, looking to follow up, trying to find BZM, trying to take advantage of this opportunity that's been created, but there's not really going to be one, and now Parker's running away, but he's left two of his teammates behind. Zeolicor's not going to be escaping this one. He's going to go down. Supreme at least going to be able to get the zips away to safety, but there's a shackle coming out onto Puppey. Popan will be gone. Two dead. The supports will pay the price for the over-aggression there from Parker.
The fights are just so volatile. Either team has such pick-off, right? On one side you have the Bloodthorn on the TB with the punch and the primal, the zip, and then you have hexes on Invoker, Roar, and Beastmaster. Like, either team has all the tools to win a fight. It really is just based on the position and where they take it. I think for Tundra, having to use the buyback from 33, it's not going to feel good, but you only lost one Rax from this kind of big window of momentum that Secret created for themselves. And now they're smoked up at the high ground. Meta is available again. Tundra trying to utilize what I said, this explosive kind of let's get a kill type energy. And Puppey is dead for 45 seconds, no buyback. And they know it's on cooldown because he did use it before, so timing buybacks. They do have a free window where there's no annoying drinking buddy snowball save.
Might be. Elena Barracks. Certainly will be Elena Barracks going to Tundra.
They might even get more. They're pinging it. Saxa did ping the bot, so now they're looking to migrate over and do have one tree which... Yeah, they let their tree die very quickly.
Yeah,
okay, be happy with one. Be content. Be content.
Yeah. Don't be greedy.
Yeah. Never be greedy.
Alright. So we're kind of falling back into the way things used to be with Secret ahead. Tundra on the back lines. That said, they get themselves a middle lane of barracks, which is going to even out the map pressure at least. And with the fact they've got a Nature's Prophet in the game, map pressure probably going to feel okay.
I mean, this entire time we haven't really spoke about Tinker as well, right? Like in the mid fight when he got that clutch Ags laser onto the Invoker to prevent the Cataclysm. Now he's got a Hex as well. And Parker, he just finds the Invoker solo.
Okay. Oh, not what you expect the Terrorblade to be, but he picks up the Shadowblade, immediately goes to make a play and catches out BZM. What an incredible catch.
But not only does he have Shadowblade, he has the ninja gear. So he's running around both invisible and smoked, so the Ob Sentry aren't going to find him when he scurries through the enemy jungle. And yeah, he's just dead for a minute.
Crazy stuff.
He is smoked up again on Parker. He's...
The Ninja Gear Silver Edge Side of Ice combo is just absolutely criminal to play against.
It's very toxic to try and deal with.
Good luck. Alright, back we go. Looking for the next lane of barracks. Man, that wind is quite severe. Apple does land, but it's just kind of slowing things down rather than actually preventing it. These barracks certainly going to go the way of Parker, the way of Team Secret.
Yeah, this rate, I feel like they just need to roll Puppey.
Force forwards here onto Parker. It's a nice catch. Actually goes down. What? What? Where was the help? I mean, he was so far forward there. The Force staff just completely getting him out of position, and nobody was able to come forward and actually save him. Puppey just wasn't there. No Blink Dagger on the Tusk, and that's going to be the price you pay for it. Puppey going to get brought down here. They'll just sit inside these shards for a bit, reflecting on what's just happened, but a huge, huge kill onto Parker there.
The shackle into Force and then Tusk. I think Puppey, he expected the Terrorblade to remain in position, and I think he had to kind of scramble into just to re-click the drinking buddies, but that moment of displacement just prevented him from getting that clean save. Like, the Tusk was able to get the drinking buddy the snowball off, but again, I didn't see who forced it. Again, there's what 3-4 force stuffs in the game. I didn't know if it was an offensive one from Tundra. Was it secret mis-executing their force stuff? I didn't catch it, but either way,
I think
whoever
was Sax
used it,
because
yeah,
he started with a shackle and then forced him afterwards. So I feel like that just
I hope
makes
so.
sense.
Yeah, that makes the coolest narrative for sure. Because that alone, that 4-star, broke the simplicity of Tusk just making the save and dead for 25.
They're going for this right here. I mean, do
They
they
have
take
the
this in
25
time?
They have the
Fortification's
25
available.
cannon.
That's true.
They have X3. They're strong. We're banner TB.
They're not strong. Their treants are strong.
Yeah, true. All right, are we gonna see the
Fortification comes
classic
down.
fake smoke, boys? A classic play.
Truly.
I think if you were ever to describe the most like universally understood play in all of Dota, the fake back smoke has to be like play number 1 you teach anyone new to Dota.
True. And you feel so stupid when you get caught by it these days as well. Like,
Broad
the oldest
Mixer.
trick in the book. Oh, Cataclysm! Bye-bye Mixer! Going out on the sidelines. 33 jumps in with the Roar. Cannot follow up. Anybody's dead to that. Puppy just not there to save the day this time around. As though from the sidelines, Supreme gets caught out. He jumps in. Immediate buyback coming out from him. They need to make this play work here as Chrysalis bouncing around all over this fight right now. But he's been caught by the Pulverize. That should be enough to bring down the Nature's Prophet. It certainly is. Dead for 100. Buyback available to Supreme. Looking to follow up here. Trying to find 33. Trying to find an extra target for his team to take down. Puppy as well with the punch taking out the Beastmaster. But Whitemon's there. 4 stuff. Getting it away. He's really out of here for now. Supreme cannot find him. Blink out. BTP. 33 somehow going to live through all of this. But it will just be 33 and Supreme surviving through this one. And BZM, sorry, surviving through this one.
Excellent item usage from Tundra though. They have 4 stuffs and they just expertly dragged that Beastmaster away from the fight. He didn't have buyback. If he dies there, you're probably looking at a GG. But the 3 heroes that die on Tundra all have buyback. So they sacrificed themselves to keep 33 alive, to keep the game in a winning, I say winning state, but a playable state. And with Primal and Storm with no buyback,
BZM?
you gotta be careful.
Yeah, just letting himself get pulverized there a little bit. Supreme
Shackle?
trying to follow up, but there's a shackle coming through beautifully onto the both of them. Supreme, he's getting back himself away. Drinking Buddy's repositioning him just a little bit. Parker focusing on those objectives, trying to take down that barrier, but Puppy's just getting blasted down to the back lines. Another shackle connects, and that'll take him down. Blink away from Mixer, but they are still chasing on the side of Tundra. They want to get something for all these, but more than just a Puppy for these buybacks. Chrysalis and Sax are both having to come back into this one, and they will be left empty-handed pretty much. It's just a Tusk to fall. And they still lose that bottom lane of barracks. Just 1 lane remaining for Tundra.
But now Roshan's up. And Parker, man, you can't 1v5 them here.
There
you
is
chill.
no way this works,
He's
right?
silver edged, he's waiting. There is a gem.
He's
They have to be
everybody
very
that
careful.
thinks, you know what? Maybe that's too many heroes for me.
Okay, there wasn't a gem. I lied. There was a sentry. Buyback from Puppy.
Sees the
Parker's
Roche
behind them
attempt.
though. He's holding the high ground.
They're going to see his illusions coming in and know that he's kind of not here as Supreme jumps in. Oh my god, bye-bye Whitemon. The blender just activates for Chrysalis, trying to look for Parker, but Parker is so damn quick, especially in that river. He's taking the water slide expressway out of him, but they've got him. They've caught him. They've caught him. Parker is gone. Buyback is available. He's going to come back into this one. Chrysalis trying to find out. Chrysalis doesn't have buyback here. If he goes, then that is it. And Fiolacore just has his number, and he's just calling it on
He's
repeat.
healed up.
Look at
He's
the
not dead.
heals
He's not
coming
dead.
out from Chrysalis. He's not dead. He's surviving through it all. It's Supreme and Mix who go down instead, both of which do not have buyback. 33, he's trying to drop Parker. He needs to kill him. He needs to get this hero brought down, but where is the vision? Where is the dust thing? Doesn't matter. They'll kill him off
He had
regardless. And BCM, this is not your neighborhood, son. Get out of there. And that is exactly what he's going to do. Parker, Puppy, and Fiolacore save the fight. They'll get the kill. Roshan is going to move homes here and start throwing some heroes around.
He was like 100 HP on Chrysalis, but his enchantment, he has Vampiric, the spell life still, the actual life still. So all the little bit of damage he was doing, it was just buffing him up just enough to survive on the Prophet. If he goes down there, buyback was on cooldown. And on 33, using his buyback, it's a 4v3.
Oh, this could be really awkward here for Team Secret, because you know if Tundra win this fight, they don't want Roshan. They want to end the game. They kill the hero with buyback. Parker's on the run. He, of course, does not have his buyback available.
The smallest of things that are keeping Chrysalis alive, and you could replay that fight again and Secret probably just kill him off, right? It's just a matter of one
Yeah.
spell, one right click, and
So currently there are only 2 heroes in the game with buyback. Tinker is one of them. Invoker is the other. Whitemon's very close as well. If he gets a little bit of extra gold in the fight, then he should have it. So
they're just running it down mid. They
Yeah,
have
of course they
BKBs,
are.
they have all the tools.
buyback from the Tinker. They're going in round the back here. Who will they find though? They're actually going to get tornadoed. They don't spot the Invoker on the front lines. Now they put him to sleep. Terrorblade, this might just be game. He's gone. See you later, Terrorblade. No more Parker. No more Puppy by the looks of it as well. Theolacor is gone. Puppy going to make it back to the Founder, but that is it, game. Surely there's no way they can defend this. They're going to try. Secret, they don't want to give away this game they worked so hard for, but with 33 and those Treants going to town on that Ancient, it is over. Tundra come back in game 2 and secure the 2-0 against Team Secret.
First of all, what a delightful game, right? After game 1, I
Banger.
don't think many people were expecting Secret to be able to kind of level up their game that quickly, but to utilize their heroes to create these moments, it is testament to Secret. They're making their improvements, but Tundra, my god, the fights that they take, how they use their 4-stars, how they outplay any small position, like the fact that Terrorblade in mid by himself, if he doesn't get killed there, he resets to his team, and they probably get a Rax or 2, and we're never talking about a Tundra comeback. But they get that kill. They punish Puppy not being in position, and then Parker goes up the high ground. He tries to go for a solo siege, and he gets shackled 4-star, and Puppy can't get the save again because of this repositioning. Like, them finding ways to kill Terrorblade into a Drinking Buddy's Tusk without actually stopping the Tusk from casting a spell is incredible team fighting from Tundra. And yeah, 4-4-stars, keeping 33 alive in the enemy triangle. If he dies, they lose the game. Crystalus, he's 100 HP. If he doesn't have the Vampiric enchantment and press his Wrath of Nature and get a small bit of lifesteal to keep himself alive and then helped by Saxa, they also lose the game. Like, Tundra was like 1 death away from losing this game 3-4 times, but they kept surviving. And then Secret, unfortunately, they were dying in the clutch moments. They weren't able to match the level of, insane teamfight Tundra was doing, but still, an incredible game. And yeah, if only Secret can replicate this, then maybe they wouldn't be an open qualifier team. They'd be maybe a bit more of a mainstay in the qualifier. But yeah, good showing though.
Definitely, yeah. We need to be a bit more consistency coming out from Team Secret. Tundra, meanwhile, they did mess up their early game pretty badly. Their lanes were not great, and then into a really rough early game. Looked like they were just going to be stomped out of it, but of course, Tundra, they've always got their finger on the pulse. They've always got their eyes looking for those moments where they can come back into it and take the game. And eventually that is what they were able to do. As you mentioned, in the clutch moments, their Secret just drop in at the wrong times. I think Supreme especially having a super rough game on this Storm Spirit. And Mixer, he had his moments. He was doing his job in the fights, but didn't quite take over the game in the way we wanted in the end. It did kind of just become like Parker and Theolacor kind of just styling and keeping them in it, but in the end it wasn't enough, and Tundra come through and they get the 2-0, and they'll be moving on to the upper bracket finals, where they actually stand a chance of qualifying today if they can beat the winner of the other series, which will be let's see, is the other series
Do you want a spoiler?
Sure, go for it.
It potentially looking like Navi Junior, as they currently are 8,000 gold up in the 27-minute mark of Game 2, and they won Game 1 already. So we're looking at probably a Tundra versus Navi Junior as our kind of evening game of today.
Hell yeah, that's very exciting. All right, I'm into that. But of course, that will be later on. We'll give the team some time to recover. Next up on this stream, we're going to have Gaming Gladiators versus Zero Tenacity. It will be a pretty long wait for that one. We're looking at about, I believe, 2 hours, T-Governor, until that one's on. Am I right? Or is it an hour now?
No, it's about 2 hours, yeah.
It's 2 hours. Okay, excellent. All right. So we got the long wait for that one. So yeah, we'll see you in 2 hours' time for the next series, as we see Tundra taking a 2-0 over Team Secret.
How precious thee that I grace, I plead, the hour I first toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our
A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and love nae other. Who shall say that fortune grieves leaves him, while the star of hope she leaves him. Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benight me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilke joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine, but seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll tak a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll tak a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne.
There were two little sisters a walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was, oh, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir, do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hove moving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality does induce fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item day. Agus foy marish and crushki in a speak shelan.
These melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love. Alive with passions from his breath that flow, he'll draw music when he's pleased to blow. Thus at once the charming minstrel delights with songs and enchanting tune, with sweet songs fill the air. Go happy by, and ever mindful be, to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel, repeat my love at each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine.
Si salterà, l'ora in bella speranzare tiene buon ma mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, l'ora in bella speranzare tiene buon ma mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, resta in danza quando donna mia venite qua, un garzon bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà. La 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 la.
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind the covey a flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time, and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. that his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Was grace that with that I grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our
My thoughts are winged with hope, my heart's with love, fly on unto the moon in clearest night, and say as she does in the heavens fill, in earth's song wanes and waxes my delight, and whisper softly into her ears. Hope often hangs the head, and thus shed and in my thoughts you may mistrust my love. If thou mistrust my love, you do blame. Say though you alter, yet you do not look as she does change, and yet remain the same. Let tones and love return to me no more. Did my love shine as she has done before?
A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy, Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheer for twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would ne'er been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for auld lang syne. We twa hearing about the braes, and put the gowans fine, but seas between us braid hair old, sin auld lang syne, for auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for auld lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll tak a recht good wally wacht, for auld lang syne, for auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll tak a cup o' kindness yet, for auld lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll tak a recht good wally wacht, for auld lang syne, for auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll tak a cup o' kindness yet, for auld lang syne.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir, do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those Jews fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery and day. Agus foy marish and crushki in his beak shelan.
gentle kiss. And when his tender hands round thee fold in a soft embrace, I listen and approve these melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love. Alive with passions from his breath that flow, yield your music when his breeze to blow. Thus at once the charming minstrel delights with sounds and enchanting tune, with sweet songs fill the air. Go happy pipe, and ever mindful be to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel, repeat my love at each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine.
Giova in luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà. L'ore bella bella non tiene a mon monterà. Già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà. L'ore bella bella non tiene a mon monterà. Già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà. Resta in danza con donna mia, la ride tua. Un garzon bello giocondo, ciascuna toccherà. Finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà. Il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare. Mamma mia, si salterà. Fringe, 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 si salterà. Fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la,
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to DreamLeague Season 26 Western EU Closed Qualifiers as we are getting into the second introductory game here. And we've got Gaming Gladiators and Zero Tenacity stepping up to a play over on our side. On the other stream, we've got Avalus versus the Capybaras. But firstly, T-Governor, how are you? What'd you get up to on your break?
God, no, why'd you do that? I tried to stay awake. I played 2 pubs. One pub lasted 15 minutes where I got outplayed and my small camp got blocked, so the offlaner just abandoned because they were mentally unstable. And in my second game, I won. So over 1 plus 12 MMR through 2 games. So yay!
Huge news. Congratulations. Well
yeah,
done, Governor.
thank
Good
you.
to hear it.
Cheers.
Well, I went to the gym and then I went shopping because I got out of the gym. I was like, I still got loads of time. And then when I was shopping, I was like, oh, I don't have any time left, and I had to run home. I haven't showered, so I'm really sweaty. So that's going to be nice for this one.
Nice.
So yeah, let's hope the teams are sweaty as well. And like we did before, I just want to quickly touch on the other series going on the other stream, Avalus versus the Capybaras. I understand you watched the Capybaras through the open qualifiers, right?
Actually, I didn't. I was unfortunate enough that the games that I watched were never. It was always I had to choose between OG or Secret or Capybaras, and you're gonna take the memes.
teams.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's better because we're casting Zero Tenacity now, so that is better.
So
but,
we don't even have to talk about them, but
great.
I can talk about Zero Tenacity because when I was coaching Jiggling, we played against them multiple times, and also I did get to see a couple of their games in the qualifier. So they, in general, are if we use old DPC terms, right? They would have been the perfect team that would have always won Div 2, but would have struggled to make more than top 6 in Div 1, right? They would have been 6, 7, 8 in Div 1, and they'd always bounce back. Each season, go up, go down, go up, go down. But they are a very formidable team that will happily go toe for toe with a lot of opponents. They just, when they get to the Tier 1 teams, they will struggle. But yeah, it's I think they're if you don't respect them, they'll beat you. So if Gaming come in here kind of a little bit blasé, then I could see Zero Tenacity winning a game, maybe the series, but it really is on Gaming making a lot of mistakes and Zero Tenacity kind of proving that they are a good underdog.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see what they can bring to the plate. And let's not forget that Zero Tenacity have a lot of data on Gaming Gladiators now. They've been, Gaming Gladiators playing an entire-ass tournament. They got to the grand finals of said tournament. Don't know what happened in the grand finals. We'll put that one behind us for the sakes of Gaming Gladiators, but it was not pretty. But nevertheless, they've got loads of data on Zero Tenacity, so maybe they can analyze a bit of what BetBoom did and maybe try to take advantage of some of the weak points. But of course, Gaming would have done the exact same thing after that series and tried to figure out what went wrong and fix those mistakes. So, as always with Dota, it's a lot of layers, a lot of layers of competition here. But yeah, have you seen the necessary improvements coming out from Zero Tenacity to make you kind of believe that these guys can get better and start kind of putting up more of a fight to the top teams?
No.
I would agree. I was hoping you were going to say that because I don't want to be the bad guy, but I'm glad you went for it.
I think Zero Tenacity have that, they've hit their ceiling of potential, but they are, their ceiling is, consistently showing up, right? And it's going to take a moment that we can't really predict. It'll be, a player who just naturally has, evolved from, their perspective of the game or something. But until one of their, someone in their team kind of, just becomes a little bit more, OP, I guess, then I struggle to think that they are a true contender for always qualifying. I would like to think with the amount of tournaments we have this year, especially with fatigue coming into the mix for the top teams that play, nearly every tournament, I'd like to think eventually Zero Tenacity will be the Avalus type team that will, win a qualifier and get their chance at LAN. Of course, Avalus capitalized on that and have qualified to many LANs. But yeah, at the current form, I feel like it's other teams performing weaker for Zero Tenacity to qualify. I wouldn't say on their best day, they would probably fall short by probably 1 series.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Looking through the last DreamLeague as well, your team, Jiggling, actually knocked them out of both open qualifiers twice in a row. So you completely blocked them from getting in last time.
And now we don't exist.
yeah, and then into just beat them twice and then just peace out. Pretty based. But all right, so on the one side, Zero Tenacity, it's going to be a challenge for them, hoping they can make the improvements. They have switched around a player. They now have Retsu playing their position 1 since those last qualifiers. I think they had him for the previous qualifiers as well.
They've had Retsu for some time,
Yeah. So
they
they've
have.
been playing with him a little bit of time. So hopefully they've had that time to meld and understand each other a bit more. So yeah, we'll see how they're able to do in this game. Gaming Gladiators, meanwhile, very quickly, what were like the biggest mistakes they made in their grand finals versus BetBoom, in your opinion?
To be honest, mate, didn't watch it.
Okay, brilliant. All right, let's bring on the draft and get started with game number 1 then between these two teams, and get started with this one.
I was playing ranked, just to be clear. Just to clear this up, I decided that I wanted to pursue my MMR rather than watch a grand finals, and I think it was good for my health because I won. Bad for my health if I'd lost, but
you decided to roll that dice.
I did, yeah. No, I think the main kind of conversation I think we're going to have throughout this series will simply be kind of like the offlaners, right? Where Nifrit or Zero Tenacity, he likes to play like Bristleback, Beastmaster. He's a good Darkseid player, Tidehunter, and in the current meta, all of these heroes are pretty prevalent that if picked correctly, can take over games. So I feel like for me, it's like how can Zero Tenacity enable that? But on the flip side, of course, it's always the kind of debate of like Ace kind of has somewhat the same hero pool, kind of like he likes playing the Tide, he wants to play the Beast. So I think it's going to be kind of a battle of like who gets what hero. We're talking about like 2 hero specialists who will know like the good counters to the heroes as well. So I think just the offlane is the easiest building block that both teams can try and like start fighting each other over in the draft. And we already see it somewhat with the bans, right? Gaming actually banning out the Darkseid and the Bristleback, 2 of the heroes that I did mention.
Absolutely, get those staple heroes out of there. Very, very smart. Game Gladiators, even though they're just fresh off of grand finals in BetBoom, at Fisher Universe against BetBoom, they still do their homework. They're still coming prepared, which is what you like to see. And as you said, if you don't respect Zero Tenacity, then they will take a win off you. They'll take games off you. So Game Gladiators just proving they've done their homework. They know this team, and they're coming with the necessary preparation. Yeah, I think one thing which really stood out about those grand finals for me, at least, was definitely the mid matchups always seemed to go like against Quinn. I don't know if that's like a drafting thing where they needed to kind of prioritize him more, or whether it was just an out skill and Quinn wasn't on his best that day. I don't know, but either way, I'm expecting to see Quinn stepping up and.
I did see the Reddit memes. I did see some. It's good to see Quinn back in his NA form or something. I was growing up. This is what it was like growing up watching Quinn, or some 1,000 upvote Reddit meme. But yeah, no, I think it will be a kind of the. How do you want to word this correctly? I don't think gaming, if they have a bad day, like a week later, I don't think that bad day should replicate itself. I feel like the quality of these players, like losing a finals in that fashion or whatever, right? I'm referencing Reddit memes. Obviously, you're talking about the actual game that you watched. It's like, yeah, I'd like to think that gaming can easily kind of turn that around. But we do see the TA again. It was a first pick for Tundra and also first phase ban for Tundra. And now gaming themselves first picking the hero. So clearly a lot of these tier 1 teams are putting TA as a very high value hero, and they ban out the Monkey King, which to me feels like they're respecting the Quinn might want to play at mid, because of course TA against Monkey King, even though TA is a ranged hero, Monkey King does very well against that. Another offlaner banned by Zero Tenacity, this time with the Centaur. No, I like the draft, honestly. I feel like both drafts just kind of like slowly progressing to what both teams want, right? It's like Beastmaster against TA is okay because Beastmaster naturally can buy Shivas, you can buy Crimson. Like after your ags, right? Like you can buy any of the items that can annoy a TA, make you tankier. They then steal the Jakiro to make sure that they don't give gaming a potential TA Jakiro lane. It's yeah, so far so good from both teams.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Jakiro. I think he's obviously one of the highest contested heroes at the moment. Then when you pick up a TA against him, obviously it just feels like the right pick. Beastmaster as well. That's a really strong Jakiro game. This hero is going to do work for sure for Zero Tenacity. So I like what they've thrown out so far. Ringmaster coming out for gaming. I think everybody's been taking this hero for a twirl. You've got those Ringmaster specialists like Whitemon, for example, who are kind of showing up, and everyone's like, oh yeah, we should probably be playing this hero more. It's actually very good and competitive, I think.
I mean, it's the fact that not only when what's it called? You use Escape Hat, right? So you're untargetable, but then you get 80% magic resistance at max level. So for 3.5 seconds, you can just like tank through big spells, and then just re-enter the fight. I don't know. It's like you already have strong laning with your impalements. You have good control with your whip, and then you have a massive AOE team fights spell that.
Sorry, sir. Could you use the correct names? Tame the Beasts.
Tame the Beast. Yeah.
Escape
Wheel of
Pact.
Wonder. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used
So
two.
fun.
I use Impalement and Escape Pact. I just call it Whip because it's easier.
Yeah.
Tame the Beasts.
Anybody calls it Tame the Beast, they are sick in the head.
Guys, I'm taming the beast. I'm taming the beast. I'm taming the beast. Like, bro.
Imagine like
Right,
you're trying to you're calling for your ringmaster. You're like, tame him, tame that beast, tame that beast.
Yeah,
I've
we
got it
got
locked down. It's a silly name for an ability, but very good. The damage that thing does is whoa. It's a
I
lot.
feel like we saw all these heroes in the first series.
Yeah.
We actually did. It was the first game draft, right? It was Ringmaster, TA, Sand King, Prophet, and Gyrocopter. So Gaming have stole 3 of Tundra's heroes from game 1 of the Secret Tundra series. And Zero Tenacity kind of drafting like it's the I don't know why, but do you ever look at a draft and it feels like the first 100 games that you play in Dota, and this is like the heroes that you get forced to play?
That's true.
I'm just looking
Maybe
at
not
Windrunner,
Beastmaster,
Sniper
but like
together.
Jakiro, Sniper,
true.
Wind are all like my first
Yeah,
hero
yeah.
kind of picks.
It's like a round 1 open qualifier team draft, other than
Yeah.
Beastmaster. You put like a Centaur or something instead of
Yeah, 100%.
Beastmaster and
Pudge.
Yeah. But yeah, true Pudge. Of course, they do have a lot of long range damage, right? They're gonna have Macropire, Ice Path from Jakiro. They're gonna have Sharpshoot, well, Power Shot from Windrunner.
There you go.
There we go. English is a hard
And
language.
then just
And then
everything
Sniper,
a
of course.
sniper.
Yeah, I was about to start listing it, but there's no point. But basically, all of Sniper, Power Shot from Windrunner, Ice Path, Macropire from Jakiro. So if Beastmaster gets a Raw, they are going to be able to kill that hero from like a safe position. I think the main issue is their stuns are pretty awkward, right? It's a kind of a long wind up Ice Path. It's a Shackle Shot and a Raw. And like Sand King's somewhat elusive. You have Ringmaster to destroy any stun that they throw down with Escape Act. And then you have a Storm Spirit and a TA, which are already very annoying cores that, like, to kill them, you kind of want to have, like, 2 stuns plus damage. And they only have 3 stuns in their draft, so they can't kill both cores right now. Bless me, I don't know if you heard that.
Yeah, no, I heard it. I don't know if Stream heard it, but
Yeah, that's right. Well, just in case.
sound like a good sneeze.
Are you worried for Zero Tenacity? I'm a little worried, personally. I know it's a loaded question, because I kind of put my fear onto you, but...
Nah, I'm kind of not actually. Like genuinely, I'm not just. I don't see it as maybe like yeah they've got good catch on gaming, which is always going to make me scared for a sniper, but also their lanes look really solid on the side of Zero Tenacity. Like I can't really see them doing too badly in these lanes. I think they'll come out okay. You know, as long as you're getting TP responses to the sniper. It's not that bad having like the sniper Storm Spirit thing because usually Storm by himself will struggle to finish the job.
So
a
we
chance
want
of them
more
just
kind of
leaving the TA behind as well.
So more damage from Tofu then, from the position 4, right? So the ban of Zero Tenacity with a Snapfire is pretty cool.
That's a
in
great
that logic
ban,
then. Yeah. So like random Mortimer Kisses to put pretty much every hero other than Beastmaster would go, actually even Beastmaster, all would like half HP just from Mortimer Kiss alone with 1 stun, if not death.
Yeah, I think Hoodwink should probably be the next ban. Seems pretty good here. I don't know how popular that hero is, but
that's the Sharpshooter I was trying to reference, which clearly was
yeah,
randomly in my
they are.
mind. Yeah, God. I was trying to say, for some reason, I was thinking of Assassinate for Sniper, Power Shot for Windrunner, and somehow combined that into Sharpshooter. I have no idea how I did that, but it's fine.
You were cooking. That's fine.
I'm just emotional from the guy abandoning my game earlier. You know, it's just,
That's alright, brother.
It's still hitting on my.
Past now.
It is, I know, but you know, it's just sad when people, you know,
It
disrespect
is.
the game I
I
love.
was thinking about AA. I mean, it's not good in terms of like the ulties kind of poo because there's not really much in terms of regen, but the
It's good damage.
you know, big global damage is always going to be absolutely lovely, and that's what we're talking about. So sensible.
It
balance
buffs up
around.
everyone as well, right? Ringmaster
Yeah.
wants magic damage, AA with Vortex will buff it, Sand King, Vortex will buff it, and then anything from Storm Spirit, Vortex will buff, so it's like, it will just enable everyone else to feel a lot better. What is the hero? Willow or something? Oh.
Oh.
Casual Warlock, which means they're putting Ringmaster to 4 potentially. And then they're putting the Malady on 5. You know, actually, we didn't really talk about have they answered the Beastmaster as an important question.
Good point.
Which they kind of soft did with, like, you know, obviously I mean, TA is not the answer to Beastmaster, but TA plus a strong support can at least do some pressure. But I think it's a bit volatile. So putting Warlock into that lane is like TA will farm, Ringmaster can go aggressive, and it fixes it quite nicely. So I actually like just a casual Warlock to really make sure, you know what, Beastmaster should not, you know, take our tower too early on. And now Zero Tenacity have to. I'm assuming it's sniper mid, so they just want a last bit carry. That can also play into Sanking and whatnot. I think Morphling's probably fine for matchup, but like then I look at the actual draft and it's like you got Sniper, Morphling as your mid and carry. It's like if Beastmaster gets killed 2 or 3 times, your game's kind of hard to play. I don't know, I'm struggling to find the carry that makes me like excited about the overall draft from Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down there for sure. There's limited options left. They are going to go for the Tiny. That makes sense. I think that's the best thing they could have picked in the situation. I think it ticks all their boxes, but yeah, it still feels like it might just die on the front lines without any friends. But at least he's got a Beastmaster to keep him company. All right. Yeah, I mean, again, like, they got good lanes on Zero Tenacity. I think that's why they picked up this Warlock rather than, like, Hoodwink or something, because they recognize that the TA might have a really, really rough lane if it's, like, TA Ringmaster fighting into that horrible lane of Wind Ranger and Beastmaster. So they just make sure they secure the lane with the Warlock pick. It makes a lot of sense. It makes sure that your TA has a start and that you don't just give Nefrit everything he wants and more. Because you were asking about what players can really like kick off in Zero Tenacity, and I think Nefrit can. I think Nefrit's like has games where he puts everybody on his shoulders more so than maybe Stoikov and Retsu do.
No, I think again, Nefrit is a very commanding player, right? He wants to take over games, right? And I think this is like, especially in this kind of bracket of European Dota, it's why like players like Davailam and Nefrit, they have been able to kind of elevate teams because they are so annoying commanding in the early game. Sure, late game, whole other story, right? But like they are kind of conductors that really punish any aspiring team. I am still worried that you pick Tiny last pick into a Ringmaster and Sanking lane. So Sanking now against a melee hero, you're just going to be able to shove away for free. Ringmaster will be able to put Jakira to half HP. So like, can the Jakira Tiny really punish a Sanking lane with Ringmaster? If they don't, it could just be, you know, all tempo gaming. So I think my main focus this entire kind of early game will just be how well will the last pick Tiny do into what my gut tells me is not a good lane for him.
It could be tough, and that hero's it's very mid at jungling. It's like, yeah, you got some nice like AoE with the tree, but you really want to be in lane until you can get that shard. So
I think as long as they don't over aggressive, that like if they block hard camp, play on small, use their spells as like a defensive tool, I think they'll be fine. It's as soon as they get level 2 or 3 and try and overplay their hand, you give a kill to a Sanking or a Ringmaster, they'll remind you that they got that kill. You're suddenly getting like that Vanguard on Sanking, or Ringmaster has level 3, 2 points in impalement, right? So I think as long as they don't die, we'll see Tiny be able to enter the game. It's once the game or the lane gets volatile, whew, spooky stuff.
So Gaiman don't really want any action here, so they're just doing safety smokes, trying to scout out where people are, using that smoke. They know that Zero Tenacity may be looking to hunt them down. There's a chance. But no, still tempted to stay for this. He knows that there's a ward here. He watched the Warlock place it. I'm kind of surprised it hasn't been dewarded yet. Maybe they don't know. Maybe they got giga-brained a bit. I'm not sure. But either way, 2 for 2 on the bounties. Ward stays up for now. I like this Wind Ranger's set, by the way. She's just got like an eye patch on and a mask on, so that literally only her eye is showing out of her face. It's It's all efficiency.
So
right
he
there.
when he misses all the power shots, he can blame it on the cosmetics, you know.
Yeah. Can't see a thing. All right, let's get started then. Obviously, this top lane, it's gonna be all right for Watson. Could have been a struggle in other situations, but since he's got this wall up behind him, it's gonna be absolutely fine. Just farm up. Pablo always gonna be annoying with those power shots. Just so much damage. Mid lane should be a struggle for the Storm actually. This should be a Stoikov lane. In fairness, not a good matchup for Storm Spirit. We'll see if Quinn's able to withstand the pressure from the sniper or not.
I mean, to pick sniper against Quinn, you know, that really is a way of saying, hey mate, you have to play a certain specific, you know, set of heroes, right? It deletes like the idea of mid Husker and like the pucks and whatnot. So I don't mind it from a drafting aspect, but yeah, like you said, it really has to make sure he wins the lane and provide something. I'm just staring at bot lane, I'll be honest, mate.
You like bot lane? Why do you like bot lane?
I am. Oh, it's because I'm already scared about the intensity of how okay, Retsu, they actually have level 2 advantage, so it's looking pretty good, but
just utilizing that to get some really good harassment to Tofu. Getting maybe a little bit carried away here. Ace just doesn't care. He's just sitting in Sandstorm having a nice time. Oh, you're going after my support? That's a shame. Sucks for him. Anyway, let's hit some more creeps. This is so hard to trade into for LeBron.
it's kind of like the two of the best supports for like 5 and 4 at bullying, right? So Jakiro with Liquid Fire and Jaw Breath, or even Liquid Frost, and then Tofu with the Impalements, right? So between these two heroes, it's actually quite respectful putting in the same lane, because they both will put so much damage into each other. It's like, you know what, we're kind of OP heroes. You know what is an OP hero? Leshrac. I hate playing into Leshrac 4, but if that gets picked, I'll share my pain for that. But just pre-warning you, Nomad, that there are some 4 heroes that they hit that nerve, you know.
Oh yeah.
Ringmaster's close. It's up there. It's one of the best right now.
Yeah, he's doing good. You didn't know bad for the constant spam. It's a combination of constant spam and big nuke, which makes him extra deadly. You know, Jakiro's just big spam, which is also very annoying, but Ringmaster's got that surprise factor as well. He's got it all. He's got it going on. How much is Quinn hating life at mid, you may be asking? Well, he's kind of doing fine.
He's chilling. Yeah, he's chilling. Storm has decent wave clear. You also can, you buy bottle, you get water rune. It's not like you're fully shoved away from the lane. I think maybe Storm Spirit, before he had the static slide facet, would hate this matchup more, right? But the extra, little bit of distance he gets between the sniper, it all helps. It all helps.
Makes a difference, and it's certainly making a difference this game. Feels like every time you look at the lane, Quinn's just so far away, he's just so scared of coming forward, but yeah, the numbers don't lie. He's doing fine. Bottom side Ace, very, very low to the Jakiro. Getting cooked up a bit by the dual breath, and there's the first blood coming through for Retsu. Finds the avalanche and the tree grab. Meanwhile, up in the top lane, we also have Pablo going down.
Yeah.
Like he just kind of got sniped pretty deep under the tower, and that looks like some pretty nasty side blades considering where he died from, but you get to see that.
And more importantly, the Jakiro and Tiny are continuing to utilize their level advantage, right? They got level 2 first, they both have level 3, and you give levels to these heroes, they are easily going to be able to fight in a lane. I was expecting it maybe to go the other way with the levels, but Zero Tenacity showing up in that safe lane, and Nifrit very scared in mid lane. I mean, to be fair, it's a lot of bullying happening in all lanes, right? Beastmaster's low HP top, Quinn's now low HP middle. They really are trying their most to try and really bruise their way through the lane.
Yeah. I think Nefrit was doing fine, and then he just got Fatal Bonds, Shadow Worded, and TA just started attacking the boars. And
it's
he
very
just
high skill, I know.
Melted. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Too many units.
What a great concept, yeah.
Quinn just going to take a hard camp, going to make sure he's never low health in this lane. Playing it safe. You start getting low against Sniper, just go base. Just get your health back. Don't bother fighting for these 6s, because his range is so high that he can just cover both runes pretty much without moving from base, so you always die. Yeah, it's looking like a dead Ringmaster on my screen. Retsu brings him down with his 2nd kill off the game.
Right, fair play. I honestly expected the Sand King Ringmaster to do a lot better in this lane, so it's of course, I mean, I was maybe disrespecting the true strength of Jakiro, right? We've seen it so much, maybe I'm numb to it, but I just thought Ringmaster Sand King would have a little bit more punch, and clearly not. Now LeBron with his levels is able to rotate to mid.
Quinn, no level 6, likely gonna fall. The heals coming out from Maldich, not gonna be enough. See you later, buddy. As oh, he's gonna go down as well. Tofu's turned up to this. I'm not sure this is the neighborhood you want to be turning up to, friend. He'll fall, making it 3 heroes just running in and dying in the middle lane. Gaming Gladiators dropping the ball pretty massively here. How much is it going to cost them, considering there's a siege creep alive at mid? I think quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, the only one having a good time is the TA in top lane, right? Like, Quinn's getting forced to jungle. Now Sniper's TP top. We just said
great Shackle.
The TA is having a good time, but if he dies here, they shut him down as well. Alright, 0 tenacity. Very exceptional start to the game. Just
like,
killing in all lanes, yeah.
Suddenly went from 2-1 to 6-1, so that's really turned thing on its head.
Will the Beastmaster be going for Helmet Dom or for Aghanims? At the moment, he only has the mana boots, so he's not showing us where he's going with the build. And Quinn, he's only level 5, and
he needs a 6. He needs a 6. He's not going to get it. He tried to kill the creeps to try and find the next level, but it's not there. He will fall again. 2 deaths now for Quinn. Oh god. Well, he did fine until he didn't. It's all fallen apart for Quinn in the middle lane. 2 huge deaths. Tower dead before hitting level 6. 2. Wait, how many? Oh no, it's the.
What?
17 XP away from level 6. He died on. That's tough.
Was it 7? No.
Yeah. 17.
I saw a 3. I was like, oh, 7? Ooh, that's not many XPs.
17's still like a melee creep anyway, isn't it? The same difference.
Yes, any creep died, he's fine. Yeah. The fact that he walked there, like, it wasn't like LeBron was trying to hide. You know, he was in the wave, he was just farming, and then Quinn just walked into the wave as well. I was like, oh, I'm dead.
Maybe if he can just kill off the creep wave quickly. I think he thought he was going to get a 6 from it. I mean, he definitely did, because he was just desperately trying to kill the creeps as they were going on him. But it wasn't enough. Pablo has been very scary in this game. Pretty much every fight he started with those shackles has resulted in some magic happening, but Tofu's doing nicely with the impalements, forcing back 0 tenacity.
I don't think I've seen a sniper this active though. Like, the fact that he like already TP'd top, he's aggressively farming the jungle.
Yeah, give his mid lane to Jakiro as well. LeBron's going to be very happy about that. Going to allow him to hit decent timing on Macropire. These will be problems later on. Maybe even not later on, maybe even soon. Macropire is going to be a huge issue for TA in these fights if she can't get out of it.
They're wrapping around onto Ace just a little bit here. We'll see if they actually want to connect. They have a dust prepared on the Jakiro, so they are ready to kill.
Top tower goes down. Now for it. Gonna rot. TP out. Maldi. Oh, he doesn't have the 6. Can't drop it. Tofu doesn't quite land the Tame the Beasts, so Beastmaster will escape.
He could have ate the Black Grimoire. He could have got the 6 if he really wanted to, but it would have.
I feel like that would have been worth it. What do you think?
I mean, at this stage of the game, I think any kill for gaming would feel quite nice. But if you do waste a golem early on, it doesn't connect, then of course the tempo will shift the other way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is pretty cool and good though. They're just camping out in the enemy triangle, taking their stacks. You know, it's only a double stack, but they stack it once more. That's going to give Watson a nice little cash injection. Guarded by the supports. Meanwhile, Sniper's doing the same thing in the other triangle, so tit for tat.
I think this kind of quiet stage of the game is helping gaming a lot more, right? Like, as much as we're praising Sniper from breaking open the mid lane, going top, Beastmaster is still heavily underfarmed, right? 3.4k net worth. And that is stalling out Zero Tenacity's ability to, you know, call for the Tiny to go for the twin gate, take top tower. He is, you know, farming very, very defensively.
Ice Path does land. Just annoying Quinn as much as possible, but he's got the heals behind him, so it's not really a big deal.
Okay. Ace is going for potentially Vanguard into Boots of Travel.
Right. That's not what I was anticipating, so they just don't want to fight.
No, yeah, it does look like they're really going to skip waves throughout this this entire early game. Because, like, normally, again, we praised 33 for going, like, Crimson Guard, right? With Vanguard, you normally go maybe just Blink, right? But he's just opting for potentially, again, he's not, you know, quick buys, you can never believe them, but if he does go for Boots of Travel, his second item.
What does that say about the game? What does that say about how they want to play it? Well, we'll answer that question later as they're jumping forward now. Quinn trying to get on top of the Jakiro and just bring down LeBron. Should be a pretty easy second kill of the game for Gaiman. Tofu's going to take an assassinate for it, but doesn't go down, so just a nice little assassination. Maybe not the big target they were hoping for, but they'll take it. At this point, Pablo finds him, gets the assassination onto poor old Tofu. These assassinates plus sharp power shots are just... they're an issue. God, you got me saying it now.
I'm so sorry. I am so sorry.
It's alright.
It happens. Let's mix your words. So many spells.
Too many spells in Dota. Next patch, I just want to see the half the amount of spells.
Get me out. Someone asked me the other day, they were like, do you think Dota should just be made easier? I'm like, what? No. That's the entire beauty of the game. Like, the complexity is the fun. Oh, and Gollum being thrown on the Retsu.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and now Quinn.
There we go. Wait, hold. Oh, okay, Quinn's just dead, so that's maybe not ideal, but they will get the follow-up kill on to LeBron. A small, thin silver lining as well. Watson's trying to make something happen here, but Nefra just comes in with the raw power shot down as well. Watson's trying to stand his ground here, trapped inside the box, comes out the other side, kills off Nefrit, and Stoikov's down in the backline as well. This is getting pretty big. Oh my god, Retsu with the Echo Saber just eliminates Tofu and Melody. But Watson and Ace aren't done. They want to keep on going, and Retsu's taking a step too far forward. It's another hero dead, making it a full 5-man team wipe with the most unlikely of starts here. But Gaming Gladiators, they just pull a fight out their asses, really.
The start of that fight was some of the worst Dota I've seen from gaming, right? Some Hail Mary Gollum getting thrown out of tier 1.
All
Tiny
part of
walking
the plan.
Yeah, Quinn walking in going, hey boss, you want to combo me? And then after that, of course, they still, you know, stay in the fight. Sanking is very tanky with his Vanguard. TA with the Blink was able to, you know, find some good openings. So very good from gaming not to like just back out of a very, very, very bad initiation for that engagement. But maybe Zero Tenacity just saw that and going, what the hell are they doing? They're throwing their spells, you know? Maybe they just got a bit too caught up in how bad the initiation was.
Yeah. They baited
I'm
themselves
sure,
a bit.
Luckily, we do not have replay technology. Because if this was on LAN, I'm sure we would have seen the start of that fight at least 2 more times.
Yes, the desperate, sad golem into Quinn just jumping in for a instant death. It wasn't looking pretty, but you know, they did their jobs. They broke up the fight enough, allowed everybody to get in around the side, and that was that. Well, now we're looking at 14 minutes into the game, and things really evening out somehow for this one, even though it did kind of look like Zero Tenacity just kind of run away with it, but wondering if this has made Ace change his mind. Nope, did go for the Boots of Travel.
Nope. Yeah, he's cooking. Look at him. He's going to run around the map real quick. He's basically going to play Sand King kind of like a Nature's Prophet, right? Like, quickly scurry, farm somewhere very quickly, always TP to his team to take the fight, right? Like, that is the value of Boots of Travel. It's just very hard to buy the item and feel good, right? In a lot of meta, because you're trading tankiness and damage for just a positioning tool. I think if there ever was an argument for Boots of Travel, it would be a hero that already has like Vanguard and a lot of spell damage, as Quinn is using half of his mana.
He's going in, he's going out, he's running them around in circles, and he's got their number. Baiting out Ratsu really, really nicely there, knowing he was invis in the neighborhood by the looks of it, and just baiting him beautifully, and gets himself a kill onto the Tiny as a reward for his efforts. You love to see it. Ending the fight on like 0 mana is just like peak efficiency for a Storm Spirit.
Yeah, not only that, but it's the fact that he's like baiting out the ice path and dodging it, you know, utilizing the trap vision. You know, he's not even doing that under an observer mode, right? So like, you see hero, he go.
Yep. Laura Sentry for that Shadow Blade on Tiny. Like, that wasn't down before, so he was just kind of reading it. Don't know if you saw him go in. I don't think so. I think he was just dodging out. Very good.
And now, I believe the Crimson Guard is complete on the Sand King. So the item that we expected to see has now been finished, what, 4 minutes later than we saw 33 by it? 3 minutes?
Yep.
So not that jarring of a change of build.
No, definitely not. Partly due to that really successful fight, and partly due to being able to go around the map and just continue farming up on Ace. It's pretty effective. This hero is a beast at pushing waves anyways, isn't it?
Yep. Oh, look at him. He's back in true form. Look at that. Look at that quick buy.
Hell
Ace
yeah.
is online.
Ace is doing Ace thing.
He's happy, yeah.
Oop, another attempt onto Quinn. He's like, fool me twice, shame on you. Or something. Either way.
Just remember that 2 fights ago, Quinn did just disappear at the start of the fight and it looked awful. But now
he's on his redemption
he's using
arc,
that. He's on his massive redemption arc.
That's when Quinn's at his strongest. It's also April Fools, so maybe he's just April Foolsing them by pretending to run in and die.
Don't get me started about April Fools. Oh no. Look at this new roster, guys. I promise it's real.
I love it when the corporate husks get comical.
Yeah, very funny.
It's nasty.
Oh,
Defend this one. Toss back onto the TA. Raw to follow up with as well, but it's a beautiful wheel coming out from Tofu to delay this one, allowing Watson to get himself backing. The turnaround kill comes through onto Retsu instead. Gaming Gladiators responding excellently, knowing what the likely play was going to be, reading it well, and being prepared. Oh, hello, Mr. Nefrit. How are you doing? Well, okay, goodbye, Mr. Nefrit. He gets out fine. Nice ice path, stops the vortex, and Quinn's almost dead, by the way. He's going in! Yo, this guy's crazy. And he's dead.
Oh. I mean, he could have technically dodged it. I think he got a little bit excitable on the zipping away. Maybe he was trying to just break distance, but rough. I think at least for gaming, they are showing that their draft is very, very skirmishy. Like, they don't really care about what they're doing on the map. As long as they move together and poke the enemy, they will be able to break them. Like, Beastmaster, even though you're a strong laner, if you don't take tower, you kind of just hit jungle, right? You hit jungle, you press raw, you go back to jungle. And that's exactly what gaming is exploiting right now.
This weird Roshan attempt's kind of been delayed a little bit. You don't really want to do it when Veritasi is nearby. They've got so much poke and prod. It's just going to be impossible to really take many objectives if Zero Tenacity are nearby as 5. Same with high ground as well. They have like a phenomenal high ground defense. Ooh, the right click comes through. The roll way too late from Nefrit. Now it's going to seal LeBron's fate. And Quinn, he's going in once again. Nefrit's gonna fall. Watson on a mega kill streak. Quinn's just going in. He's just diving in, running at the enemy team and creating opportunities for his farmed mid laner, farmed off laner. Like, this is peak gameplay here, folks. If you've kind of fallen behind a little bit in a game, but your team's really strong, just run at them. Genius.
But you know what we're proving from this, guys? Is you can make mistakes in a Dota game, right? You can mistake.
Such an ironic statement to fuck up.
I know. You can make mistakes, but look at gaming. They made plenty of mistakes in the early game. They didn't give up. They didn't just hit the jungle. They kept going. They kept persevering. And now look at them, taking Roshan exactly as the clock strikes 20 minutes.
What a testament to the tenacity of mankind.
Yes. And they all have triple auras, by the way. Tofu has the mech. You've got the pipe on the way from the Sand King. They want to end this game soon. It's been some time since I've seen the... Actually, they actually kind of had 4. They got a Solar Crystal Ringmaster as well. Oh, sorry, a Warlock, right? Quinn getting some spells thrown on him bot lane, but Retsu now getting the return favor, and Golem. This time it connects.
Yeah, Maldi. He's more than happy to drop golems onto Mr. Retsu. Still vision upon him. Retsu will fall once again.
They are trying to go towards the mid. He does have the Aegis, and Refraction was up. Forces away from the Macropyre. And...
Ooh, Raw. Over on the other side of the map.
Yep.
Ace is going to be absolutely fine though.
Right, oh, assassinate.
Oh, he didn't actually get off the ulti. Easy. Nothing of value was lost.
Oh no.
Oh, that's interesting. The axe actually destroyed the tree, which they could have latched Quinn to there. And now, oh no, they're on the sniper. This is bad news. Shoykov needs to leave, but he's not going to get a chance to. Smart from Watson there, knowing that the concussive grenade was about to come out the moment he was unstunned, so just using the Hurricane Pike to make sure that he can follow up with the damage. He's a smart cookie, this Watson fella. Real smart fella. Pablo trying to get away. Quinn, again, just going for the run at them tactic. Oh, Pablo doesn't have focus fire. I was going to say, if Pablo had focus fire, he could just make Quinn go away by ulting, but because he doesn't, this is just the most awkward chase. He got mana for the Electric Vortex, and bye-bye Pablo.
It does annoy me when I see Storm players so good at using their mana. Like, entire time, like, he was playing on the limit of, like, I want to jump you, but keep enough of Vortex, but I don't want to overcommit, and it was pretty damn annoying. Meanwhile, Watson in the mid lane, just poking different. He has to hide behind the tree, because, of course, he still had 4 more Hurricane Pike hits on him. And then LeBron shows himself for a millisecond in the same area where his team just got jumped and now dies. Yeah, the map has disappeared for Zero Tenacity. You do not want to lose out, any net worth against these heroes if they are, some of the best map hunting heroes, right? Like TA trap vision, Storm jumping you from nowhere, Sanking with the boots of travel, always present if needed. For Zero Tenacity, unless they get BKB or Beastmaster and can walk to an objective together, they are just going to be victim to getting picked off.
Ooh, amplified damage rune. Still 2 minutes left on the Sages. If they catch somebody off guard here, then high ground is actually very likely. See Stoikov, he walks over a trap, and Watson immediately upon him, but held back a little bit by Pablo. The Atos doing work, just holding back Watson and stopping him from just blowing up the sniper in 2 shots. "23 minutes into this one, and it looks like Gaiman have it on lock. Very fond, very happy. Lots of auras to go high ground, make Watson feel nice and confident to just come up and deal the damage.
Alright, but Beast does have the BKB.
That's Quinn just kills off the Jakiro down at bottom once again.
Dire are scanning.
It's a big bait for the Jakiro, because you're always just like, man, you just love pushing lanes. It's just so satisfying to push lanes with Jakiro. But man, if I can just get one more wave. Just Jewel Breath, Liquid Fire, run away, easy. And you're dead.
Smoking up. Pablo in there for it. They want to try and get a kill. I mean, Quinn is playing extremely aggressive. He has the gem as well. If they get this kill, maybe they can make some progress on the map, get some D wards, but they need to get Quinn. They need to get the D ward. Oh, get the gem, sorry.
Right,
they take Tofu. Yeah.
A small consolation prize, but then one they'll be forced to settle for. They don't find the ward either. Man, this ward has just completely destroyed them this game.
It's a difficult one to deward because you naturally deward kind of hill into river, not kind of south of the hill. It's a very nice ward to place. If you're trying to find like a silver line for Zero Tenacity, it is the fact that the building damage from gaming is very obvious, right? It is TA has to right click the tower. No one else will ever progress that objective. So in the high ground with maybe a Shadow Blade or a Blink from Tiny, and like a Shackle and a Roar, like you do have the tools to kill, but Pablo has to 1v1 Quinn again.
Doesn't usually end well, but this time he's going to get out. Saw him on a trap for a brief second. The traps really just have been making this map feel awful. Then we go on to Retsu in the middle lane. He's going to pop the BKB and toss away Ace. So Epicenter does get wasted a little bit here. Perhaps an opportunity now for Gaming Gladiators. The silence traps were so annoying. Continuously chasing. Ace jumps in. Wheel of Wonder coming out, but doesn't catch Retsu. He's going to get out.
This is often like the hardest part of a game for, I think, for a winning team, is you break the entire map early, you get like 9k gold lead, but you don't have enough lead to just auto go high ground.
Yeah.
So now you're in that like, play the map, wait for next Roshan, get the Aegis. Then after Aegis, you now need to look for a smoke, get a kill. Like, sure, it's like easy to say, but when you're playing the game and you're not getting the kills, when your enemy still farms it, it does slowly get a little awkward. Especially at the high ground of Sniper, like Sniper just, if he gets like maybe a BKB, me on a BKB, holds high ground, it will eventually get harder for Gaming to close out a game that has felt like it is, theirs to win from what, minute 5? No, minute 10. When did they get the team wipe actually? Minute 12? Minute 10?
I have no idea.
I kind of forgot that Zero Tenacity did somewhat own the lanes.
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
how
that
dominant
was a thing.
Gaming have been. They've scrubbed that from my from my memory so quickly.
Yeah, they
well,
bottom
Pablo's
line stuff. It's impressive. Yeah, Pablo gone. Thought he could come get a wave. He was wrong. Cut down. And now, oh, Zero Tenacity. It's just so scary to be on this map because you just never know when there's a trap around. You never know when you've been seen. And, well, Ace is actually going to get dropped here a little bit as LeBron's coming in. It's a nice ice path. It's a nice macropyre as well. But Ace, with all of those auras, going to try and keep himself alive. And he might just be able to do it. Yeah, he lives through it all. And now Quinn looking to get the cleanup. At least I'll bring down LeBron. Nefrit was able to get the TP away though, so he will survive. And now quick jump in to get the Tormentor. Very efficient here from Gaming Gladiators.
You gotta love auras, don't you?
I love, that's so exciting.
It's so cool. Like you're about to die, and all you have to do is slam your face in the keyboard, and you're just infinitely tankier.
I wonder if he's got like some way to press 3 buttons down at once for all his auras, like a toothpick across his keys.
That would be technically illegal. Oh, a toothpick. Oh,
Nah, toothpick's okay.
Okay, macros are illegal, but a toothpick's illegal. Like if you had a physical, that's a good point.
It's a tricky one, because I know in like CSGO you can't put like a bit of blue tack in the middle of your screen where your cursor is so you can no-scope people. So surely
Retsu.
similar rules would apply to Dota. As Retsu getting beaten up.
Okay.
Like they wouldn't let you have like stopwatches on your desk for timings or anything, so surely they wouldn't let you have a toothpick on your keyboard.
No, I think a toothpick is as bad as when we had the armlet toggle macros.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, I think it's in the same league for sure. Oh, Roshan's gonna be taken by Gaming. That's nice. So, Storm jumping LeBron.
Cool.
I feel
also
like
super dead.
The last like 5 minutes of this game has just been Retsu BKB TPing but getting golemed and LeBron dying. They're like the two main like memories I've now.
Yeah, and Quinn zipping with any
generated.
Heartbeat.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, here we go. Any movement, he's there.
Well, let's see how good his high ground defense really is. Spotlight's
coming
coming
like
on out.
What are you doing? Come on. Sounds like you already expected Zero Tenacity to lose.
I do.
That sounded a little snarky. Oh, come on. Here it is. Here's the high ground. Eventually gonna happen. Come on.
No, I've just been anticipating seeing this Sniper Jakiro tiny high ground defense and Windrunner, to be fair. It's pretty gnarly. Like, it's
oh,
just
they got a
hard.
brawl.
Okay, alright, Quinn's gonna be the target, but where is the damage? It's just not coming through thick and fast enough, and now Quinn's gonna BKB and look at the turnaround, but Ace is the one now in trouble. His auras have been gotten through now, or have they? Yes, they have. Assassinate comes through, finishes the job, but also is Nefrit at the same time as well. Both teams missing an offlaner now, but they're so slowed out of resources on the side of Zero Tenacity. They're still trying to fight up here. Stoikov doing the damage to bring down Melody. It's just a support kill. If they can get someone more important, then it would be a big deal, but I don't think that's gonna happen as Pablo being chased to the side. Stoikov going for the TP out. Quinn's not gonna find him. Doesn't connect with the Electric Vortex, but nevertheless, it's a triple for Quinn as they'll bring down both supports and the offlaner. Now Gaiman can look to continue the pressure, keeping Zero Tenacity stuck on their high ground.
Fair play to Zero Tenacity, right? Like, to start the fight, to look for the angle, but you are jumping the double Aura Sand King with a Storm Threat who's what, 19 armor, a Kaya Sand. It's not like an easy kill on any of these heroes, but they just needed that one extra core a little bit closer. I feel like they were just missing just one hero's worth of damage, and they might be able to disengage from that fight. But at least we are seeing the motions in which Zero Tenacity, can follow to try and get a winning position, right? But it does feel like gaming, if they ever group up as 5 and hit an objective together, they probably just break the high ground. Oh, Quinn saw a heartbeat and he's in.
Yeah, Pablo walks over a trap. And Quinn springs it. See you later, Pabs. Now, the barracks slowly being sieged here. Quinn, let's jump in, but once again has a BKB and just immediately stands his ground, turns around, starts taking chunks out of Retsu. Retsu forced to BKB himself and run away. We've seen a lot of that this game, have to be fair. Stoikov trying to be a threat on the backlines here, trying to find himself a target, but Ace just going to be able to blow up LeBron, and Stoikov's really doing nothing about it. Just trying to throw down some shrapnels, do something, anything to get these guys out of their base, and eventually they will retreat. Or kill off the banner. Flyback from LeBron's come through. Smite's actually going some difficulty there with all of those little imps coming out from Maldi. Escape act, always good.
Yeah, they do have a minute and a half left on the Aegis, so gaming should still be confident to reset, go for another X. If they lost Aegis, then we might just been farming for another Roshan, but they're jumping Ace for the 3rd time. Can they do it? They did it. Yeah.
Ace is gone. Using that power shot to cut through those auras and finish him off nicely. Executed. And then, yeah, they're really not confident to fight at this point, and I can kind of see why. Nefrit's just going to come in, try to blow up Tofu, but Tofu escapes out at back lines as LeBron's just dead to Watson in the back, and Nefrit unfortunately going to get cut down. Now Stoikov, without his teammate, is going to be in some trouble, although I say that. Quinn's actually forced to back away. The BKB from Stoikov, though, the moment it ends, he is gone. See you later, buddy. Thanks for playing. Watson finds himself yet another kill on this one. He's the one to get a triple kill this time around. And there's going to be another one fight for Gaiman as Retsu cuts the wave and gets out.
But they do have a wave top, so this is not really going to stall out the aggression if they want to. With 30 seconds left in the Aegis tier, should just look to try and take another tower here. Quinn with the gem. There should be no surprise of Tiny and where he's going to be able to come from. Snap the buyback. Yeah.
Gone for the barracks now as well. Quinn once again jumping onto Retsu. Retsu no BKB, so potentially could get caught out here. The spotlight does do pretty good damage to Retsu. He's not really respecting him, he's kind of chilling in there.
Watson is half HP. Okay, he just got tonic out. He doesn't have Aegis. Beastmaster is back alive.
Escape hack just kind of Quinn just kind of not running away with it. Just an act. Yeah, Axe on Warlock, that's no joke.
Back to farming for gaming. Just wait for next Roshan, secure your game. Unless they see a very good opportunity in which Zero Tenacity have left their base, then it will just be one of those classic, choke your opponents out, continue farming, play for the very easy timings.
32 kills, 26k goal advantage, and once again seeing an opportunity to jump onto Retsu. He's gone, no buyback. This could be the end. They'll blow up LeBron, they'll try to turn around onto the Templar Assassin, but Escape Act is there to save out the TA. And I can just run forward, grab Stoikov. Stoikov is going to be able to make it back. They'll escape to the fountain, Zero Tenacity, but without their Tiny, their front lines are looking pretty pathetic. Add to that the fact that they just don't have Primal Roar anymore. And it's looking kind of hopeless. And there it is. It is hopeless. GG comes out. Game number 1 will be going to Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah. Other than probably the first 9 to 10 minutes of the game, where the lanes were a little shaky, I think the playstyle of gaming was, true to themselves. Very aggressive, very skirmishy. They itemized with the auras. They wanted to break their opponent. They kept reminding their opponent that they were the ones commanding this game. And I think for Zero Tenacity, that's why I wasn't too excited by the Tiny pick. Like, the lane went better than I expected, but just the transition to the game, it's you need to buy like Echo Saber, then it's like a Shadow Blade, and you got a mid sniper who's got a Maelstrom, a Beastmaster who still needs to farm an Axe, and he's like under farmed. So it's like all 3 of your cores are kind of like farming items for more items, and in gaming it's like you got a Blink Dagger second item carry TA. Sand King went for Vanguard Boots of Travel, so he's always fighting and poking you. Storm's is zipping literally everything. Sometimes it's comedically bad because he died. The other times he's like MVP of the game potentially, right? So yeah, I think it's just, if you're Zero Tenacity, you need to either play into the aggression of gaming or pick better heroes to counterplay that expected aggression. Because right now it's like, I'm not seeing either one of those identities in their draft.
Yeah, and what ban position was TA in
first phase? Oh, I have no idea.
Because we've seen it first phase a lot in these qualifiers so far, but I feel like I'm seeing why. Like it looks really, really strong every each time we've seen it. The pressure that comes out from those traps is absolutely ridiculous. But I guess that's kind of the draft they built around it. The reason this hero feels like super duper OP is just because they've got the Storm to go along with it. They've got Ace with the Boots of Travel. Like, your map just feels absolutely unplayable if everybody can just follow up from these traps. If anybody shows themselves on a trap, then you have the tools to bring them down, kill them off, and that's going to lead Gaming Gladiators to a Game 1 victory. Zero Tenacity, though, they had good lanes. If they can maintain that in game number 2 and then not kind of fall over themselves at the first fight in game number 2, then I'm sure we'll have an actual game on our hands. But this one was a bit of a beatdown, so Gaming will take the first win and get one step closer to qualification for DreamLeague. We'll throw it over to a break, and I'll be back with game number 2. Hello and welcome back to DreamLeague Season 26 as we're getting into game number 2 between Gaming Gladiators and Zero Tenacity. And as you may have expected, Zero Tenacity are currently a game down. Can they come back? I think there's a chance, you know, like they showed us some good stuff in that laning phase of the last game, and then it all started falling apart. And unfortunately, they just didn't really have a draft which could make much happen against all those TA traps, against the Storm running around, zipping around, being annoying. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see how this draft goes for game number 2. I feel like a lot rests on that. And I'm expecting a TA ban in the first phase as well.
Yes, I think the TA is probably the best hero of the qualifier so far. We've seen Tundra first pick it win, they've banned it. Now we're seeing Gaming first pick and win with it. Capybara's first pick against Avidus and also won. Spoilers, by the way. Navi Jr. picked it as well and won. So it's like every team right now who's won a game in round 1 has utilized TA to win a game, right? So I feel like that is the hero of the Western European closed qualifiers, and I hope for some team's sake they either very quickly think of some counters or they start banning it out, because it is just breaking open some of these early games, especially when you get like Dragonlance Blink and have Shard. You can never really like surprise an enemy. The traps are just, you know, so oppressive.
Yeah, and we've seen these TAs just be really active early on as well. Like, sure, you can farm super quick with side blades, but if you get a good start, why not just run at the enemy? Just find opportunities. That fight under the tier 1 tower for Gaming Gladiators against Zero Tenacity in game number 1 sort of just broke the game and set the precedent for the rest of the game, where from that point onwards, it no longer looked possible for them to fight up, and that was all because this super farm TA just joined a fight pretty early on, made her presence felt, and went for a bit of a dive, and yeah, paid off massively. So now we look over towards game number 2. We do have a draft available, so let's waste no time in jumping into it and find exactly how this one is going to go. And well, we do have a TA banned out by Zero Tenacity, so doing the right thing, I would say.
Yep, it is what feels like the qualifier approach at least, which now opens up for what, the Prophet? Yeah, okay, cool. There's Prophet to be picked up. We shall see where it goes, but for gaming at least they keep the same bans. And I would argue, yeah, actually I don't mind this. I think if TA is high value, there's Beast, yeah. Nothing too crazy here. The main thing for Zero Tenacity is they need, I mean, 1,000,000%, they have to make sure that their Beastmaster doesn't get forced to the very defensive side lane camps, but like, you know, that are kind of tucked on the very extreme of the map too early on. That's what happened in the last game, and he was bottom net worth of the core. It's like you need your Beast to be kind of top 3 net worth on core and kind of a bit more of a statement in the early game. If you're not creating those early moments like defend your tower or stop me from farming, you just kind of become another hero. And Beastmaster is not that. He is meant to take over games. You're not picking it to be like another kind of member of a team. It's a very statement timing based hero, but we'll see how they want to enable that.
Yeah, Prophet's always just that. Yeah, as you mentioned before, like if it wasn't for the treants, like he'd kind of be a bit more of a niche hero, but with those treants, it just makes him always good in every role. Like you can kind of do whatever with the hero. Usually we're going to see it as carry or mid, but you really can do what you want with Nature's Prophet these days. So came in, opening up their draft nice and open with just this very strong conceptual hero.
And with the Centaur ban as well from Zero Tenacity, I wouldn't be surprised if gaming want to, you know, maybe go back for that Sanking. I think like the way that we saw 33 play it, now Ace has played it, two somewhat different styles in pacing. Because 33, he went for Vanguard phase boot into Crimson, and he was running around the map. Ace went for Vanguard boot to travel, TPing around the map to then get the Crimson. But still the same kind of philosophy. I want to be the front line. I want to, you know, be annoying, you know, utilize my Burrow Strike. Epicenter is kind of a novelty on the side, but that's maybe a later pick down the line for Zero Tenacity, that they're not changing their draft structure. They're keeping the Jakira, they're keeping the Beastmaster. And gaming, it's like, sure, okay, we change our first pick, but we'll do the Ringmaster as well. What was the pick last time? This is when they picked Sand King.
Yeah, they went SK, I think.
Yeah.
We're trying to guess the supports go along with it. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like Ringmaster it's essentially the same as Shadow Demon into Beastmaster, where you can just say whoever gets roared, you can just use that escape act, and it's a real problem for the beast. And okay, we're gonna get a warlock again as well. Wow, this really is just control
back, yeah.
C, control V.
I mean, I like the fact that game pushed the Warlock to this position, though, in the draft, right? Like, as much as we spoke about Sanking, in my mind, I'm thinking of Sanking as the last pick in this phase for gaming. You see 4 heroes, you pick it. And Warlock is one of the better support, or it's the best support for 5 that you don't care, you just pick it and play into any role. Same thing as like what Jakiro does for Zero Tenacity, or into any lane, sorry. So now gaming, it's like you lock in your support duo, you have good lane, Prophet can easily play safe lane into Beastmaster because of the Warlock. Now Zero Tenacity, like, there's no flexibility in the draft right now. Jakiro is your 5, Beast is your offlane. And to find a flexible hero whilst also not allowing your mid to get countered is hard.
It's tough, yeah. It's a big ask.
So they just
Storm
take the
is going to be
storms for it.
stolen by Zero Tenacity, forcing Game Gladiators to do something different, but they will be going back for the Wind Ranger, so keeping that one at least. Go on, sniper him. It'd be so funny.
And Quinn is currently the drafter, so whatever he says is like, this is my lane to beat Storm, he's gonna pick it. Or you just pick Tide, so why not?
Tide mid.
Wait, okay, I guess, well, no, I'm just thinking, sorry, I was speaking in the lens of like the hardest counter, but this also tells something where it's like, clearly Quinn has like 3-4 heroes that he'll happily play against Storm Spirit, right? Like, he got obviously like Puck, Ember, etc. So he doesn't really care what he plays. So that's kind of what we should take away from that, from instead of my kind of like very bold statement. And for gaming at least, they take the Tidehunter. Do you really kill him? Sure, the power shot facet from Windrun is quite nice to actually hurt the Tide when he's low HP, but you cracking off a lot of the Jakiro damage. You just banned Ursa. You've already banned Monkey King. There's not many carries that truly stop a Tide from hitting creeps. So I like it. 18 pick Tidehunter is probably my favorite position to pick Tidehunter. I think earlier picks open it up to be kind of punished and exploited, but this is my favorite kind of time to pick a Tidehunter.
Yeah, it does feel like I mean, it would have got banned otherwise, right? So
It'd have been like
opportunity.
It would have been like Tide Sanking would have been the 2 bans probably from Zero Tenacity if they didn't pick it here. And they also banned the Slark as well. And sure, they go for the Ember, like I mentioned. So clearly there was plenty of heroes for Quinn to play.
Yep, Huskar Puck banned out, so you get that 3rd hero on the Ember Spirit. Meanwhile, the Tidehunter's going to be the follow-up. And I love the Shard on Tide this game as well. Like, that leash is going to come in super useful against Storm and Wind.
Okay, what is the Retsu hero that allows him to play into a Tide lane, but counters... So I was thinking Morphling for the anti-Nature's Prophet, but the reason why I didn't talk about it was because the lane against Tidehunter is often quite Tide favored. Morphling doesn't really shove the Tide out of lane. Tide can out-deny you, plays for good CS, and you kind of need a good 5 to help you out in the early level 1, 2, 3. So yeah, I wasn't too excited to talk about Morphling too much, but they still go for it. In the game, it's fine. Just the lane, I've seen good Tide players just really annoy a Morphling. And then when you think about the map progression, Ember goes for early Mage Slayer. He'll be able to brush off the damage of like Jakiro, Beast, and Storm. Nature's Prophet will TP in to take tower, and Morphling doesn't like losing his tower. And you have no one to defend towers, right? Like, Beast doesn't defend your tower. He wants to try and take towers. So it's like, I just feel like they're going to be a little bit too greedy on Zero Tenacity. Whilst gaming, you put level 6, level 7 on all their heroes. They're making moves on the map. They're taking towers. They're being annoying.
Yeah, that is true. They've got a very poking, very active draft on gaming, which could catch Zero Tenacity off guard. I'm hoping they are able to make plays on the map with like 3 or 4 heroes without needing to drag their Morphling around. That said, I also don't mind it if the Morphling does have a good lane. If he's able to capitalize upon that and move around himself and make plays, then I'm also happy for that to take place. So, yeah, it just depends on how these lanes go, really. And I don't think that Zero Tenacity are set up for nearly as good lanes as they were last game. And then last game went super badly, so it's hard to put too much faith into what Zero Tenacity can do this game. I am willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. Obviously, like I'm sure they've learned their mistakes from last game about taking the correct fights and not getting kind of too baited. So we'll see how it ends up working for them. But yeah, it's going to be a tough one, of course, versus Game of Gladiators, who are really just looking to get the 2 wins today and then head on home. You know, just get your qualifiers sorted out in one day.
I think the
yes. Ace has Nanoplankton Eater. Let's go. Little guy. Look at him running around.
Yeah,
Little,
I mean,
dude.
Tidehunter has this kind of like a favorite facet to take now, compared to before. Did get some slight changes. For Zero Tenacity, it's like I think mid lane is super critical, right? If Storm can find a way to delay the timings of Ember, if you take away the early active runes, prevent Quinn from kind of connecting the aggression of his supports into the game, that will buy a lot of time. And sure, you know, as much as morphling into Tide lane isn't crazy good for morphling, the game, he can go Silver Edge down the line, he deals with more Nature's Prophet, he doesn't really care about the supports. So it is a good morphling game, but he does need to have good farm and to be secured. And he's by himself right now as the 3 heroes of gaming, which is holding the high ground, but of course, no real control to actually punish a morphling.
Just slip and slide down the water slide and you'll be absolutely fine. Not a big deal.
Yeah, I'm going to be eagerly looking at the CS of mid lane. Stoikov, he's going to have to just try and find a way to outplay where possible. A couple of denies here, maybe.
So middle lane should be a pretty straight up trade. Maybe slight advantage to Quinn. Could get an advantage over Stoikov. We'll see. Rune's going to make all the difference, as with any spirit versus spirit matchup. When it gets level 6, it's going to get messy in the middle lane. When you look at the supports then, to see who can rotate in better, and honestly that advantage does kind of go to Zero Tenacity. They've just got a little bit more impact on their supports when it comes to moving in for those power runes. And then it also depends on whether you can leave your cores alone.
He might be dying.
Does look like that, doesn't it? But
so close.
Not quite taken down.
He kind of got like into melee range of a Tidehunter to get gushed and then right click, but Manady actually gets the first one on Pablo in the top lane.
Yeah, Webhat's not baited by your shenanigans, so he caught it all. Pablo
He's
goes down.
one of the best. That was a very political answer. I didn't say the best, but
He's the best.
okay, fine.
I'll say it. I'm not afraid of them. Jeez, these power shields do so much damage. So good for curing CS as well. From your for making sure your carry doesn't get range creep. Nice last hit actually on their range creep there as well. There's on side Retsu. Being chased constantly. That's another issue with the Ringmaster, I guess, is that like he does have that long range poke, which Morphling doesn't super like playing into. Kind of just means that he's never really gonna get to feel super comfortable going down to like really low HP and.
It's also, I mean, Jakira doesn't like it as well, right? It's percentage damage based on your HP. Jakira is one of the tankier position 5s. So it's gonna any impalement on either of these heroes will start to chip them down. Morphling 5 CS to the 10 of Tide. This is why I wasn't excited to talk about Morphling. You know, it's like the lane just isn't that good for the hero. And Ace is reminding Retsu of this. The hard camp has been okay. Just got unblocked actually. Okay, LeBron was been body blocking it. I was wondering when gaming was going to maybe want to pull the hard camp, but LeBron has done a good job at stopping that one.
Certainly has. As on the top side, Watson getting a decent start. I mean, no one's going absolutely crazy up here. People just kind of trading. Effort a little bit low now. Oh, the trying to deal with damage doesn't quite have the man.
Wait, how did he die?
What?
He got ankle smashed into Tame the Beast Feared and died. He was pretty much 80% agi with 4-1 charges. Okay. Yep. Lane not going very well. And now LeBron stepped up.
tame the beast, gonna deal the damage. I mean, that spell's just crazy, but yeah, that all comes from Retsu dying. Like, that just cannot happen in this lane, but he just kept himself low enough that he got caught out from the trees, I'd imagine, from the Ringmaster, and yeah, Tofu just had his number.
He's kind of okay. He's got Fairy Fire.
Yeah, he'll stay alive for now. Still three stick charges as well. Not much, but enough to keep him alive.
We talk about the importance of runes. Tofu takes the bot rune, and now takes the top. And actually, okay, Tofu doesn't even take it. He allows Quinn to full refill and take both water runes. Not often do you see the mid laner taking both, sure. It can happen, but
yeah,
Stoikov will not be too happy on it, especially as he had a slight level advantage.
Yeah, he was doing good. He was doing very good in this mid lane. Quinn was sort of getting the business from him, but now with that double bottle, he should be in a much better position. Stoikov is just being really, really annoying and chasing Quinn down. Ringmaster down at bottom, getting a little bit harassed up here as Pablo low once again. I feel like every time I've looked up here, Pablo's just been sitting in these trees on about 10 HP, so it's a tough time, but at least Nefrit's doing okay. But you have Watson starting to pull away quite a bit. I mean, it's a really good lane for him, as we expect. Prophet's already a pretty strong laner, and throw a Warlock on him, and he's just going to be able to hit creeps for the entire time. No one's going to force him out of this lane.
Yeah. We are coming up to the 6-minute mark, right? That active rune. Very, very important for either of the mid laners. With how well the side lanes have gone for gaming. If Ember is to take it, then easily he can rotate in to kill off a Beastmaster. Or a Morphling if it's the correct rune. Stoikov, he actually doesn't have any resources in the Storm Spirit. So he's going to have to start walking back to base at the 5.5-minute mark to then kind of TP back in, and it does feel like he's just going to be conceding the first rune of the game.
Yeah, I don't think he's making this in time. I guess
the levels
just could zip back. No, it'll take him so much time to get his mana back. He is going to do that, but it's way too late.
Just the levels are pretty despair though for Zero Tenacity, right? Like, your Morphling and Jakiro are sharing level 4, your Windrunner's level 2. It's not really any, hey guys, let's go and smoke and go fight them at this obvious timing moment.
Yeah, bro's level 2, that's not good. Level 1 power shot's not really going to be much of a threat.
They are TPing in top with the Jakiro through the Twin Gate.
New breath coming out, and looks like they did catch Watson off guard here. Nice rotation here from LeBron. Full credit to him. I'll lose Net for it in response, but that's absolutely fine. Maldi gonna get a nice amount of XP for it at least, and another charge on his Black Grimoire.
At some point, LeBron looked like he was higher level than the Beastmaster as well. So you got to bring that level into the fight, and yeah.
Pablo. Oh, he gets whipped from the side by Tofu, but they will bring down Maldi as a response. So Ron's just getting everything up here. Makes a rotation, gets 2 kills, pieces back down to the bottom side. Lovely stuff.
LeBron's like, this was great for me. I had a lot of fun. His team's like, I'm just dying, please stop.
Yeah.
Wisdom though, it's going to be 1 for 1. Ace taking it for his side, Beastmaster. So both of the offlaners will be taking it. Of course, this will make Ace feel very, very good here. 25 CS, he has fallen behind. After such a dominating start to the lane, his CS did just disappear, right? Like, to suddenly be down 13 CS and 11 denies after what looked like quite a commanding entry. You got a solo kill with it as well. It's going to be... It's one of those moments where I wish I could just kind of re-watch the point at which, when did it go wrong for them? I was kind of briefly looking over the lanes. I didn't really see anything that was glaringly obvious of you can't hit creeps anymore. But things did.
But I guess if both of these offlaners are kind of shut out of the game, then Beastmaster's much easier to come back with. He's just jungles so much better than a Tide Hunter does. Tide can do it at least, but it's a little slow.
It's more like I'm a little, confused how Ace went from 10 CS more to now 20 CS down, right? That's
yeah, 100%.
I expect Beast to have a bad time. Yeah, exactly. I expect Beast to have a hard time into Warlock, right? But alas, Quinn rotating over doesn't have any point in the Searing Chains, so it doesn't even really matter if he finds the Beast. Just tanks up a Roar and will enable Watson to probably take this tower.
Yeah, I'd imagine so.
Warlock can't eat the Black Grimoire to get the Golem, and Quinn is being very annoying. This is
Yeah.
the iconic Ember gameplay. Get level 7, run around enemy jungle, press slight.
Yeah, that max slight damage is just kind of ridiculous. It's extremely difficult to stay near if he's just allowed to cast these on you. And the punishment's just not going to be there. It really, really isn't. So again, just slowly waiting for Zero Tenacity to find their timings. Like, the net worth is still very close between these two teams at the moment. There is not much of an advantage when it comes to money. XP is feeling pretty good for Gaiman at the moment, I'd guess.
The game is somewhat identical, yeah.
Yeah, actually more XP on the side of Zero Tenacity because Gaiman have just been playing together recently.
I think it's more about how the supports play out this stage of the game. When the game's this quiet, Warlock, he has the Black Grimoire, he looks to take fight, but Jakiro, Windrunner, they're a little bit more lost. They're not as explosive as they enter the game. They're kind of waiting for their opponent to make a mistake, and that isn't really happening as Quinn uses the Shield Rune to take the mid tower. But he's still holding the Grimoire, hoping to get level 6 without using it. When you have Sentry down, they do see the ward on the high ground.
Yeah, just getting the sentries down and
Arcane.
securing the Arcane Ring for Stoikov. Is he going to live through this? Looks like he very well might. He's going to be fine for now. And holding the Arcane also quite efficient from Stoikov here. But on the back, Maldi and Tofu are just able to deal the damage to LeBron, who thought he could kind of defend the tower, maybe get an extra wave in. The Jakiro curse. It just happens every time. Now we have a Vladimir's Offering finished off for Ace, so he's got himself a little bit more sustain. I see aura for the team. Helps him jungle. The rest of the team, they're just blasting
Still
down the
pushing
middle lane
mid.
now. They're not stopping this.
It's been so long since I've seen the take a tower into another tower, right? Like, this was maybe, what, 4-5-year-old technology? The idea of just barreling down one lane when you take it? Nowadays, that's kind of
Apex
considered
Dota.
griefing. Yeah.
Swin once again getting a little bit ahead of himself, but yeah, he's actually kind of being distracted whilst I'll just go for the backlines with Stoikov and Pablo. Maldi going to be the next target here. Golem going to come down though, and that's going to force back Stoikov for now. But Stoikov's fully out of mana with Watson TPing in. He might be able to finish it up. Never mind, Soaring is there, and that's going to get Stoikov out of danger, given the extra bit of health he needs just to escape this one. And Quinn trying to find the finish here, but won't be able to do so, just narrowly on the edge of that sleight of fist. And that means that Stoikov's going to escape for now.
That was very,
And
very
he
close.
catches him and gets a double slight as well. Just got to keep your distance here. Get your resources back. Unfortunately, with the golem coming down, the tower falling is very, very unlikely. Sorry, staying alive is very unlikely. Nature's Call as well. Double treants. Yeah, goodbye.
It's
Tits are
11
gone.
minutes. Oh,
Crazy.
This is some, like, nostalgia feelings I'm getting watching this game. Like,
Yep.
taking a couple towers in a row, now they're going bottom. Oh, Ember running around
I
the
miss-
enemy jungle. This is, yeah.
Yeah, it's throwing me back to the days when like we had like Shaman, Warlock, and like everyone would just race to level 6. The moment you get it, you just run mid and just can't do anything. We didn't have fortifications refreshing or multi-shot back in the day, so.
I think this is... Oh, wait.
Retsu?
That's waveform.
Is he alright?
Is
Might
he,
not be
though?
alright.
The jungle
Oh my
hates
God,
him.
Creep camp. You're coming in with the assist. Thank you very much.
You gonna take another tier 2? I mean, if they really wanted to, they could bring the profit down with the Ravage, but it's a bit... Maybe getting carried away. Wait, hold up. Yo, Ace, are we doing it again, boss? He's going for 1 item Boots of Travel for the second game in a row.
Based?
Yeah, he does want to go
Yes.
base with the Boots of Travel, correct, yes.
Based
Like-
on his quick buy.
This is one of those moments where it's like... It's happened only 2 games, so I don't want to get too analytical on it. But it does boil down to the greed of Ace, right? Like, he loves farming and being able to join the fight. So, like, if you ever say, like, what item in theory is Ace's best item to make his playstyle feel good, it is that item. But it's always such a weird item to buy.
From getting very, very angry. Just laying down a Macapie here. I don't know why.
Being Jakir in this game is pretty upsetting. You show on a lane, you are going to get embedded, yeah.
Quinn is going to be able to close the gap though, and they will take down Jakiro. It's difficult, like, again, you want to be Jakiro, you want to sit under towers, you want to try to slow down pushes, you want to catch heroes, and yeah, unfortunately wasting that macropie there was a pretty big mistake, and may just result in that that tier 2 tower falling. At least taking some heavy hits, or at least forcing them to use a fortification for it. None of the things you want.
Whenever he shows, he is dead. Like, that is the simplest answer, but again, Ace, with the boost of travel now, 40-second cooldown on his teleport, instead of 80, like, I mean, it makes sense for Ace. If you had any other player, I'd be like, yeah, this is pretty bad. But Ace is greedy enough to... Yeah, it does align with his perspective of the game. If there was a team that was very aggressive and, like, map pressuring, he probably wouldn't buy it. But I think the way that Zero Tenacity has been playing, the lack of, like, towers they've hit, they have enabled him to do this kind of punishment-free build. Now Quinn chasing LeBron again. Oh, Quinn, leave him alone, man. Please. Have mercy.
Does not get to live this game. Now Golem being dropped here. Not necessarily to kill off Retsu, because I don't think he does, but more just because he can use it to push afterwards. But
Watson TP'd in.
It's getting a little awkward. That's a roar coming down onto Watson. What are you doing? That is not the TP you're looking for. He is going to die. Down goes the Nature's Prophet. Quinn, well, he just wants to leave now.
That was some miscommunication. Quinn had very much escaped. Sure, Warlock had died, but I have no idea why Watson completed that teleportation. Especially when Quinn had accepted that he was leaving the fight. Oof. Of course, it's a very brief moment there. And I guess another thing that we haven't really mentioned is because you have the Nature's Prophet, you can just teleport onto the Treant. So there's, again, there's additional little layers of maybe logic behind the Boots of Travel, as they are going to be going onto Retsu. He is strength morphing.
Yeah, might not be enough to keep alive this time around. There's that Wheel of Wonder coming out, looking down Retsu and getting them that kill. Another hero dead. This time, it's a big one. The carry does fall for the third time this game on the Morphling.
16 minutes.
Pretty far out and punished appropriately.
Right, who's going to get this shot? Quickly guess, go.
Tofu.
I hope your eyes were closed whilst you were doing that.
My eyes are always closed. I cast off sound alone. Sound and vibes.
It does explain.
He's going for the Agnum Scepter next. Okay, so a little bit greedier than we usually expect.
I think the words Ace, Greed, and Aura are like the three. If you had like a word cloud for him,
yep,
that's about it.
He does love some auras, but I'm gonna be the choice this time around. But you know, it's an AOE debuff. I guess in some worlds we consider that an aura, a castable aura.
You're reaching. Wrapping around though, Beastmaster and Storm Spirit. They're hoping to try and catch the supports in the back line.
Yeah, Retsu's doing a good job making a distraction here. This might actually work, as there's a nice grab coming in on the back lines. They'll get the Warlock and the Ringmaster both taken out. Big Ravage coming out from Ace, so that's going to allow him to kill off Stoikov and now move on to Nefrit as well. Everyone gets taken out on the side as Nefrit trying to stand his ground here. He needs to get off these drums, and it is just not going to be enough. Nice power shot coming out from Pablo, but Quinn is on the chase. Retsu nearby going to take that. Oh, but the chains bounce onto the Treant instead. Well positioned from Watson to absorb that one, stopping Quinn, getting logged down and getting him out of there. Buyback comes out from LeBron, but for not much reason it seems, as everybody's just backed themselves away and they will not be catching anybody else out here. So great start to the fight from Zero Tenacity. Loved the idea, loved the execution at the start. But unfortunately, with the Nature's Prophet TPing in, things just started going real wrong real quickly. And the Ravage as well, of course, doing work.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only the Nature's Prophet TPing it, it's the fact that he TP'd in, spawned tree, Ace TP'd on the tree, and they both get to wrap around from that position to then create the fight, right? Like, as much as his inventory looks a little bit weird, they are utilizing the Boots of Travel, making these kind of like pincer movements to punish, and they take the fight. But sure, Ravage is on cooldown, but they're going straight into the pit. going to be using that gush and the anchor smash to try and do as much as they can to Roshan. I'd be surprised if Zero Tenacity were even trying to attempt to steal this. Maybe like a Storm Zip is like the best play. Stoikov is in position, but scouted out by the Impalement Arts. And maybe. Will he? Probably not. He's not backpacking anything yet.
Nope. Roshan will fall. Aegis grabbed by Watson now, so Nature's Prophet able to be even more confident in where he farms this map. I wonder how much more Dota has left in the tank. They're going to keep on fighting, keep on trying. Maldi's going to be that target, but in comes the escape hack to get him out of there and make sure that he lives. Oh, and they found Pablo on the side. Unlucky Pabs. As he will be dropping eventually. A slight fist from Quinn will finish the job, secure him the kill. That's going to be another death there for the Wind Ranger. 30 seconds, dead. Not exactly a huge time you could do much with, but it's just continuing to make them feel suffocated on this map. You can't really move out, you can't check runes, you can't really do anything.
No, you're a victim to where gaming wants to go. And Retsu, he showed himself for a second, and guess what? TV back to base, mate. You're not allowed here yet.
20 minutes in, but it's feeling a lot later than that. Game and they've just got so many items at this point. He's looking for that Ag's almost complete. When that's up, that's going to be a real issue.
He's got the blink. Maybe he gets the rope with the slight, the chains, and Quinn, he's out of there.
I'm not entirely sure if you wanted to go on that. I'm not sure what happens to you if you do.
15 ping for Quinn. Oh, Shackle. Macro Pyre. Any other damage? Nope.
Pretty annoying, but yeah, no more follow-up damage, no more lockdown. You can't really just jump into this tide to try and kill off supports. He has a spell which stops that kind of thing happening. Get off some chains. TP in from the Morphling on the sidelines here. Once he picked up, he's got himself a Manta now, so Retsu going to be at least very annoying, but they've almost lost the barracks already. In fact, they've lost them. Watson's Treant's going to get the job done. Now another tree spawned. Just keeps on attacking these buildings. LeBron is going to... Okay. Fair enough. The Treants will just be able to take the range barracks by themselves. No help needed. No other heroes required. Also, a bit of deep lore here. Watson's Treants are called Malady.
Oh, that's the name of the Warlock player?
Yes, it is. What shenanigans are afoot?
Yes, that's a good interview question for a future day.
Indeed.
Maybe that's how happy Malady looked when he joined the team. He was like happy little tomato-y thing. Oh, Zip.
We've got a golem drop down to the bottom side. I mean, Retsu doesn't really seem to care that much, but well, there's a flaming samurai in their base now, which is kind of low, and it's not Quinn. Quinn getting chefed up a little bit. It's getting definitely very hot inside of this base. And here we go, Aghanim Scepter for Ace. Follow that up with a Sleight of Fist. This is their new combo they want to try out. A bit of AoE, anti-armor, plus slow coming out from the gushes, and follow that up with a Sleight of Fist or two.
The fact that gaming haven't just gone top to tier 2, you know, to potentially take Megas after the fight is just testament to the we don't care, we just want to walk into the enemy and take the building we see quickest. And of course, going from bot to mid is the quickest path, and yeah, up the high ground they go again. Solo Crescent the Treant, sorry. Of course, Ace can tank the tower easily if he wants to press Kraken. If not, doesn't really care too much. Probably trying to push them away.
The Gale's actually surprisingly good against the treants, so it does stop them from pushing the tower for about 4 seconds, but the moment it's over, like, straight back to business. Middle tower gone, barracks line to fall as well. Come on, Zero Tenacity. What have you got? Surely you got one more trick up your sleeve.
I just don't think they do. Well,
You telling me their sleeves are empty?
they're wearing one of those, is it like tank top or whatever, just like
Yeah.
zero sleeves. Their draft has been fully exposed, just like their garments.
Yeah, just like their arms, the guns.
Like Nefrit just
one
picked up a
more hurrah
BKB.
in the top lane, maybe.
Okay, here it is. LeBron placing a ward in the lane. He does see Quinn. Maybe to start with a ice path, but then you're gonna get the escape axe behind it. You don't really want to jump any hero.
Oh, good.
Oh. No. Yes. No.
Retsu and Pablo just witnessing their middle laner get absolutely slaughtered in the cold light of day and deciding they want nothing to do with that, but they may not have a chance to answer that. When the storm comes back, at the very least he's going to have a DD rune, so...
We're coping. Oh, there's LeBron. He's on the low ground.
How dare he?
That's a fuck you Macropie if you've ever seen one.
Yeah, truly. He's just kind of hanging out in it as well. Didn't even bother sidestepping. It's kind of just rude, to be honest. Everybody's pinging this. This shrine. I don't know if that's deliberate or not. Oh, Storm with the buyback. Sees a shackle. Maybe there's an opportunity here. Don't forget, has the amplified damage and wants to try and make some use of it. So immediately jumping onto the backline, just trying to bring down Tofu. But Tofu with the escape art's going to be able to get himself back. Can they finish the job on Tim? Yes, they can. They'll kill him off. But meanwhile, their backline's getting absolutely destroyed. But Watson's actually dead. The roar, the damage, it's enough. Pablo and Nefrit just ripping through them all at the moment. Gaming Gladiators falling apart. They're forced to get out on Ace and Malady, but everybody else is dead. Oh, where did that come from, T?
They finally got the backbones, right? Ravage was used to kill Storm. Storm buys back. Now you don't have Ravage on Tidehunter. He's a walking gush. They fully ignore him. They kill the Ringmaster. They threaten the Warlock TP, and technically everything they could have done to win a fight, they did, right? And the issue is replicating that is the hardest part, because they're using a buyback on a Storm. They're not going to have another buyback. So for Zero Tenacity, they're happy that they won a fight, but they need to be very, very respectful in the fact that it was, you know, it is impossible to recreate this again unless another core steps up to eat the Ravage and then buy back once more. For gaming, they just, you know, I feel like they're on autopilot now, you know, like they're running around the map, they don't care. Like Watson went for Hurricane Pike Mjolnir into Brooch, right? Like he didn't even think about going BKB into like Ice Path and Macropire and Storm Spirit and Shackle. Like normally, if the game wasn't so, you know, momentum driven, he wouldn't buy Brooch there, right? His third item would be a BKB. He wouldn't then die. He probably wins the fight. So there's a lot of different, you know, parts in why that fight went well for them. But we'll see. Can Zero Tenacity replicate it? Can they somehow survive the Ravage? Can they find the supports? If they do those two things, that could be the start of the comeback, but it's going to be very, very hard. They are positioned in a good place, though. If Malady walks up this hill by himself, then he doesn't. Okay, Nefrit, he was hunting. He was looking. He was hoping for a kill.
Yeah, it doesn't make it available, and you can see Gaming playing with a little bit more caution after that last fight. Not just brazenly running down lanes as solo heroes. Ace still is. Zero Tenacity, they've had a taste of victory, and they liked it. It tasted good.
Yeah.
They want to see if they can have another sip at that cup.
Oh, they're not. They're going to get at most a Wisdom rune. A shrine, technically.
Indeed. Basking in the Shrine of Wisdom. I mean, it's still good. A little bit of extra XP increase. Couple of levels here and there. Especially if they can capture their own. They're showing no signs of wanting to get off this map at the moment, though. They're happy to kind of slink around under the cover of smoke and try to see if there's any applicable targets. Quinn that
Zero
might be
tenacity.
considered to be one, but he's got a TP out. He's going to be all right.
They had a short window to leave their base, right? Like with the gaming having to re-push their waves, dealing with the Ravage being on cooldown. Like there was a nice window for them to leave. But that's why gaming respected that and they played defensive. Roshan now screams. Zero tenacity probably can't contest it. Again, I think there is a chance that you might see some wild Stoikov attempt at stealing it with no buyback. That is a win or lose game moment there. And because of that, probably won't take those odds.
It would be funny.
It would be funny. But there you go. Aegis now taken on Watson. 300 gold away from BKB. Could probably
he's
sell
gonna be
no
clicking
and
in
yeah.
these fights.
Oh,
Bottom
Quinn's
side,
dead. How did he
Quinn is
die?
dead. Yeah, they did finally catch him out, and Nefrit also not looking super healthy as he's going to get into the pit. Maybe so. Okay, all right. Well, Golem gets used. Wasn't really needed as Tofu had him anyway, but nevertheless, they'll kill off Nefrit.
They had to seek revenge for poor old Quinn. Pretty much won the early game. His performance in the first 20 minutes of this game has been everything you need to do to prevent Zero Tenacity from feeling good. And sure, Golem's on cooldown, but with the Aegis, Beastmaster dead, no Raw. Sure, he has buyback. We're gonna go for a little mega creep situation here, but no, they're not getting too excited. Just playing it slow, waiting for the 6-second respawn in Ember Spirit as they walk back down this lane. They want to end the game right here, right now. Get their mega creeps. They have a smoke on Tofu if they want to utilize that.
Yeah, go for the wraparound maybe. They're passing it around. They will throw it down. A bunch of smokes available. Just sitting behind Watson, trying to make sure they're not an option here. But Stoikov is back here, so you can see Maldi and Tofu are kind of like poking and prodding. They know that something's wrong. Stoikov positioned well, looking for an opportunity. His team do need to create that opportunity. Whether that threat suit's kind of going in, a nice shackle could be it with the Macrophire coming on down. But escape art will be there. Stoikov goes in, jumping onto the Prophet. Doesn't seem like the best move when he's the one with the Aegis, but that's the move they're going to make. Watson still surviving through this. It's absolutely fine for now. Ace still have his Ravage for the time being, but doesn't really want to just use it on Jakiro. Jakiro should go down regardless with a few more clicks. That's exactly what happens. Raw comes down though onto Quinn. That's a great target to catch out, but there's a Ravage follow up, but it doesn't matter. Wait, he's saved. They catch him out. Storm is dead. As Retsu, well, he's trying to stand his ground, but that's not going to happen. Ace brings him down. Watson with the right clicks finishes him off. Oh my god, I can't believe Quinn survived through that, man. Sanjin Yasha, escape arts as well. Tofu doing it all. This is crazy.
I mean, the Ravage from Ace, escape acts from Ringmaster. It's so hard to kill a hero. I mean, Zero Tenacity, if they had like maybe 2 more items, we could entertain it, but the aggression from gaming, look at it, Quinn going in, he doesn't care.
He certainly doesn't, and Maldi's picking up all these kills with these bonds, and yeah, they'll wipe them. The GG will come out. Game number 2 goes to Gaming Gladiators. They will be securing their 2-0 and moving on to the upper bracket, which will actually be played today. So they get to find out if they will be taking one of those first slots today. We've got 2 teams qualifying.
I don't think they are playing today, my friend. I think they are playing tomorrow. We only have one qualifying game today, which will be Tundra versus Navi Junior. We'll see Gaming play tomorrow in their, I believe, evening time slot at 7 UK time. But yeah, Gaming Gladiators, I think we've learned one thing, is Ace has found a new style of Dota that he wants to play. Again, I didn't watch the previous tournament that he participated in, so I have no idea if he has been doing this already. But at least for me, seeing the Vanguard and Sanking into Boots of Travel, playing the map but farming and fighting, and then on Tidehunter, equally as tanky hero, doesn't obviously need to buy Vanguard, has Kraken, but same thing with Boots of Travel. Then he goes Ags, throwing out Gushes, buffing up his Ember with the slight spam because you have minus armor. I think conceptually it does make sense for gaming and how quickly they like to play together, because I think the best Dota we saw from Ace was when he was on the Dawnbreakers and the Underlords, the heroes that super farm the jungle but always can join the fight. So if those heroes aren't in meta, maybe Boots of Travel is the way that brings his playstyle back into the meta, right? But we could just be getting carried away. Zero Tenacity didn't really do anything in either game. They kind of pushed lanes, didn't really try to take away a Roshan, didn't really try to pressure a tier 2 and actually make the game as competitive as it could be. So it's hard to really gauge the power spike of the boot to travel, but in theory, I can respect it maybe working for this team.
Yeah, it was a cool adaptation. The fact that he did it both games does always make you wonder. We'll see what he does in the upper brackets tomorrow. But certainly for today, that was looking like a cool adaptation, and we'll see if the trend continues. But overall gaming, yeah, they won the fights that mattered. We had one or two slip-ups, we had one or two lost lanes, we had one or two mistakes here and there, but ultimately the big moves, the game theory, it was all just leagues ahead on the side of Game and Gladiators. But hopefully Zero Tenacity can learn a lot from this one, can take it into their next series, and keep using these qualifiers as great experience, because that's what it is. You get to play against teams which are literally just in a grand finals at a pretty major tournament, so you get that experience, you bring it through to the next one, you just keep on grinding, keep on learning, learn what gaming are doing better, try to do it yourself, and who knows, maybe Zero Tenacity will start being a threat to some of these upper teams in the closed qualifiers. But for this match, we are all done. Zero Tenacity will be dropping down to the lowers, and we'll see Gaming play for their slot tomorrow, which means we've got one more series coming up today, T-Governor, and it's a pretty cool one. We got a qualification match on our hands.
We do. We have Tundra versus Na'Vi Jr. Na'Vi Jr., of course, multiple times they've been so close to qualifying, but not being able to beat the best. But now, with the likes of Avalus not hitting their full stride, with Tundra having roster swaps, this could be the time they do it. But again, we'll have to find out in how long?
We're looking at 2 hours and 13 minutes for that one. So
there we
2
go.
hours and 10 minutes from when we go live. So
perfect.
It'll be a little bit of time. It'll be a while, but hopefully that last series is going to be a fun one. I mean, low key, I'm kind of hoping that Na'Vi Junior can pull off the impossible. It would be really entertaining to see. They're a great team, and as you said, they've been so close to qualifying for so many things, and sometimes they have qualified for things and then still gotten. Not managed to get there. So unfortunately for them, it's been a rough year, but maybe this is a turnaround. But it's a hell of a match to play against Tundra Esports versus Na'Vi Junior coming up in about 2 hours time. So we will see you then.
Delights with songs and enchanting too, with sweet songs fill the air. Go happy by, and ever mindful be, to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel, repeat my love at each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine.
chiena monterà, c'ha la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora bella per danzare, chiena monterà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, festa in danza, donna mia, venite qua, un garzon bello giocondo, ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà.
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper. Caught fish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance, and faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time, and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again, when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again, when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again, when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads at Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If
bitter toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord.
My thoughts are winged with hope, my heart's with love, fly on unto the moon in clearest light, and say as she does in the heavens in earth's song wanes and waxes my delight, and whisper softly to her ears. Hope often hangs the head and does shed and in my thoughts you may mistrust my love. If thou mistrust my love, you do blame. Say though you alter, yet you do not know. As she does change and yet remain the same. Let us that love return to me no more. Till my love shine as she has done before.
A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll never ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheer for twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would ne'er been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa heeren about the braes, and poo the gowans fine. But seas between us, braid hair old, sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Jo, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet. For old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll tak a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Jo, for old lang syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Jo, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for old lang syne.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. Forward the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir, do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no, we long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail ale. For just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those Jews fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery and day. August for Marish and Krushki in his beer on.
These melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love. Alive with passions from his breath that flow, healed your music when his breeze to blow. Thus at once the charming minstrel delights with songs and enchanting tune, with sweet songs fill the air. Go, happy pipe, and ever mindful be to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel, repeat my love at each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine.
Giola in luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà. L'ora bella bella non tiene buon mancherà. Giola luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà. L'ora bella bella non tiene buon mancherà. Giola luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà. Resta in danza quando donna mia la ride un gatto bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.
Eyes the boy that builds the boat, and eyes the boy that sails her, eyes the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind a caviar flake, cake and tea for supper, codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance, and faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Eyes the boy that builds a boat, and eyes the boy that sails her, eyes the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never go again when the old man died. without slumbering. Tick tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering. Tick tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering. Tick tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering. Tick tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was none to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie.
waves that fall my heart to fear and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord.
a fond kiss, and then we sever, a farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy, Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benight me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would ne'er been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilka joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn Fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. We twa hearing about the braes and pooed the gowans fine, but seas between us braid he road sin auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne.
There were two little sisters a walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those induce fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item day. Agus foy marish and crushki in its birch shelan.
These melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love. Alive with passions from his breath that flow, he'll draw music when he's pleased to blow. Thus at once the charming minstrel delights with sounds and enchanting tune, with sweet songs fill the air. Go happy by, and never mindful be, to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel, repeat my love at each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine.
Tundra Esports versus Navi Junior is a very exciting matchup, and that is what we are blessed to cast right now. The winning team is going to go through and qualify for DreamLeague Season 26. Already, day one qualification. It's a real run of dreams here, potentially. Obviously, everybody's favoring Tundra in this one, but can Navi Junior do it? That is the question, and that's the question I'm going to ask you, T, Governor.
Oh, I mean, I kind of feel like they could, right? Tundra's currently not in their best form, especially because they were winning every tournament, make a roster change, and now they're kind of now trying to qualify to new tournaments. So it's like, that it's technically doable. I'm not saying it's, locked in, haha, they've won, but beforehand, if you asked me like 3 weeks ago, I'd say it's like 80-20 Tundra, right? Now I'd say it's maybe like 70-30, maybe 60-40 towards Tundra. But no, Navi Junior, they are not a team at all to ever scoff at. I think that they, on any given day, they could win a qualifier. It is inevitable.
Yeah, I think Navi Junior is like kind of the quintessential qualifier team where they've just been doing this so long. They've made a few changes. They've got some rising stars. They've got Niku, like super young player who's just shown like so much potential. 16 years old. He was born in 2009. I can remember that year. That's crazy. So a really young player, and yeah, I mean it's going to be interesting to watch these guys play and see what they can part of the bag, and especially against a team like Tundra, who are very good but maybe slightly vulnerable at the moment. So could be a really good chance for Navi Junior to at very least show what they've got, and maybe, just maybe, secure a qualification place. But of course, Tundra, they look very good. They look very good earlier against Team Secret as well. Game number 1 just smashed them in 25 minutes straight, just bish, bash, bosh, done. Game number 2, they're actually on the back foot for quite a lot of it, but the moment that they saw a little bit of a weakness, the moment that Secret showed their necks, Tundra just at them, and they just were able to turn the game around and find the opportunity and get themselves a win. So very very interested to see if this one's going to be similar or how would you kind of compare Secret and Navi Junior? I guess would be a good question.
Navi Junior are just much more disciplined and have identity in both draft and play. I think Secret kind of lack who they are meant to be as a team because every qualifier they don't do very well. They to be fair, haven't made roster changes for this qualifier, but throughout the last 6 months to a year, they've probably made, multiple roster changes. So, I don't know. It's like you're comparing an established team that is only getting better compared to a team that's trying to find some form of, I guess, baseline performance to then start improving, right? So it's a very, very different level of team. I think for one thing, though, for Tundra is even though they beat Secret 2-0, the second game, if you were to put Navi Junior in Secret shoes, it's probably going to a game 3. If you want to compare it that way, I think Tundra should have lost that second game. They were outplayed early on. The map play was really good from Secret. It was just a couple kind of tactical blunders of players not always being in the right position, and that's something that Navi Junior won't do. So I feel like even though Tundra did win that series 2-0, it probably should have been a game 3, and that's maybe more testament towards Secret not being in their best form, kind of struggling at the moment, compared to Tundra being, oh my god, they're dominating, they're 2-0, right? I think that game 2 was a big tell that this series against Navi Junior could be very competitive.
Yeah, I'm hoping it is. And we can talk through some more of the players. Obviously, I mentioned Niku before. Very, very hype Ukrainian player, 16 years old. Everybody's sort of been watching him develop and being like, man, this kid's actually really, really good. Talk to me a little bit about the rest of the team. You can jump on any of them.
Can I just start with Niku real quick? Because I played Battle Cup with him last week, and I have a bone to pick with him because he said he wanted to play Chen mid, so I drafted him Chen mid, and then as the draft developed, we then had a couple complications in the draft where he didn't now have belief in the Chen that he wanted to play middle. I picked my offlaner Medusa for memes. He stole the Medusa from my offlaner. He forced me to play position 5 Chen, and we eventually did win the game, but I feel like if that's what his drafting contribution is like, I can understand why Navi Junior is struggling. He is indecisive and... no,
I'm sure he treats his Battle Cup games exactly the same way he treats his officials. And I'm sure he treats his pub teammates the same way he treats his actual teammates. Niku, very funny. Lots of good banter every single time we play as well. I think Zayats, of course, is going to bring a lot of experience. He's going to be drafting. He's going to kind of try to mastermind this team. He's a somewhat recent addition to this team. I believe he joined at just the end of last year, so around November or December last year. And so very recent, really, in the grand scheme of things. And he's been making changes. He's been merging his ideas and helping these guys step up to the next level. And let's see how far they can step up, as we've got the draft available for game number 1 between Navi Junior and Tundra Esports. So let's jump into it and find out exactly how this one is going to go. T-Governor, any key picks, any flavors we should be looking out for here between these two teams?
I mean, at the moment, we've been seeing a couple Ricky games so far in the qualifier from Navi Junior. They are playing the support Ricky. Of course, the shard on Ricky is very powerful. It prevents allies from targeting anyone else who's inside that smoke. So if you do put smoke screen down, they can't get glimmered or force staffed, and they are stuck in position. That would have been very helpful, I think, in that game 2 for Secret, if they could have done that, because the four staffs did save 33 multiple times. But I think Ricky is at least a hero to maybe think about in that 4 role. And also, they are a TA team, but they're playing Templar Assassin later in the draft, not first pick that we have seen from Tundra, hence why they're banning it out. But they're probably the big 2 heroes for now.
Already gone, already taken out of the pool. Niku's got a ton. I mean, Niku just plays every mid hero. He plays so much Dota, he plays every mid hero, to be honest. Can't think of much he wouldn't play. And we're going to start with the first pick, Ringmaster. So I wonder if this is Tundra Esports actually bring the Ringmaster up the levels of priority, or whether they were just like, I just want to play it again. One just wants to give it a spin. But it has looked really powerful. It's looked really, really good from what we've seen of it.
It just feels like their version of stable 5 that can play most lanes, right? Because it has that kill threat, it has the zoning for the 4. Especially if your carry is able to win the 1v1 against the offlaner, Ringmaster can drag the position 4 away from the lane with the Impalement Arts, keep them half HP, and then you have to kill for it once you get the tame the beast or whatever it's called, the first spell. So it's like you just do a lot in laning phase, and if Jakiro's banned, if you don't want to play, I forgot the other support that has this level of strength. Oh no!
Oh no!
My entire brain has turned off. Help!
Position 5. You've just crashed out so hard.
I've honestly yeah, it's fine, but it's like Ringmaster is kind of no. I don't know why, but I just fully forgot the hero.
Ancient Apparition.
Tundra Esports.
I'm just going through the most picked supports at the moment, to be honest with
No,
you.
no, it's not helping me. I'm lost, mate.
All right.
I've lagged. It's fine. But Ringmaster Jakiro, same type of thing, super strong. I just remember saying this exact sentence earlier before in the draft, but I guess technically it might have been talking about Ringmaster. That's why I'm flustered, because I'm talking about the same hero but in a different way. Yeah. Either way, OP lane, Monkey King, Navi Jr., second pick. We won't know what's happening until the end of the draft with this hero. It will prevent a lot of heroes from being picked up, which is nice.
Yep, I think you mentioned it already, but Navi Jr., Monkey King, it's a hero they really, really like playing with. They'll always pick it up. They'll flex it all over the place. Pretty much everybody can play it on the team. So, yeah, this is really, really a Navi Jr. favorite. And doesn't give anything away in these early stages of the draft either. So we're going to know what's up. In terms of actual interactions with Ringmaster, yeah, it's not really much to say about it. You're not exactly going to run out of your circle due to a whip from the Ringmaster. That ain't going to happen. Same time, Escape Arts doesn't really save you from Monkey King too easily, because Monkey King just got so much mobility and the nice Wukong's command to come down and everything, so kind of difficult.
Can I have a small intervention? You know how earlier I blundered a spell? You're doing the same thing for Ringmaster. You're merging his second and third spell into one word.
Oh, cool.
You're calling it Escape Arts.
Escape? Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, because it's Impalement Arts and Escape Act, and you keep merging it, which is technically true, because when you get the Aghanims, then the Escape Act does have the Impalement Arts leaving it. So obviously you're talking about the Aghanims aspect of the hero.
Obviously.
But I just wanted to clarify, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify.
In stream who are confused. I appreciate that. And they appreciate you.
Thank you. And the Ricky ban. Gone.
See you, Ricky. Thanks for coming.
It is, in theory, the hard counter to a Ringmaster, right? As much as Ringmaster has a lot of poking spells, Escape Act is the key kind of mid to late game element of the hero, right? It is saving that hero, allowing them to kind of just understand the fight, to then leave the box and take the fight. So Ricky Shard, as mentioned in the kind of start of the draft, prevents all of that. So getting rid of it. It will only be banned if you see the player doing it as like as a specialty. So I think Saxa plays it, Zayats plays it. Not many other teams have truly, have explored at the moment, but yeah, something to consider down the line.
Definitely. It's a strong hero. I think it's underplayed, to be honest with you. I think we don't see enough Ricky. Hero is just very strong.
Radiant team pick.
Now opening up the phase, Navi Jr. need to find their. Thank you, Navi Jr. This was the hero I was talking about, right? It finally clicked. Jakiro, Warlock, potentially Ringmaster. They are your strongest fives that you pick and don't care about anything in the draft. That's the logic I was trying to go for earlier. Oh my god. That 2-hour break, honestly, my brain has just gone foggy. I need to...
It's frazzled you, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has. I need like an extra...
Me too. Not sure.
Yeah. And now Tundra picking the Beastmaster into the Warlock. They do not care.
No.
Of course, Warlock is a counter to Beastmaster, as you have the Fatal Bonds and you shove the wave into him, so you never really get to utilize your boar to chase down enemies. That's where maybe the Tusk is the kind of the X factor here, with the Shard and the tag team. If Warlock ever steps up out of position to press Fatal Bonds, he might just die a couple times. And if the lane's too difficult, Tusk can just drag waves for the Beastmaster. So it kind of has like elements of counterplaying the Warlock, or just skipping waves and never playing the lane. So we'll see how that one develops. And RBG now have to pick up 2 heroes here. Most likely position 4 and off lane. So they get to keep the Monkey King flex between mid and carry alive. And they go for a Lycan. Matching the tempo of a Beastmaster. But it's kind of different tempo. But it is different tempo though, right? Because Lycan goes for Overlord and to play for tower. And then Beastmaster, especially with 33, he goes for maybe Dominator and Ags, maybe just the Aghanim's. So it's like one farms towards jungle, one farms towards towers, right, in the first like 13, 14 minutes.
Yeah, and I think a simpler way to put it is just Lycan hits a slightly later timing, but a much stronger timing. Meanwhile, Beastmaster's timing's a bit more consistent, but it is very consistent. So whenever your team's ready, he's going to be ready.
Oh, and I like the Shaker pick from Zayat. It secures the lane for Lycan, as they're kind of picking the Lycan blind, which is very scary. But with Shaker, being able to fissure block the enemy wave, force your first wave under tower, it then pushes into your kind of safe position for the offlaner. You block small camp, and now your lane is like auto one for any offlane pretty much, especially if there's no contest. Ringmaster will be pretty good at annoying the Shaker as he kind of goes behind the tower, but yeah, I expect Lycan to have good lane position. And this is plenty of team fight, right? If you get a Wukong with a Fatal Bond, a Golem, Fissure, Echo Slam, there's plenty of tools to delete a hero in a matter of seconds if Tundra are to overplay their hand. There we go.
Overplay their cards, perhaps.
Ooh, so many options.
Go anyway. Just like this draft can.
Yeah, Bristle. Yeah, little Crystallis with the bristleback.
Yeah, stinky bristle coming
He's
out
going to be
from
annoying.
Tundra. He is going to be annoying, isn't he? There's not a ton here which is gonna. No one's gonna tickle that belly. It's all gonna be
He's
going
free farm.
into the back.
Yeah. I mean, not only that, it's your Shaker concedes lane in regards to farm efficiency, right? It's like you allow your offlane to farm, but it doesn't stop the enemy carry from farming. If anything, it gives the enemy carry like a very nice lane. So now Bristle's you're already gonna expect him to have a couple items, or at least the levels from laning phase. So it means like the first move from Na'Vi Jr. has to be critical, and I would prefer Monkey King to be the mid laner in this scenario, just to bring a bit more tempo. Where it's like you get levels, you kind of jump down to bot lane, you kill Bristle, you open up tower, you then keep like progressing the map. I think Monkey King carry might be a little bit too AFK farm for the need of this game, unless they find a different mid hero that can create that opportunity for them. They do have, again, last pick. But what's the BZM hero here? They can't pick Ember because there's a Monkey King, Stormband. They can't really pick Puck. Is it just a Tiny? Oh, Tiny's already banned actually in first phase.
Gone. Ember Spirit, I guess?
No, not into Monkey King.
No, you can't.
No. I'm loading up my notes. I'm having a think. No, not into Monkey King.
No,
just said that one.
Monkey. Okay.
No.
So it will be the Sand King mid, or the Beastmaster mid, or the...
Actually, it's kind of hard to say because we've seen BZM play mid Sand King. Mid Bristle. Crystallis probably could play carry Beast. Yeah, so as much as my head tells me it's mid Sand King, carry Bristle, offlane Beast, there is a world where they all kind of shift by one, and it's like Bristle to mid lane, Beast to carry, Sand King to offlane, right? But again, we'll see. It doesn't really matter what lane they go in. They're all going to have an exceptional first item timing, right? It's going to be like Vanguard on Sand King, maybe Crimson. Bristle will have Ags if he's the red facet. Beast will have Ags as well, and they're going to be able to do a ton of damage.
You may now select
Ooh, a Timbersaw. So mid Timbersaw, carry Monkey King. I did say that I wanted to see the mid Monkey King, but picking a Timbersaw, that's fine. We are holding. They're holding. Yeah. So it's mid Beast Master.
Mid Beast. Okay. All right.
Okay.
And then 33 SK and Crystallis on the Bristle. All right. Okay. I mean, so your mid matchup's going to be Beastmaster versus Timbersaw. I don't know how that goes. I'll be perfectly honest. I'm not going to take any shame in saying I don't know. I would guess they kind of just chill. I don't think that the Timbersaw does enough damage to threaten a Beastmaster. I could be wrong. It's happened before. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking more just wild axes. I think when you get to like level 3 on axes, you probably can annoy the Timbersaw, especially if you overplay your hand and a Tusk TP's in or a Ringmaster. I think the supports on Tundra are so much stronger in early game smokes that you're going to probably be able to kill off the Timbersaw at some point. But But I like the fact that Tundra are just going a little bit weird, right, with the draft. They're putting a mid beast. They've got the carry bristle to ensure tempo. But if you were to say who I mean, scaling as a narrative, Navi Junior feels like they have the scaling, right? Like a farmed Monkey King with like Scardy and Ags and BKB and all this. It's like, do you ever really kill him? So all on Tundra to create these moments early on.
There's some cool late game timings, especially with Lycan, where he can get the Aghanims and give that to the Monkey King, and then you've got the Monkey Wolf, which is horrifying to play against. That one's going to be really strong. So yeah, lots of options here for the side of Navi Junior in the late game, which could be really fun. But of course, Tundra not going to be wanting to let them get to the late game. Not with this draft, that's for sure. They want to close this one out. The one thing I would say is like their push is like, I mean, I guess Bristle's decent at pushing. Sometimes we like to think of him as more of like a spellcasting guy, but he has that right click in buckets once he gets I think like level 18, level 20 or whatever. So it'll be okay. They'll have the options. I don't picture them being too worried about pushing towers and such. So Beastmaster as well. Yeah, it should be fine. I reckon. If I'm being honest with myself, I think this is like a 30 to 35 minute win for Tundra. But I'm expecting a good fight to be put up by Navi Junior.
It's like the same kind of analysis that we gave the secret game, right? It's like if the draft can get some items on their heroes, it's very playable. But if Tundra does the Tundra classic of outplaying in lane, making the better map moves, then the speed of the game will just never stop, right? It's Sanking constantly burrow striking, always looking for that next kill. He doesn't really care about Epicenter. Ringmaster and Tusk will throw in plenty of damage on top of that. And then, same thing with Beast. I'm guessing BTM will probably just do the Aghanims build from the mid lane. I don't really see a world where he's going to try and do like Overlord, especially into a Lycan that also could be going Overlord. So like your mid laner will have Ags and Shivas and BKB. Like it's just scary for Navi Junior if they ever just put the heroes in the wrong place early on.
Yeah, you cannot show weaknesses. Like Secret, you cannot show weaknesses. It will get very messy very quickly if you do. Tundra, smoked up. Gonna look for something here. Got the juice. Is very well disguised, but not when he moves. One thing I have noticed is that like after a patch, Monkey King always has a few days of being able to actually disguise himself as trees, which people sometimes sleep on a bit. But like when there's map changes, Monkey King kind of gets like a unofficial buff. It's really funny.
I was actually just thinking for content is you take a screenshot of Monkey King in the trees and you have to get pros to guess which tree is the Monkey King.
Can I steal that?
No.
Okay.
Are you? Yeah, you can. I guess. It's
we
pretty
can
good content.
We can do it together. How about that?
Hell yeah! I assume I know what you're alluding to, but yeah, we can do it for that one.
33 and Saxa versus Got the Juice and Riddy's down in the bottom lane. Should be a pretty strong lane, honestly. Monkey King Warlock. Like I don't see 33 having a particularly nice time down here, supported by Saxa, but it's going to be whether they leave themselves open to a kill on Navi Junior. You know, they'll always be looking 33 and Saxa. They'll always be trying to find that opportunity to catch somebody out, especially this Warlock. Yep. The kill potential is really, really high if they can not die to the Monkey King in the process.
Yeah, Saxa is pulling the wave as expected. Nothing too crazy there. Blocks up the small camp, brings it back to safety. This will pretty much be the entire laning phase. Of course, once the Sanking gets boots, maybe at minute 5, he'll then run behind tower himself and start doing all the lane shenanigans. But for now, just sacrificial Dota. And top lane, the lane position is somewhat as expected, right? With the fissure block pushing the first wave on the tower, the Lycan being able to kind of farm somewhat safely under the cover of his tower aura. It just feels like both teams have safe laners that are incredibly aggressive and the counter to their enemy off lane, but the Force are just fixing it.
Yeah, they're doing good. The Zayat's getting kind of chased down by Whitemon here. Whitemon being very aggressive on this Ringmaster, as we're used to seeing. He doesn't really leave people alone. He's very annoying. But Zayats will be able to secure the water rune as Whitemon comes over, but will not be able to grab that one. How's our mid lane going at the moment? It's going pretty damn well for BZM.
Yeah, I mean, he's actually not gone for 2-pointed wild axes. He's still going for the boar, but if you go just 3-point axe, 2-point boar. Just keep throwing the spells out. I'm just going to be shoving this Timbersaw into an uncomfortable position.
Does reactive armor not do enough against these boards? I mean,
reactive armor got so destroyed, man. It's like in like 3-4 patches in a row, this thing just got deleted. Sure, in like the latest patch, it got a little bit more regen, 0.1 each level, but reactive armor just does not feel good compared to like 2 years ago. Which is kind of a good thing. It was very annoying playing into like you're a Crystal Maiden, you see Timbersaw level 3, it's like, oh, this guy's on the lane. So I'm happy that is
crazy. You just run in, tank all the creeps, get up to like 20 armor, and you're like, okay, whatever, bro.
Unkillable. You gotta be careful if you're Niku. It's just one overstep on that high ground, and it'll be a Tusk TP from the tree line into shards, and you're dead. Especially because mid Timbersaws don't really level the timber chain other than like a single point, so you never have that perfect cast range to go from river to tree. Very, very slow start to the game. No real kills. Yeah. Everyone just farming up, setting up the lanes.
And let's be real about this Timber pick. Like, it was never about the lane. He never was like, yeah, I'm going to beat BZM on whatever he picks. It was more like, they've picked 3 strength heroes as their cause.
But
we can abuse that.
Is that what you think, though? Do you think that Na'Vi Jr. expected the Beastmaster mid? Because in my mind, I'm thinking, like, maybe they did, to be fair. Yeah, okay, maybe they did. I'm just thinking, like, Crystal's was play at carry, BZM's back to the mid, Bristol back. Like, they're trying to just be super commanding. But I also agree with your point where even if they expected Beastmaster mid for the game, it could, in theory, take over, right? You just need to get to, like, what? Kaya Ags as early as possible. Maybe a Blink.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I mean, the Blink's gonna be really strong as well. Just that blow up potential on so many of these heroes.
I just lost a lot of faith in Timbersaw. I think again, like in this game, it works, but there's always like this thing where even in like a 24 last pick Timbersaw, it seems to look average. Where before, in previous, like let's say 2 years ago, it was devastating, right? Like you see a 24 pick Timbersaw into 3 strength, you're like, okay, we've ruined our draft, right? But nowadays, it just the value of the hero has gone down immensely. Of course, mainly due to reactive armor being nerfed and you playing more on a kind of fragile Blink playstyle of present day.
Very chill game. 0 kills, everybody's farming, it's a group party sesh. The only one who's slightly sad is PMA on Lycan, who's...
Wait, this is a party for you?
Yeah.
Just it's very quiet, isn't it?
Yeah, one of my reading parties.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yeah.
No talking aloud.
Nice. My socially awkward tendencies will thrive in this setting.
It's a party for introverts. White1's having a pretty miserable time though. Tried to go for the rune, got Fisher blocked. He's got stuck with these Lycan wolves now as well, just chasing him around. He just wants to cast his spells, dude. He just wants to fire out some impalement arts and tame some beasts.
They're diving middle.
They are indeed. Oh, nice timing on that snowball from Saxa, absolutely interrupting that timber chain and securing the kill onto Niku, and that'll be a first blood. And now looking for more as well. Riddy's going to be the next target, but surely under a tier 2 tower, he's going to be safe. And actually throwing down the blood grenade onto BZM. Not going to be enough to finish the job here. BZM just going to safely TP back to the tower, to the fountain, in fact. Get that regen going in. Very aggressive play though, but someone needed to get first blood, and yeah, considering they get it, that's absolutely worthwhile.
Yeah, it's getting the supports in Tundra are just naturally better for the aggression on the map, the spells that they have, the kind of positioning that they set themselves up for, and yeah, they capitalize on it nicely. I'm expecting maybe a support to take over mid lane potentially. It does look like BZM is now hitting jungle. For now, the mid lane is not really being farmed up. Okay, he's just returning. Alright, fair enough.
Not retiring to the jungle just yet. Just a quick pit stop.
Saxa making a couple stacks on the right hand side of the map. He gets the Wisdom Rune and makes up 2 doubles, which Sankin can farm later. Just feels like Tundra really focusing on just efficiency. They understand that their first item timings can easily break Na'Vi Jr., like we mentioned in the draft. The Sand King buying the Crimson or the Blink, Bristle with an Axe, Beast with an Axe is plenty of damage to look at taking buildings. And Chrysalis actually not opting for the Axe, he's going for the Halberd first to even kind of further amplify this like, overwhelming presence that they can bring. And Whiteman will be going, yeah, he's dead.
Certainly is. Far too much damage coming out onto him, but
Oh, got the juice.
really much of an opportunity, yeah. Down bottom side there comes a nice Wukong's command, actually trying to turn this one around. The TP has been cancelled, but it doesn't really matter. 33 and Saxo have kind of given up the chase regardless. But in the middle lane, they're still going up to BZM here. He's going to need some help, and they will come in. The TPs are arriving. Looks like they didn't quite have enough to bring him down, but they will be able to grab this Arcane Rune on Niku. That is exactly what he wanted to see.
TP got cancelled because Beast committed for the Roar, and
Bottom lane.
they're going to go again.
Oh, got the juice. He needs to get off this Wukong's. Will do so, and now it gets a little bit awkward, but well, they're going to have spells. They don't need them. It's still going to run him down with the Epicenter. And that should be well, probably not the tower as well, but still good damage. Going to be dealt here.
That's all you want, especially because you've been playing a sacrificial lane. Like, yeah, you give the Monkey King the Jingu, but with 2-point Jingu and without having the stun, yeah, doesn't really turn into much.
Nice farming on 33 as well as Whitemon. Getting dived pretty heavily here, but actually, that fish is not in the best of places, and that might actually allow Whitemon to just get out.
How's the Lycan doing? We not really spoke about him. 400 gold away for the Helmet Dominator. It's just, when you think about like how he enters the game, it is a Lycan running into a Bristleback. You don't really run there. Running into a Beastmaster, he's just going to roar you. Or a Sand King that's in Sandstorm. And Earthshaker is going to die middle to help accelerate the timings of the Beastmaster. So now I think, like, the more you think about Lycan, it's like, when does he actually create his moment of the game? Yeah.
Yeah. And it's not just a regular Beastmaster as well. It's going to be this like super farmed Aghanim's Beastmaster. He's going to be really far ahead. Like you're not running at this guy. He's just going to kill all your creeps before you can do any damage to him. So
I think the main benefit of liking this game will be always finding the Ringmaster, always finding the Tusk, trying to kind of break the support's positioning that enables the cause to feel so strong. And one major change from 33's build is he used to go for the Vanguard first. In the couple games that we've seen him, even Ace going for it. This time he went straight for that Blink Dagger. So the pacing from 33, he wants to be more aggressive this time around.
yeah,
He understands that. Yeah. So yeah, I think he understands that Lycan has to win that first fight to kind of continue farming. So if he runs shapeshift head on into an Epicenter, he can just kind of ruin his own game before it even begins.
Interesting choice from Chrysalis as well. Going first item with brown boots straight into Heaven's Halberd is down the bottom side. Big ultis being used here on to the Monkey King. They want this guy dead. He gets on the Wukong's command, and with Riddy's doing the counter damage, maybe they can get some return kills, but they've already lost one. Twisted Chakram picks up Saxa. 33 though, he might just escape.
Oh, nice quell.
Cut. Very, very good from 33, catching out Niku and getting himself to safety. That was swag.
Yeah, that was good. He was like running away last minute, like, wait a second, bam, gets the tree kill. Nah, that was beautiful.
33 making high skill plays, getting out with the kill onto the Monkey King and not giving out anything major in response.
I mean,
just great stuff.
Said, yeah, the way that you described the Bristleback as well, it's just early game, right? Every hero on Tundra is buying one of the strongest items that the hero can buy to take a fight, right? A Bristleback's best item is either a Vanguard or an Aghanim's. So he goes for the Vanguard, into Halberd to be fight ready. Sand King went for Blink Dagger to be fight ready, right? It's like I would be very afraid if you're Na'Vi Junior right now and you're clicking on the enemy cores. Say, wait a second, they're not trying to scale. They're ready to fight us. And the smokes. I'm expecting Whiteman to start utilizing that soon. As they contest and take the haste rune. Yeah, any rune take from a mid Timbersaw truly hurts him.
Yeah, Whitemon's done great with this as well. He denied the last rune, the Invis, while he forced the Warlock to pick it up. Now he grabs the haste rune. He's having a great time. Might be lacking in souvenirs, but makes up for it in runes.
Trying to maybe dive on the Lycan. First real shapeshift that I've been aware of is just a runaway.
Now those skeletons are chasing the we got Whitemon going down on the bottom side, so finally running himself into a spot of danger. Zayats picks up the kill. My God,
Just
Zayats.
getting out farmed. Like
so poor.
Okay, look. So we see the net worth, right? It looks pretty rough. But when you look at the CS, it just feels like the game is so much more punishing, right? 130 on Sand King, 70 for Lycan. 116 for Beast, 79 on Timber, right? Like,
yeah, that's a big difference.
Like the levels to farm that Tundra have created in the first 13 minutes. So much more efficient.
Not really working out for Na'Vi Jr. These big kills onto the Monkey King really just slowing down, got the juice. Miku.
He's also going for Mage Slayer, by the way. It's not like he's got a Maelstrom or a, optimistically going Battle Fury, which would have been very bad this game. But like, got the juice understands that if he doesn't buy an active core item, and at least join one fight, he can't outscale all three cores who are farming so much better than him. So the Mage Slayer is complete. They're smoking behind him. They have the Kaya on the Timbersaw. They have the Golem available for the Warlock. But Monkey King, he's by himself as a tree.
Stun's going to reveal 33. I mean, this is a good target to try and bring down here, but he's kind of already juking them. There comes the Golem, dropping on down, but Snowball comes out, thrown onto Riddies. It's Wukong to the backline, trying to catch out Chrysalis. Chrysalis just hanging out in the trees, pointing his back to them and trying to deal damage. And actually, with a disarm coming out, they can't finish the job. Another roll's going to be there, and it'll take down the Monkey King. BZM taking down the enemy carry. Whitemon somehow getting all these kills. As they'll kill off the Warlock, they'll kill off the Monkey. But, I mean, this was a big ulti fight and a big move coming out from Na'Vi Jr. They needed something from this, and instead they just have two heroes dead.
It didn't start out too perfectly for them, right? Like, they see the Sand King. Oh, wait, hold.
Yep, wrong side of the Fisher. Okay, just oh, okay, Zayas is dead, but... Yeah, no, this is... I was just watching the Lycan the whole time, just trying to go the wrong side of the fish, and then trying to run all the way back round again, and then... Oh, my team's dead. Whoops.
It's a little unfortunate for Na'Vi Jr., right? Like, they enter that fight, they see the Sand King, Monkey King's going on him, but I'd argue Monkey King went a little bit too early, right? Like, the fact that he allows the Sand King to burrow straight back to the low ground, Na'Vi Jr. kind of threw spells quite desperately into the tier 1 tower.
3 in the top lane, once again, looking for his man, going for got the juice, holding the burrow strike even, a very long time. It's not going to be enough damage, it's just going to be fine.
There's just more pressure applied. The team fight from Na'Vi Jr., it's very predictable, right? Like, do they have Slam? Do they have Golem? Do they have Shapeshift? Do they have Wukong's command, right? There's 4 heroes other than Timbersaw where a key spell is the deciding factor on if they want to smoke, if they want to make an aggressive move. And I'm pretty sure Tundra are timing all their spell usage to know the windows in which they can make plays. They take the Tormented bottom for free. 9,000 gold now at 16 minutes. It is quite devastating, it feels like, for Na'Vi Jr. here. Maybe it's the reason why you don't see much Shaker, right? Like, after lane, if you're not winning the other 2 lanes, there's nothing for you to do. You're just waiting, hoping for a Blink Dagger. There's no lane for him to farm in.
No lanes, can't really jungle very effectively. There's not much in the way of kills going on. Oh my
Nico's
goodness.
dead.
Okay, apparently so. Yaganim's from BZM just allows him to run in and just solo kill the Timbersaw. I don't want to be the guy that just looks at the last pick.
Be the guy, be the guy, be the guy, be the guy.
On that, but this Timbersaw has not worked in the slightest. And you just end up thinking to yourself, well, what if they did have something like...
Okay.
Something
Counter argument.
But...
Counter argument. I think the Lycan pick was the point in which the draft went weird. Because when you see Sand King Bristle Beast as your tricore, enemy tricore, what mid do you pick where it's like, damn, I know I can play against any of these 3 and beat them and still provide something for my team to play around? I think it's a quite a difficult pick. Sure, if we spent the next 5 minutes of the draft thinking of every hero, we might find a better one. But I think they were trying to fix problems that they created for themselves a little bit earlier in the draft with like a Lycan and a Shaker. But it's, of course, draft does feel quite like a glaring problem in this game for Navi Junior in general. It doesn't matter what pick you talk about. I think the last 3 picks all were a little bit shaky.
It's all coming apart now, and another jump in, another ulti coming down onto Got the Juice, and he's just dead inside a Raw. That's all they needed, just a little bit of extra damage coming from over far, and BZM brings him down. So rough. So much damage coming out from this Aghanims on the Beastmaster. You get this thing early and it just feels like a broken ability.
Yeah. And now they go to Roshan with the Aghanims, with the tag team. Plenty of damage to be able to take this. Just look at the scorelines from Navi Junior. It's just pretty empty, isn't it? You got like a 0-0-1 Lycan, yeah.
Got the Juice has been seen again, dead to show in the lane, and he's gone. 33 is going to die in response. Science will be able to grab that kill, so gets himself a little bit closer to his Blink Dagger. Well, obviously needing it, because that slam hit absolutely nothing. White one of BZM on the run, as in comes PMA looking for a target, doesn't find one, gets punched and is dead, so that's unfortunate for him. Niku also trying to get something done here, but there's really little to be had. Zayas will just throw down the Fisher and try to get himself away, but he is gooed up by Chrysalis and will be falling as well. Niku about to suffer the same fate here. It's just going to be an absolute stomping by Tundra here. They've taken down 3. They're looking for number 5. They want the team wipe, and they're going to get it. Riddy's trying to desperately hide in the trees, trying to get himself out. And that's going to be 5 heroes dead. Chrysalis with the triple kill. It's looking easy with the Tundra at this point.
There is no real comeback mechanism for the Radiant side. Maybe if the Shaker had a Blink Dagger and Tundra all grouped up as 5 and set up that perfect 5-man Fatal Bond into a 5-man Golem, but yeah. And, of course, Echo Slam. But for now, it is just all Tundra. 20 minutes in, 15,000 gold lead. Let them do as they wish. Navi Junior not giving up, still thinking how they want to approach this one. They are yet to truly take a fight under their own terms. Other than maybe the Wisdom Rune at 14 minutes, that felt like their own. Obviously, they smoked there, but after that fight, it has just been all Tundra.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been very little moves which even felt like Navi Junior could make as well. I mean, what do you do? Like, they don't have those big ultis. They don't have something to come and... You know, all they've got is a rock. All they've got is a golem. They tried to use it. Didn't work, and now you're just being in this awful position. And Zayat's desperately trying to get that Blink Dagger. Gets caught out once again. Saxa just brings him down. Pretty much a solo kill just from Saxa there. He's also having a wonderful time. Searing Stigma offering so much extra damage. Christmas? Okay. Yeah, you show on a lane, you die. That's the law which Tundra have laid down. I don't know if there's anything that Navi Junior could do about it.
Yeah, I think the discussion is, do we have to ban Ringmaster? I just keep seeing Tundra get their hands on this hero and win lane, break early game, make really good moves. It's a devastating hero in the right hands.
It's like having a Shadow Demon on your team, but who does loads of damage and has team fight.
Yeah. It did upset me when Ringmaster was released. I was like, it feels like it does a little bit of too much of everything, right? Like you have a fear, you have a save, you have a poking Blink Dagger, like lane winning spell, plus you have a team fight stun if you are able to hit it, with the bonus of all the souvenirs. It kind of felt like if we have any idea for a hero, let's into one. It's very, very powerful.
That's super strong.
Okay, smoke up. Navi Jr. 4 heroes. They don't have the Lycan smoked up, but to be fair, he hasn't really done much this game, so it's fine to leave him alone. They'll double scan Tundra. They know exactly where they are, and Niku popping the Aghanims accidentally as he walked up the high ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, unless he knew that or as in he thought that.
They're
they were
very
from that high ground
preemptive,
and just
yeah.
running into them all, that just seems kind of unlikely. But then I guess into Raw, you know, like what other choice do you have? I don't know. But he has
I think it was a
Smash, so
misclick.
No, I think it's just a mistake.
Again, Shaker has the blink dagger.
Indeed.
Maybe. You can never knock
You
out
need to
fatal
feed
ones.
all of your cores
Yeah.
to Tundra, so they're confident enough to group up and go for something, and then you just get like the fatal bonds, golem slam, and you win the game.
In Sanking, I mean, it's a triple melee core lineup, right, for Tundra. It is not unlikely that at some point in a fight, they might overlap their positioning. We really are just clinging on for the chance that Navi Jr. could do it. This does feel like the last smoke of the game.
Yeah, very potentially.
Deep
Seems like
wraparound.
if it doesn't work out here, if they use their ultis and they don't get anything for it, then it might be those little old G's coming out in the chat. Yep. Okay, alright. Lightmon's gone.
Warlock's gone.
Riddies is also gone though, and Zayats is probably also dead. Gonna slam, try and just bring down Saxa. Saxa though, inside the snowball, gonna be safe at least for now. That's a double kill for Chrysalis, now running over, looking towards the Wolf as well, and he will fall. BMA is dead. Got the juice, trying to stand his ground, doing a not bad job. Gets a kill onto BZM, but will be dying himself. Thanks to that facet, the rough soldiers are still hanging around a little longer, helping out Niku here as Niku tries to bring down Chrysalis. Chrysalis though, just playing with him, just juking around, not getting too close to the Timber to really be threatened here, but also the Timber not really threatened either. So, you know what, Navi Jr.? I'm calling that a win for them. Ooh, okay, nice try from Niku.
Wait, hold.
Hold on. Who's killing whom? Oh, the Yules from White One.
1 minute damage.
He's not allowed to have a Yule.
The
Oh, the drop! What? The Tame the Beast actually caught him there? That is crazy. You're just not allowed to Timber Chain this game, huh?
No.
Just your supports are just too good on Tundra. They're too mechanically good. Man, that is
Look
nuts.
at 33. Still with
He
400
wants
HP. Yeah.
revenge. You dare come for me?
He's not leaving the area. Alright, you're 17,000 gold down, and somehow we're like, you know what? It wasn't the worst fight. You think about it, right? You're walled out at the very start of the engagement. No golem. Your Shaker solo slammed a Tusk, which didn't kill him. You know, initially, so it's kind of a wasted slam. And your Timber Sword gets to survive the engagement. I think if you're Navi Jr., you are that desperate that any win is a win.
Absolutely. If you can tell your team that, hey, just a few more of those, we're back in the driving seat. Don't worry. The team will probably be like, why are you lying to me?
Oh, going on to the Tusks. But he blinks up.
You know, he's going to send in his buddies. Oh, 33 goes for an ulti here. Not really catching anybody. Does eventually find Got the Juice. Got the Juice doesn't see. Actually, does care a bit. That's a lot of damage. He needs to get himself out. But luckily, he's got the shard, so uses the Boundless Strike to get himself away to safety. And we'll be living for now. Damn, so much damage with Saganen's epicenter. 33 doesn't even need to be really on top of you. It's just in the vicinity, and heroes start to die.
Monkey can maybe find a BKB. That could truly be the turning point that I start believing in a potential comeback. I'm not really a believer at the moment.
Yeah, I don't blame you for that one. Yeah, still a long way to go for Navi Jr. They're showing signs of promise. They've stopped dying. Well, yeah, they've stopped dying over and over again, which is an improvement from the start of the game. But yeah, still a long way to go, a long hill to climb. And that net worth advantage, it's not really coming down. In fact, it just seems to be going up.
Oh, that's he's been found. Sorry.
Yeah, he's not looking like a happy chappy. I think he's actually stuck in those shards, which is sort of unfortunate. So he didn't even get a chance to run away.
But he did get the creep wave. So he will respawn before the fight happens, and PMA's got to be careful. Both the Tusk and Ringmaster are already TPing top in the hope to set up for the Lycan, and Saxa with the Blink Dagger will easily be able to find him.
Yeah, PMA, if he wants to get out of this one, he's got to go the long way round, and that's getting very awkward. Will die. Got the juice, trying to just grab the wisdom. 33's coming for it though. He doesn't want to let it go for free, and yeah, got the juice, doesn't really want to mess with 33. He's been down this road before. Not until he's got his BKB at least, so 33 will take the Shrine of Wisdom.
And he just needs to hit a couple creeps on the Monkey King, right?
As well.
Yep. I feel like if Got the Juice just chilled a little bit on his map play, just hit some creeps, that could be enough to at least provide a slightly better engagement, but he's always making these map waves, right? He's like top, going for a Sand King, sorry, going for a Tusk, now he's going for the Wisdom Rune. Has, you know, somewhat delayed his BKB by about 2-3 minutes, I'd argue.
That money just doesn't seem to stop coming for Tundra. More and more and more. Is it time to try a fight again? I don't know, man.
Not yet, not yet. They're close to items. Oh wait, are they gonna smoke? They're awkwardly grouped in mid. They are gonna smoke.
Ooh.
But it is 1,000 gold away from BKB. Like, it's not like a don't worry guys, 200 gold, right? It's multiple creep camps, multiple waves.
Gotta do something. But it's the fact that there's two of them which are like 1,000.
Yeah.
Actually, the Timber's Timber's about 1,000 away. Monkey's about 1,000 away. But they don't want to wait.
No. But can they get the bonds on multiple heroes? Can they get a good Echo Sam? They have the tools to take the fight. It's just due to their early game, it's such an uphill battle. So much tankiness you got to get through. BKB Shivas on the Beastmaster, BKB on the Sand King, BKB on the Bristleback, triple BKB into a very spell-heavy team fight. They're walking into pit. Roshan roars.
Yeah, he's going to alert them to where they need to be, but Navi Jr., I don't think they want to fight a full 5 heroes inside of Tundra. I think they're looking for a slightly asymmetrical engagement as the goal here, but they're not going to get that. It's really going to get picked off on the side. Zayat's just trying to run at this point. He does have himself a Blink Dagger. He needs to get away from Saxa here. Saxa trying to guess where he's gone. Does he do so correctly? They seem to have spotted him here, though. Oh, because the creeps are following. And it's going to lead him into PMA. And PMA is like, what the hell? Why is this guy here? Alright, well. Thinks about turning it around, then has a better idea. Just needs to leave for the shards catch here. And that's going to set up for more heroes to come over from the side of Tundra. But they're not going to catch him out. He gets the TP away. Saxa wasn't willing to risk his life to try to cancel a TP there.
Already, as soon as this has gone down, you know, poorly for Navi Jr., they are skipping the waves at least, right? Lycan gets another wave bottom, Timbersaw pushes out mid, and Monkey King's top. So yes, they are struggling for the fight, but he's just chilling. I think he's looking to skip the next wave, and ooh, they kind of found the Monkey King, but they didn't get him off the tree. So as much as Navi Jr. are just getting outplayed in the fight, they are at least really focused on the macro gameplay, really respecting the creep waves, not allowing for this net worth to be hitting on the tier 3s.
Zayat's indeed going to go cut the wave eventually.
Got the juice from his tree through a Diffusal Blade and Sand King just to remind 33 that hey, you missed your stun on me. Oh, Riddy's is dead. He was all happy. He was tipping his teammates and he just walked out to die. Oh no.
Too busy being PMA.
Yep.
Tipping got the juice.
You asked what Zayats was doing, you'll be able to see shortly in the bot lane.
Yeah, he's done this one wave, he's going to do it for a second wave.
Alright.
But it's very much a case of like, I mean, you can come kill me if you want. I'm all the way over in the corner of your map. I don't really care. But they are driving the base right now. Going on to Niku. Niku does have the Aghanims going. He's got a BKB if he wants it. Oh, big slam coming down. It'll take down Whitemon. The rest of them forced to BKB and back themselves away. Crystal is going to use his now as well. The Fish are making things a little bit awkward. BZM just going for the TP out. Is successful in doing so, but this leaves Chrysalis sort of alone here. As a nice blink away from Saxa. He will escape as well. They just don't have to chase on the side of Navi Jr. They cannot close that gap.
I'm slowly becoming a believer, Nomad. That wasn't the cleanest high ground, but
It was messy, wasn't it?
Yeah, I just think Navi Junior is doing such a good job at skipping the waves, ensuring that it's only one wave Tundra gets to play on. So then it's a little bit more predictable what's happening, right? They will walk into our mid. But, hold. Riddies might be dying again. Does he have to blink? He has to blink, 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 blink. Oh!
Couldn't get out. Well, didn't get out. Pinging the vision.
I mean, they have to skip the wave mid. They've already got bottom, they've already got top, but...
No one's in the safe.
If only the Shaker had stayed in the lane. I think leaving that lane, allowing yourself to die, if he was still alive here, he would be able to fissure this wave, keep it, you know, kill it off. But the support's dying. Have we seen a golem, by the way, in the last 10 minutes? I feel like we haven't. Oh, they got the Monkey King! No!
No,
We're just praising their map play,
Monkey.
but eventually they get him.
He's cut down, yeah. It's all coming apart from Navi Junior now.
It's so hard to play the map like this, you know, perfectly the entire game. You will eventually make mistakes.
And another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, gonna let out a little ooh before he dies. Not gonna change much. Almost got the tower. 37 HP. Come on, just deny it. There you go.
Yeah,
Oh, we got it.
that.
Nice. Huge. Thanks, Hell of the Dominator. Sides is dead, so there's that. Barracks are dead, so there's that.
Sand King TPing in. Oh, misses the stun, but gets Riddies.
Oh my god, Riddy. He just can't do anything this game.
I don't think he's clicked a
It's
button
such
for
a
like...
miserable life for this warlock.
He's just not clicked a button for like five deaths, it feels like. He just walks out onto the map and disappears. I was just praising Navi Junior for their like map play, and then it all comes crumbling down. I think they just got a little bit too confident. They're like, you know what, we're still in this game, guys. And Tundra just keep whittling it, keep running at you, you know, keep trying to find that moment, and they eventually will break you.
It doesn't feel like that's gonna take too long, to be honest.
Alright. The Ninja Gear, actually not Ninja Gear, a solo smoke, even better. Niku with the early press of the Aghanims once again.
Why is he doing that? That's a long ass cooldown. That's 45 seconds, bro. It's basically an ult. Trying to find a situation here where they can grab someone. 33. They kind of know where he is, but it doesn't really matter. Oh, big slam coming down onto the two. I mean, they're very grouped up here, 33 and BZM, but there's a save coming out from the Ringmaster once again. Escape helping out massively, and now BZM turning around on to the poor doggy. PMA getting put down as Riddy's trying to run away, can't really do a damn thing. Drops a goal, and that's about it this fight. As I look over across, Taxa is low. Niku will be able to find that kill. Can he get anything more from this? I don't know. He's going to pop that Ags and try to get himself into a position where he can actually fight into these guys, but I'm not really sure they care too much about his Aghanims. But what do they do? Whitemon goes down. Zayats gets a double. TP away from Niku. Well, somehow they kill out BZM and both supports here. But Crystal is still running around doing whatever he wants. 33 literally doing whatever he wants as well. But I'm not even sure he was there for that fight.
No, he jumped into a bouncer strike and then instantly BKB TP'd out, you know, surviving on what, 200 HP. He's on top of Niku.
Yeah, part of the two initiated on. And now Niku is going to drop. Again, like I've witnessed bigger slaughters than this. Like the net worth is one of the biggest slaughters I've seen, and the whole kind of trajectory of the game has never really looked any good for Navi Junior. They've shown ideas, plans of plans, but nothing really formulating for them. Not against Tundra. You can see how, I guess what I'm trying to get at is like, you can see how if they were playing against a worse team, how they'd have been able to come back into this one. But it's just not going to work against Tundra.
No, I think, yeah, exactly. The way that they were playing the map, it was just really, really top stuff. Up until the point where I think Zayats and Riddies just kind of left their kind of defensive position, which completely broke open the game for Tundra to take multiple racks. Tim Sword buys back, so they respect it. Still one melee racks available. So they're jumping in and kicking back.
Love that Ags.
It's a fun
Not
act,
get
but
bored
I
of the
always
good
feel
old kick.
it's fun, but I always feel like every time I buy it, it's like, I kind of wish I had a BKB.
BKB is no fun. There's Copper Juice going to go in with the ulti, but doesn't really seem to do anything. 33 has the Ghost Scepter, so his BKB Ghost Scepter, literally invincible, and leaves. This also just doesn't really care. White one jumping into the ulti to get off this Wheel of Wonder, which also catches Riddies on the high ground. I didn't even know he was there. He was set up nicely for an ulti. And instead he's going to have to pop it before he dies. Poor Riddies. I mean, it's been miserable since day one for him. Zayat's just going to drop the slam. They might kill off Saxon here at the very least. Sure, he goes down the Chrysalis. Finally popping his BKB and just pummeling PMA. Looking for another target here. The, yeah, Timbersaw will do. We'll take him out. Riddies going to try and get back into the fountain. Chrysalis, I think we already know what he's going to do. Kill his team. That was very toxic. GG is cool. Jumping into the fountain on Chrysalis with the Fatal Bonds upon him to give Riddies a kill.
He's a team player. But yeah, excellent game there. Yeah, let's not answer that one. Let's just leave it for the viewer to decide. But no, excellent game from Tundra. I think the way that they drafted this one was very scary in the concept of near zero cooldowns that they really need to play on. And they can make mistakes but still win the game. And when they do make a mistake, it's not really that crazy where it's like, oh, you have to TP out, no worries. Just wait 20 seconds and then take the fight again. So, yeah, I think low cooldown drafts are something that we don't always see too often. But with Ringmaster, with Tusk, they amplify any other core that has low cooldowns to feel even better due to the amount of saves that you have and the fight that you bring. So, yeah, Tundra, very, very scary in this qualifier, which is to be expected, of course.
Yeah, they want their one-day qualification run, and they may well just get it at this pace. They're on for a very, very quick run in these qualifiers, of course. The winner of this series will be qualifying for DreamLeague Season 26. And Tundra just one game away from doing it. And this game just so aggressive from them, so aggressive. I mean, they had 4 Blink Daggers on their team by the end of this game. That should give you the idea on how they wanted to play this one, on their ideas. How to kind of get the better of Na'Vi Jr. And yeah, it worked super, super well. Very impressive stuff. Na'Vi Jr. showing us some signs here and there of how you play into this, but in the end, Tundra just way too disciplined, way too strong, and way too consistent. And that's going to put them a game ahead and move them to just one game away from qualification. We're going to throw it over to a short break, then we'll be back with game number 2 and find out if Tundra are going to make the clean run or not. We'll see you in a bit.
With a gentle kiss, and when his tender hands round thee fold in a soft embrace, I listen and approve these melting tones which soothe my soul. Soothe my soul to love. Alive with passions from his breath that flow, healed your music when he's pleased to blow. Thus at once the charming minstrel delights with songs and enchanting tune, with sweet songs fill the go happy pipe, and ever mindful each melting touch sends to him my loyalty a sign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine.
Giova in luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà. L'ora in bella speranza tiene a buon monterà. Già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà. L'ora in bella speranza tiene a buon monterà. Già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà. Festa in danza quando donna mia venite qua. Un garzon bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà. Finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà. Il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare. Mamma mia, si salterà. Fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà. Fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to DreamLeague Season 26. My name is Nomad. I'm joined by T Governor, and we are here with game number 2 of Tundra Esports versus Navi Junior. And safe to say, I feel like Tundra Esports might be qualifying here. Don't want to read too much into just a singular game, but 3 games in a row, they've looked great, they've looked unbeatable, and yeah, I'm not sure Navi Junior has what it takes, but I'm hoping they do. I'm really hoping they do, T.
Yeah, I would be surprised if Tundra were to lose the series. I would agree on that, but I would like to think that we can at least get to 3 games, especially with the quality of Navi Junior. Like, to lose in that way, it's more like you just 16-17 a Lycan, right? Like, you picked a Lycan, you allowed for Tundra to pick a Bristleback, one of Crystal's best heroes, which forces the Lycan into a losing position. Then you have a Timbersaw who then plays into beat. Like, I feel like the draft just didn't help. You know, Navi Junior tried to beat Tundra, who are, you know, top 3 team in the world right now. So hopefully the draft in the second game is more competitive to enable Navi Junior the tools to fight into what is a very informed qualifying run of Tundra.
Yeah, and what I said at the start of last game about Navi Junior being the kind of quintessential qualifier team, I still stand by that, and I think last game kind of showed that, where they were a little shaky on the draft, and then, you know, they end up dropping the game, and it's like, this kind of just happened, but then because of that little magic they have, you know, there is a chance they just pull it out the bag this game. We get a stable draft, you know, they look strong, they come out the lanes fighting, and all of a sudden we're evening up the series, and then who knows what can happen from there. I wouldn't be surprised to see it happen. This team is very, very good. Individual skill is off the charts, and the potential is off the charts, but putting that into practice is just a little bit chaotic sometimes. But let's see if it works out. We've got the draft available for game number 2, so let's see exactly what's going to go down in this one. So starting things off, nothing particularly crazy coming out on the bans at the moment. In fact, pretty much same as last game if I recall correctly.
Let me please load up my notes. I can confirm that. Kind of the same, not really. Tundra's obviously second pick, so the bans are slightly shifted, right?
Yeah. They
ban out the TA themselves. They keep the tiny ban. And they ban Terrorblade, which they do as well. It's actually, yeah, Nature's Prophet and TA are the key changes.
Navi Junior, do you reckon they're considering banning a hero from last game? And if so, which one? I think Beastmaster should probably be a consideration, considering that's a hero they flexed to great success.
Sure, but also I think Ringmaster has been very pivotal in a lot of the drafts, but they go for the Beastmaster.
Yeah.
And they pick the Ringmaster. There we go.
We're both right.
That's some drafting.
The old pick and ban. Got 2 options. You want to ban them both? Well, there's only 1 option left.
10 seconds remaining.
But the Ricky's available. Couldn't Tundra just Ricky? Okay, they don't. They go for the Monkey King themselves. So kind of stealing the same opening as the previous game, but different teams.
Yeah,
of course, Monkey King, in theory, is good against Ringmaster, right? Because of the pace that you set. You win your lane, you keep hunting him down. From the tree line, you put him to half HP with like a Boundless Strike. Again, I still stand by that comment where I think the mid Monkey would have provided more kind of fighting opportunities for Navi Junior. A carry Monkey King, it doesn't really work the same way. You're kind of locked more into the safe lane. You have to play kind of the corners of the map, maybe using Twin Gate. So I'd like to think Tundra will probably try and ensure Monkey King gets to play out his game from mid. BZM does like the hero. You will see from their single ban they go for.
It's time to get rid of the Bristleback, Navi Junior. Just across the board to get rid of all of them.
I mean, if you want to, sure, you can. You can just ban out the Tricore if you want from the previous game.
To be fair, I don't think the Bristleback really even did much last game. Like, he kind of just turned up in the end and went, oh, cool, well, game's won. Sweet.
You say that, though. He did finish the game, I think it was like 15-0-12.
Damn, really?
Yes, he did a lot.
Not bad.
You know who didn't do a lot? The Warlock. I saw him die like 4 times in a row.
No, he did something a lot.
Yeah, true. Okay. Navi Junior opting to ban out the Chikiro and the Ursa ban. Is that setting up for... Yeah, I'd say Darkseer or Tide.
Tide, yeah.
Normally, if you ban Ursa, they're the two heroes that hate the hero the most.
Yeah, Underlord's sort of a partial visitor to the Ursa hatred camp, but not quite as much.
If you could play Ringmaster in the 4 position on Zayats, then I would go for Tusk Gyrocopter here for Navi.
Ooh.
Because you have strong lane against Darkseer, you don't really care about walling off the Gyro, so then you have good matchup. You can rotate and rebuttal a Warlock rotation due to your damage that you have there as well. But that's only if Ringmaster goes 4, and we always see him 5.
Yeah,
so maybe there's like some logic that it's not a good 4. Maybe the laning is better orientated in the 5 position. Again, I didn't double check to see if people have been trying it in the 4 role yet. I'd assume it is playable for sure. I just want to carry that goes, all right, you got Darkseer, but I do not care that you exist because I can just shove wave anyway. I mean, Sven's kind of okay. Gyro's good.
TA would be but banned.
But TA is also countered by Darkseer, so it's kind of scary in that regard. So...
Morphling, perhaps. But again, you don't like having an illusion made of yourself.
Oh,
interesting.
Damn.
Okay, Navi Junior switching things up a bit. Magnus Ricky, not what I was anticipating from them.
Already, it is the foundation of a draft where I will probably be saying, do they have enough damage when Tundra wants to start running around the map? That is going to be my biggest question. Of course, Magnus is flexible, hard to really comment in which core role he's going right now. But the Ricky with Smokescreen and the Shard, it honestly could be quite devastating, right? You can't surge an ally, so the Darkseer can't save them. A lot of the utility of Tundra will be dismantled. They love helping each other out with Forces and Glimmers. But you need to get through laning phase. And Night Stalker, Darkseer is a stupidly good lane. You have Crippling Fear to assist with any aggression on the Darkseer. You can pull waves very easily with Night Stalker, as it starts with nighttime. And kind of Darkseer and Night Stalker both had kind of the same issue, right? It's like their level 1 was always weak. But now if Night Stalker is strong with nighttime, and he helps the Darkseer to get to level 3, now they're both going to have a really good time in the laning phase. So it's quite a cool little combination there. And Vision will dismantle Ringmaster. He can never truly get that good escape pact off if he's getting jumped by a Night Stalker every fight with like a Blink Dagger from that 4 position.
Yeah.
Is
very annoying. So, I mean, and that's the thing, right? Like, Tundra, they play this Ringmaster a lot, so they're going to pick up the heroes which can kind of answer it. Ain't going to come out. Yeah, Tundra just last 2 picking their supports.
Well, in this phase of the draft, yes, they have. They've have picked 2 supports after Darkseer. I mean, Darkseer is a first pickable hero, so it's not too crazy. We don't see too much Bane, but if you have Vision advantage, with no... I mean, sure, there's escape pact to save the hero who is gripped, but if the Ringmaster is in a position of actually saving who's gripped, then the Night Stalker has made a massive mistake in the fight, right?
He's made a boo-boo.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't mind it. It's still maybe a little uncomfortable, right? You're going to have Smokescreen of Ricky, Skewer from Magnus, Escape Pact from Ringmaster. Even the Wheel of Wonder, if you cast it correctly, can annoy the Bane. So, yeah, it's not like, oh my god, the best Bane game in the world. But if they get the early ball rolling, these 2 supports will set up every single kill. Nightmare one guy, Grip another, Vision of Night Stalker. Yeah, it will be devastating. So I like the Invoker ban, especially into Nightmare. You just set him up for the 3 Nightmare kills. A nice little thing to consider with Bane as well is with the facet choices. One is the one that moves with the Nightmare, and the other one is your right-click damage. So if you take the right-click damage, it means that they're stationary, which enables like easy stun strikes and setups and stuns. But if you take the other one, you always have to cast it, right? And you always have to do like the vector targeting. So it's harder to self-cast because you have to click it on yourself. You can't double-click. So there are some like weird little mechanics that taking one facet to the other, like you can't like you kind of expected with the movement facet to have a choice of you know what, I don't want you to move this time, like an alt cast, for example, but
Yeah.
it really forces you to, no matter what, that guy's got to slide. It is mandatory.
Yep. I'm sure that'll be an adjustment we'll see in the future, but at the moment, the reality of the hero is that one is just going to make you a little bit slower. It's only a fraction of a second for these players, but that can be the difference maker, especially when self-casting. So, Navi Junior, final ban for them. The BZM heroes is what they're targeting. Fully expecting this Monkey King to be in the support role. Oh, I know. Wait, what's the support hero on Tundra?
Night Stalker and Bane.
Oh, right, Night Stalker, yeah. Bristle will be in Navi Junior's hands this time around.
Yeah, so mid Magnus, offlane Bristle, carry PA.
10 seconds remaining. 5
I
seconds.
think what's the hero?
Plenty of time to think about it for Tundra. They can really come up with the best option here. And Navi Junior, they respect the ability to flex. They ban out the Invoker. They get rid of the Slark as well.
Yeah, I think you just let BZM take the pick. I think Chrysalis is happy to play the carry Monkey King. He's going to have a good lane into Bristle. You're going to buy Wand. You'll be able to make these clutch moves. Then you just ask BZM, hey man, you're playing up against a mid Magnus. What would you like? What does he need? Pangolier is fine, just for more map play. OD kind of looks good with all the the vision and the kind of aggression around you. You blow up the PA, you banish whoever goes on the Magnus goes on. Sorry, so I actually like OD a lot.
Yeah, OD would be pretty nice. I mean, kind of annoying because you don't have many ways to get through PA's evasion, but also you could just blow her up.
Yeah,
it could be really fun. Only like big BZM here. You don't really want to shake her here. It feels a little awkward, especially into Ricky.
Yeah, and that's like maybe the same argument for like a Puck. Like Puck could be pretty good.
Yeah. But again,
might run into damage issues, but they do go for the OD.
Great call.
Thanks, mate. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you. You know I'm tired. Why am I'm saying thank you 3 times in a row? Get me out.
You want to bask in it a bit, that's fine. That's cool.
No, I promise you. I'm on autopilot, man. I have no idea what's happening.
I mean, this is a hero which I can actually comment on as well, because like I play a ton of Outworld Devourer, so
What's
yeah.
this pose? What's this?
I'm chilling with you, dude. I'm chilling with you.
There
We
we
had a little
go,
breakdown.
yeah.
I was just like, all right, screw it. We're full chill for
Okay.
this game.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's a banger game for the OD. He can, as you mentioned, just annoy the hell out of Phantom Assassin by banishing her. He's a natural 4-staff builder as well, which is really nice into the Ricky, so you're not going to be too annoyed by the silence. You can even banish the Magnus if he doesn't catch you inside the RP. And Bristle generally doesn't like being smacked by those arcane orbs. Nice, lots of damage coming through. Yeah, the only thing which I don't like about it is that you might struggle to really deal the damage to the Phantom Assassin if you don't kill her with your abilities. Then right-clicking through her evasion is very difficult indeed. So that's a short and skinny for the BZM OD this game.
I have one question to you. If you play OD,
Oh, sorry.
what is your favorite item on I gave the on OD?
I would say Hurricane Pike.
Okay, what's your second favorite item?
Second favorite item. Yeah, the Aghanims is fun.
There we go. Yeah.
I
I nearly said.
Let's go. All right, let's jump into game number 2 and find out how well this Outworld Devourer is really gonna do. But for those of you that don't know, the Aghanims, it just gives you a gigantic shield whenever you get down below 20% HP. It's absolutely crazy. If as long as you have mana, you just have. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's basically max mana anyway. So yeah, you just get a ridiculous amount of shield from it.
All right, quick question. When I asked you that, did you hear me accidentally say what's your favorite ag, and then panic?
Yeah, that's why I didn't say Aghanims. That's why I decided to go
No! I blundered.
I don't take the low hanging fruits. I go for the one just above it.
No, you should. I was honestly waiting for you to go any other item, and I'm like, 8th favorite item, 9th favorite item. I was ready to stay there. We were never going to the game until you said Aghanims. Oh my god, what a wraparound actually from Navi Jr.
This
I've
is
not
a
seen this one.
Crazy play. Busting it out. I mean, this is a cool thing. Right, where
Ah,
it's
for
like,
the block. Yeah, no, it makes sense.
yeah,
This is
playing
the new
against
farm
Tundra,
location. Yep.
You come up with these new plans, you put them into play, the kind of thing which, yeah, this is your trump card. You only play this once, and you've been seen. So, wah wah. Easy.
The battle
Not gonna
begins.
try for this one. Doesn't want a suicide for a rune. He's a smart man. I'll give him that. And it does result in Tundra getting 3 bounty runes from this as well. So this big wraparound, not quite paying off, in all fairness.
But it's paying off in the fact that they're going to have vision to see when the offlaner wants to go farm the jungle camps, and they blocked off one set of camp already. So it's like as long as they don't deward it, it delays Darkseid's timing. Maybe they get a kill in lane. We might not see the effect now, but in 4 or 5 minutes time, that's when like, damn, that was pretty cool. We'll see. I'll hold my judgment on if it was good or bad yet. They just respect 33 too much.
Hold its judgment.
Yes.
And then we got Niku on the Magnus versus BZM on the OD. Feels like it's going to be a pretty annoying lane for the Mag to play, but we'll see how it goes down. Of course, Mag always just very good in any matchup, really, because you can just farm. You just hit creeps.
They also have, Mag PA, one of the most iconic combinations as a pairing, and I say that, but the PA is going to die.
Yeah, Magnus not
No,
there to save
Radiant
her, I
is
guess.
also dead.
Yeah, it's looking that way, isn't it? Vacuum's out, damage is in. A level 2 advantage for 33 coming in huge there, and that's going to be a double kill for the Darkseid. Not how you want to start this top lane, I'll be honest.
Especially because Saxa didn't really leech the early XP, so Darkseid got level 2, a little bit stronger. Sure, he doesn't need to use Vacuum until the second kill, but it got the juice. He was playing so aggressive there. It kind of felt like he was playing as if he had Phantom Strike, but he was only level, halfway to level 2. It was.
Yeah, not even close. It was a really awkward situation. As these guys kind of messing around with each other. I do love eternal empowerment. It's just such a lazy facet. It's like, oh, thank God. I just, even if it didn't do anything, I'd still pick it because I don't just want to sit there empowering myself all the time. Real carry players know what's up. You want your APM to be as low as possible.
If you A-click the lane once, and you're kind of set for the entire game. Just creeps are just going to keep coming in time.
And if you're not, you flame your support.
Pain.
This was down the bottom lane. Just kind of farming up on this Monkey King. It's, again, a pretty even trade lane. Maybe he's really going to come out ahead, but is there any kill opportunity to come out? I mean, top. Well, there's definitely kill opportunities up here. It's got the juice getting low once again. Riddy's as well. Got to stay away from... Oh, Night Stalker actually getting hit by the tower there. That was all those creeps, and it just goes after the Night Stalker. But he must have targeted a hero, but now got the juice getting kind of low. They're going to fortify as well to make sure that this creep wave just keeps on tanking up the damage. And there you go. Got the juice. Will be going down. 33 is putting on a bit of a clinic here with the help of Saxa. Riddy's going to be the next target. Iron Shell's back up. And it'll be kill number 4 for 33. 2 double kills in a row. He is annihilating this safe lane.
Yeah, and this is what you often expect, right? When you think about Tundra as a team for all the years, it's going to be 33 and Saxa dominating lanes, and they have just broke open this top lane. And it's honestly, I think mainly because of the Night Stalker, right? The nighttime, the void damage, the slow. He's pumping out 160 damage just on a 10-second cooldown. Then you throw in the iron shells and the vacuum. PA cannot, deal with this much pressure. Like Ringmaster support likes to play into the lane, right? Progress the lane through, fighting the enemy. But that's exactly what these two heroes want to do. They also want to fight. They want to run into the Ringmaster. They're kind of calling his bluff and going, sure, if you throw your spell on me, I'm just going to vacuum you into a bad position and kill you.
Yeah,
you
it's
pick
also about
Ringmaster
boots as well. You've got Heart of the Battle on 33. And no boots on Got the Juice or on Ready, so it just makes them really easy to run down at this early point.
Zayats
You
is
get the
top.
double kill, you follow up, but this time the return's coming through. Zayats is going to be there, and they are going to be able to kill off Saxa. Will they get 33? I mean, he's still got loads of health and a full-on Vanguard to work
Yeah, and a
with,
Vanguard.
so
Yeah.
good luck. They're going to try and go for it, though. It's going to be a slow whittling down of 33, and he's trying to turn around and kill off Zayats, but won't be able to do so, and should eventually, finally, take a fall.
I mean, it's good for Navi Jr. to get a couple kills, but it was so drawn out, so long to happen. But yeah, a kill's a kill at the end of the day, especially with how despair the top lane was. I think that rotation was critical, especially because it's a Ricky, right? It's not like the most impactful rotating hero. Like he jumps in with a blink strike, like ooh, look at you go, like that's about it. There's no stun, there's nothing else. But Tundra, I don't think they're gonna care too much. They'll just respawn, go again. 33 maybe actually has to be careful here. Now that Saxo's moving towards mid, if the Ricky comes back top and 33 dies again, then all the pressure that they applied in the first 5 minutes will have come, falling apart. But doesn't seem like Zayats wants to waste his TP. He's still running back to the bot side of the map. There was a little bit of double support pressure to mid. Niku reads it nicely, walks back, makes stacks.
Stacking on the way.
Oh, wait,
Oh,
doesn't make that stack.
Okay.
It's fine. We didn't see it, it's fine. We weren't looking.
No. The idea was correct.
Yeah.
The execution.
Oh, bot lane.
Chrysalis just gonna get himself a nice little heal up from that bristleback. Not too much to be done there. So yeah, I mean, again, no one's really suffered in this laning phase. I don't think anybody's particularly sad with how things stand at the moment. Maybe the PA is, because even though she's got decent last hit, she has had a couple of deaths. Now jumping onto the Ricky, but Saxa once again kind of getting duped a little bit here, and the Nightmare's going to come down and at least stop Niku getting the kill, but doesn't stop Saxa dying. He does go down anyway. Whitemon, very, very excited for this one, trying to finish off Niku, but oh my god, the Sandy's Eclipse comes down, but Niku's actually got a decent amount of mana, so will not be dropping to that one. Zayats, unfortunately, will be falling, so... Tundra finding a couple. Here already is just going to use that whoopee cushion to get himself out.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You said that I don't know if people feel too upset from laning. I would argue that Navi Jr. are quite upset. Like the fact that the Darkseer is top net worth, OD is fully uncontested. Normally against a mid OD, it's nice to have one rotation to annoy his early game farm. At the rate of the farm, it will be Tundra with maybe a 6,000 gold lead in the next like 5-6 minutes. To continue. And Chrysalis, he rotates top. He sees PMA on the bristleback trying to kind of keep this tower alive, but mirrors the rotation, kills them off, and straight back into the bottom farm. It's even more obvious, especially when the PA TPs to the bot lane of the map. It's like, well, whoever goes top, we're always gonna have the number advantage. And there's a momentary pause there from Tundra. No, I think if you are Navi Jr., you're very scared. Your Tricore are all farming heroes, and you've conceded lane, and
yeah, that's
all
true.
Lower net worth.
It was going okay, and then the collapse onto mid, just really stomping out the mag, the only one who was having like a good time as such. And now they're all just pushed below, and things start to look real sad real quick. And a kill onto the bristlebacks gonna make it feel even worse. No one's gonna make Got the Juice any sort of space for him to get off his Battle Fury timing. So, you want to predict this Battle Fury timing for Got the Juice?
16.5.
All right, I'm gonna go for 18 minutes.
I think I'm being very optimistic with 16.5.
I think you are as well, but we'll see.
He is lacking 2 broadswords, a cornucopia, and a recipe, but I'm factoring in that one sweet Crystallis death that will create an opportunity for God the Juice.
Even naming the player, that's impressive. If that works,
there it is. Don't worry, it's gonna be at minute 14 as well.
All right, let's see if it comes on true.
God, if that's true, whew!
Yeah, that'd be hype.
We'll be hype. Well, I know it's true. It's why I said it, right? That's how
true.
casting works. Yeah.
the Oracle.
But it doesn't matter when the Battle
Mid
Fury is
lane.
coming in. He has Empower, no matter.
He is in power, yeah. Actually, that
So
makes
technically,
your
it was
call
yeah.
actually a bit better. So,
Yeah.
but you do have to come to the Magnus to get the Empower because mid mag's not going to chase you around the jungle. So,
No.
yeah, not really.
Especially after
Not
you're
much
laning.
difference.
It's like
Yeah. 33, gonna come and say hi. Oh, you wanted to farm some creeps? Yeah, no, I don't think so. And then he just immediately walls. Iron shells the wall illusion. And it's just like, hey, now I got a friend to farm with. Sweet.
I feel that illusion might be stronger than the actual PA right now.
It's no joke, that's for sure. Go and farm some creeps, get some camps. Yeah, it's all good. Your tower. I mean, one of Odie's big weaknesses is his ability to take towers, and as you see here, he's zoned out the Magnus for quite a while, but still really unable to get meaningful damage on the middle tower. Zayat's able to defend it just with the occasional smoke cloud and jumping in for a creep and whatnot.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Eventually, though, it will fall.
Very slowly, but eventually.
Game's
Haven't
looking,
really discussed the build from Monkey King, by the way. He's looking at the Radiance as an option. It's very good against PA, having that evasion on you to be able to stand your ground. Even into Magnus, right? If you ever get caught by an RP, it just makes you tankier. You then buy Manta as a natural progression, making yourself even more elusive, harder to kill. I think with Odie being your mid lane, who is kind of like your big burst damage, the Monkey King could really buy anything. Like if this was a game where Mage Slayer is good, he'll go Mage Slayer. If he wants to buy, like a Maelstrom or an Echo, like he technically could do any build on Monkey King, because his OD is like the insurance policy. But he wants to scale, so Radiance is his scaling item, which I like much better than like a Battle Fury, for example.
Yep, also going to be super annoying with the Wukong's command as well, and the Wukong's faithful facet. Means that in any of these situations, even if the Monkey King leaves, you're still just going to have these soldiers sticking around for what should be a short amount of time, but feels like a really long amount of time, still burning you and messing with you.
Did you see top? It's just another wall. It's just another fuck you PA wall.
Yeah. I love this.
Oh, bot lane.
Bottom, they're trying to go for a play onto PMA, but it looks like PMA was able to get out of it. The Wukong's command did come down, but didn't really do a whole lot. Well, Navi Jr. kind of getting a bit of what they want in terms of the map kind of being frozen, but they're also not really being let in the lanes. That seems to be Tundra's thing, is just making sure that nobody's in a lane for free. Everybody's paying a price, everybody's getting jumped. They might not be dying, but they're running away on low HP, or they're being chased by an illusion of themselves with an iron shell on it.
Don't worry, we are 2 minutes away from the Crystalist Death, and 6 minutes away from the PA Battle Fury.
Okay.
Yep.
18 minutes was my timing. Yours was 16:30, by the way.
Oh, god damn it. Okay. Oh yeah, you're right. I was trying to be polite to you, I guess, but okay. Yeah, no, you're right. 2 minutes away from the Crystalist Death and 4 minutes away from the Battle Fury.
Wow,
there
it's
it is.
pretty quick.
It is very quick.
Very high GPM.
No.
Actually, with the Empower, it does go pretty quickly, so you very well should hit it, actually. Grip coming out in the middle lane, but there's the Escape Act coming out from Reddies, and yeah, nice ulti, Whitemon. Get countered by my level 1 second skill. A very loud combination of noises here. As I was trying to escape Saxa. Saxa pops the ulti and does kind of absolutely nothing with it, so Navi Jr. kind of just diffusing the situation at mid at the moment, not really finding an opportunity. RP is available from Niku, but getting in without a Blink Dagger is going to be a tall order. Not sure who's going to manage that. And 33, as usual, just popping walls, putting pressure. Zayat's walking around, giving information.
30 minutes into the game, already hitting the tier 2. That is just some devastating aggression to feel.
Very
Monkey King.
Here, and They're going to look forward
Radiant's
onto
complete.
Saxa, but Saxa just juking into the tree line. Player's looking for another target here instead, as Saxa trying to find an opportunity. Crystal is going to join his team. Doesn't have that Radiance just yet, but it is on the courier coming out to him.
Oh, come on, Chris. Why didn't you jump in there and die at 14 minutes and 30 seconds? That would have been so cool.
They'll also mess up your timing, I think, though, because they'll hit it even sooner, so...
Oh, no.
You can have one or the other, I think.
No! Stop farming, PA. Wait 2.5 minutes. Crystalus, run into the enemy team. Make my prediction
Pieces
correct.
are not moving as planned.
They're all crumbling down.
Saxa from 33 just going to head up to the top lane
Ooh,
once
why
again.
would
White
behind
one
tower?
coming in behind the tower. This is looking like bad news for Got the Juice. Can they save him? No, they cannot. There comes BZM with that big sound. He's eclipsed to finish the job and also get PMA nice and low, but we'll get the return kill on to 33, and Saxa not looking too healthy either. Really, he's dropping the big nukes upon him. 33 and Saxa both go down. They'll trade out for the Phantom Assassin, but honestly, at this point in the game, I think you might just take that.
I mean, PA lost 150 gold. The Bristle gained 500 from the engagement. So, you know, economy-wise, 1,500 gold gained for the side of Nava Junior. But the fact that your PA isn't the one, you know, ooh, thanks for the free Battle Fury recipe, right? That is going to hurt a little bit. But once again, like the previous game, any kill is a good kill, just because of how dominating Tundra was in the first, 10 to 12 minutes of the game. Just one more broadsword. Actually, it's only 400 gold away for PA to complete the Battle Fury. So after how terrible the lane was, honestly, not the worst timing. It's not good, but
Oh my god. Why?
we just need a montage of 33 putting wall on PA. Is this the third or fourth wall of just to get the hell out of this area of the map?
It's the third on PA alone, and it's the fourth on like just a singular hero.
Yeah.
There's one at mid as well, which is also just onto one guy. It's very rude, but now we got brain cells for days.
I know why. I think 33 just started using quick cast.
Ah, I
so this
see,
is
I
his
see, I
first,
see, I see.
and every time he sees it, he's like, "Oh, do I want to? Oh, fuck! I've just quick cast it."
Yeah, it's tricky with the vector
Yep.
targeting as well. It's
Mhm.
like
Yep.
key down, key up.
Oh, he's a key down quick caster. I can.
The full send, just like me. Takes a special kind of maniac to not even care about the AoE of your spells.
Well, if I'm doing key up quick casting, why do I even need it?
Very
That's
true.
two actions, kinda, not really. No more. Tundra,
seen,
they're smoked up. Go on,
There's
what's
some
up?
keyboards where you can have like set it so that it'll do one action halfway down and then a different action all the way down. So you could actually like hover the key halfway down to see the AoE and then put it all the way down to cast the spell.
Sounds so unnecessary.
It's so.
Oh,
It's
smoke
free
break.
MMRT, Governor. RP. Oh.
Oh,
okay.
no!
A swing and a miss. What can you do? BZM getting away with it, absolutely unscathed. The RP goes flying wild. Zayas is going to be the one to go down. Niku just getting blasted by these orbs. And a punch in the back of the head from Saxa will put him to sleep as PMA just trying to leave. He just doesn't want to be here anymore. It's after hours. He's stumbling down the street. And it's like he's going to be able to actually maybe threaten Chrysalis here. He's looking to finish the job. He's realizing that there might be an opportunity to just get a kill at this point. White one trying to stop him, but that's not going to work. Chrysalis is dead as Riddies goes down on the sidelines as well. But BZM coming in to deal with that pesky hedgehog. And we'll be able to finish him. No, I lied to your faces. He's fine. PMA's just
That's
going
a
to
lot
leave.
of goo. Yep.
Yeah, he's gooping him.
Alright. Chrysalis shouldn't have been dead though. He had the shard. He just forgot to turn it on. So he didn't move to the end of his
that's why he
Boundless
just
Strike.
turned around and Boundless Strike, I think.
Yeah. So after he used Boundless Strike, you can see he's turned it on now to try and disguise the fact that he just forgot that it was on. And also he turned off his Radiance as like punishment for, not escaping a pretty escapable death. But again, mistakes happen. Just funny to see the kind of the instant reaction there of him toggling it on and off like 3 or 4 times. Like, it does work, it does. He's also using it in top lane, just really understanding it.
So this is when it's turned on, this is when it's turned off. Got it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Look, ready? Will he use it one more time just to truly lock it in?
To really make sure it's working. Yeah.
No, okay, he's not. Oh, yeah. No, he did one with it turned on, one with it turned off. I think he's good now.
He's got the
Both states have been, both states have been tested.
Well, PMA's going to be feeling pretty good about that one. Kind of got gifted a free kill. He's come back into the game a bit. PA as well, also finished off Battle Fury. Sorry, T, I didn't see the timing. Let's just assume it was 16:30 and you were right.
That's, it was 17:30. We met in the middle.
All right.
No, I think it was a lot earlier than that. I think it was like 15 or something, right?
Looks like he's had it for a while because he's now got a Mithril Hammer, so...
Yeah, it's also a Battle Fury timing that we don't... Like, putting it bluntly, we don't care about it. Because when you buy BKB, you still need another item because you're that far behind. It's like,
Oh no. Party's about to arrive. Got the juice getting jumped. Damage coming in from Saxa. Of course, no BKB available, so this silence is going to last seemingly forever. And there's Chrysalis with his shard to finish the job, proving that he can use it. As Riddy's also in trouble, trying to escape act out, but that's not going to happen. He's going to die.
it's so quickly. Just the amount of damage that Tundra can bring to an engagement, right? It's, you put one nice local ultimate and then monkeys on top of you, you're getting gripped, you're getting warders. Yeah, it's insane. And now they find Magnus on the left-hand side of the map, all by himself, with a grip. Yeah. Ricky tried to help out, but he dies. You've cliffed the Monkey King.
Ah, that'll
you now jumped off the cliff. Yeah.
Perfect hero to cliff.
Excellent cliffing.
To get down.
Yeah. No, Saxa, I like the fact he went for the Blink Dagger. We already mentioned how important it is for him to find the backline, and yeah, no need for drum.
In that fight there, I like how there was a grip coming out onto the Magnus, the Monkey King went in that direction, BZM also TB'd at the same time, just immediately jumped to the side to make sure they got the Ricky as well. It's just ultra giga efficiency. In all the games we call it greed, but when it works, it's efficiency.
Yeah, BZM. Yeah, utilizing the Arcane Orb against Roshan, it's a nice amount of damage. But also, he's not overplaying his hand, right? Like, he is going straight for the Aghanims as his third item. It is, the best item on OD, in my opinion. And, some pro players at previous tournaments kind of forgot about the item. They waited until like 55 minutes to buy it and subsequently kind of lost the game and didn't really get to utilize the full impact of the tankiness. The fact you have a strong Dispel, your mana becomes a barrier, all damage barrier. You have to get through 2 lives. It is insane conceptually, and the only way to
due to the way Arcane Orb works as well, you can always cast it, so you're always going to be able to just get your mana back up again with a few clicks if to get Essence Flux back. So it's a problem. As long as he can click, his mana pool will come back after that Aghanims triggers, and he'll be absolutely fine.
Wasn't there an era where OD's passive was like an aura, like you also can proc it?
Yeah, your teammates will get it as well.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Being Crystal Maid and you pop ultimate like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
We're cooking.
I think the best, hold on, we have Saxa jumping in, looking for some targets on the back lines, and he's going to find it. Riddy's going to go down. Pretty much just punched to death by Saxa. Got the juice looking for a bit of vengeance, not going to find it. Methodical is charged up on Saxa, but he doesn't care. He's poking, he's prodding, he's looking, got the juice, he's dropping, there it is. The hammer comes down and they'll look to follow up here onto the Magnus. Magnus being chased under the tier 4s. Tundra, they want to go to this damn tournament. They want to have their Dream League, and they might just get it. 5 heroes destroyed, game looking absolutely broken at this point. Na'Vi Jr. not even lighting a candle against the force of Tundra here in the second game.
So you play against Tundra, you take their Ringmaster, and now it's like, wait a second, I don't want to play Ringmaster, yeah. I don't want to do it anymore, please.
We did 1/10 of the damage then that they did to us. Does not feel good. And again, Tundra's playing these like really aggressive, really obnoxious heroes, which in a situation where the game wasn't going well, I'm sure we'll be looking at this Nightstalker and going, oh, it's a bit greedy. It didn't really work out for them, but when you're ahead, it just feels such a godlike pick. You basically have another offlaner. And hell, if my offlaner is just like jumping into a fight like that, beating down the support to start off the engagement completely by himself, then I'm laughing. I'm having a great time. Escape arts used for the mag, not going to save his life though. Once again, Saxa sets up for another kill. BZM up onto the higher ground. How's it going, friends? He's got an Aegis. He doesn't care. Do what you must.
He cares a little bit.
Nah.
Knight
I mean,
looking for the
they're
RP,
looking
but
for
the silence.
Oh, silence answers it. Niku will be left empty-handed once again.
Yeah. Niku is not really entering the game, right? We're yet to have that, impactful RP, a skewer that might disrupt the positioning of Tundra. It really has been kind of the Saxo show in that regard.
Oh, he's about
Utilizing
to
that
fall
Stalker
behind the
to...
Bane and net worth as well, dear Governor.
Wait, what? Oh, God! But I've been on KDA the entire time. No, oh my, that's awful. Oh, no.
It's not pretty for Mr. Magnetor.
Alright, it is a Shard Bane, though, okay? He's got a little bit of AoE farm, but still, below a Bane?
Oh, no! My God. How quick is Saxa? What's this guy made of? This is crazy. Well, fight's pretty much over now. Niku and Riddies both dead straight off the bat. The camera comes down as well. I mean, this game might just be over. That might just be it. BMA being absolutely pummeled by the Hurricane Pike as well. GG gone. BMA is out. GG well played is called. Tundra in a absolute beatdown of a series. A beatdown of a qualifiers. I mean, they didn't even struggle. Two series back to back in one day. So efficient, so clean. You can't doubt this team. They're going to DreamLeague season 26.
Yeah, I mean, sure, they might have struggled in the last tournament that they played, but with the caliber of players that they have, the support system, it's going to be inevitable that they will kind of rise back to the top. And Chrysalis, we can see him play his Bristleback, we can see him play his Monkey King. Like, we're seeing him get on his specialties, and I feel like these are the heroes that will just enable Tundra to make these dominant runs. The Razor, I'm on the fence. I feel like it doesn't really sync with Tundra too much at the moment, with the heroes at 33 and BZM play. But you throw him on these kind of body type heroes, like the the Lifestealer S kind of run into the middle of the fight, then it will be as disruptive as ever. And yeah, no real competitor has been able to challenge Tundra in this qualifier. Secret, they struggled. Navi Junior, they struggled, and yeah, easy qualification for Tundra.
Very easy, yeah, definitely made it look easy, that's for sure. And just to confirm as well that Whitemon did indeed finish the game with more net worth than Niku as well. So a depressing stat, but one I felt I had to deliver there. It's a really terrible game for Niku. Unfortunately, on this Magnus 0-5, just didn't get a look in, didn't get a chance to play the game. The OD just took him out of the lane. He was not given a chance to farm back up into it. Nobody was given a chance to farm in this game. And yeah, I don't know. Like, how much more can you say about this series, dude? Like, Tundra just absolutely demolishing everybody that came against them. And in, like, I think 4 drafts, which are all pretty distinctly different as well. Like, they're kind of just playing around, trying some different things, but all of their strategies just seem to be by far better than anybody else's that came against them, which is definitely a testament to, like, 33 and his thoughts on the game, Saxer as well, and their drafting prowess. It's pretty obnoxious.
No, yeah, I think the concept of Tundra holds true, right? The heroes might change, but how they want to break the map, how they choose to fight, the execution of the team fight, how they utilize their their limited resources they might have at that time is so strong, right? So if you to go against Tundra, not only do you need to try and find that edge in the draft, but if your play is not even close to your best, then sure, you are going to lose. Like, that is why this team is consistently in grand finals and dominating multiple tournaments. So yeah, it's rough to go against Tundra, it seems. Rough for, Secret, they get through a qualifier, they have to go against Tundra. Navi Junior, it's like, maybe it's their turn. They get the side which is on Tundra, right? It's like, nope, you're going to have to go lower bracket. And yeah, these qualifiers, just very scary. If you see Tundra, good luck in the next round.
Yeah, exactly. Good luck in the lower bracket. Does feel like that's kind of how it went down. And yeah, great stuff from them. Good plays. Good having fun with it as well. Yeah, it's just not looking really close at all. So, but of course, always going to be excited to see Tundra playing in DreamLeague. Always going to be fun to watch them playing up in the international. It wouldn't be fun to not have them there, would it? It wouldn't feel right. This team has just been international caliber recently, so. Yeah, absolute beatdown. Well played, Tundra. And Navi Junior, well, we'll see what they can do in the lower bracket. But that's going to be it for today from us. But don't worry, there's plenty more Dota to come in these qualifiers. We, of course, have Gaming Gladiators versus the Capybaras tomorrow. That'll be your other upper bracket matchup to find out who's going to qualify from those. Team Secret versus Passion UA. And Zero Tenacity versus Avalos. All that coming tomorrow on this channel. But from today, we are all done. Once again, congratulations to Tundra for pulling off the qualification speed run. Very impressive. And thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item dame.